edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy.
For every fan, get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Second and goal, ball at the 2, shotgun formation, handoff, Chubb trying to take it in, and he does! Touchdown! Contact at the 1, he brushes it off, and the Browns take the lead. A winter wonderland in Cleveland.
Yeah, that was a nice little appetizer last night that helped the Texans in the AFC standings. You go, Cleveland. That was fun. A snow game to get the weekend started, Seth C. Payne.
Jameis Winston is turning into like a lovable Yogi Berra type personality.
A cult hero.
He's almost like a type of personality that I didn't think existed in sports anymore. It's this like super goofy, yet incredibly capable at times, but also just unlike anybody else. He's very, very unique.
A cockeyed optimist he is, I say.
He is.
Jameis Winston. He's very,
a little bit of
very
an insult to Yogi Berra, given Yogi Berra's actual athletic and managing career compared to Jameis Winston. But
yeah,
the personality is it's unlike none other. Yes,
it's awesome. It's really cool to see. That was fun. That's why football rules. Nights like last night, man. You had an 8-2 team against a 2-8 team, and they were competing, and the fans were acting like it was the Super Bowl. It was a crazy atmosphere, and that was the fans of the 2-8 team that were in the stadium last night. So that was good theater. But for those who are just waking up, the Browns beat the Steelers last night 24-19 in a super entertaining Thursday night game.
You know what I'd say? It's kind of it was refreshing in that the Browns team would have every reason in the world to look like, oh, classic. Now these pro athletes are just going to stop caring and just worry about buying their vehicles. No, they were out there. It felt like a rivalry game,
yes.
Yes. And there was trash talk beforehand, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And then to have it in the snowfall like that, I was happy for the people who were there because it looked like it wasn't miserably cold,
right.
And it wasn't all windy and gusty or anything like that. You just got to have one of those classic all-time moments of remembering the snow wafting down as you beat a hated rival.
That's right. The snow. You can tell when the snow is just falling directly down north-south down and not blowing sideways. That looked like a fun winter wonderland game to play in.
Norman Rockwell.
I saw somebody tweet this, and I agree.
They helped the Texans out. Was the other big
They helped the Texans out. Yeah, the Steelers losing is a good thing for the Texans with 6 games to go in the season in the seeding. I know that I don't have to sit in stadiums like that on a weekly basis. Mm-hmm. I know all I'm doing is watching on TV, so maybe I'm being a bit selfish. I don't want any roofs over any of the stadiums up north. I like these snow games. They're very fun theater to me.
I do, yeah. I guess I'm torn. It seems like if you're in the extremely bitter cold regions, I get that. I understand that.
Like Minnesota, I can see.
Yeah, where it gets almost unsafe to even be outside type of weather.
Yeah.
So I get that. But yeah, for the Northeast, for the most part, it's just not. It's not quite as
outdoors.
Extreme cold. Ice road trucker type cold.
We're gonna get into the Texans plenty today. The Texans have the Titans, another rivalry game coming up on Sunday. Another rivalry game between one team that's relevant in the standings and one that's completely off the grid, but I would imagine the Titans are going to bring some of that same heat that the Browns brought last night to that game against the Steelers. But this Browns game was fun, and so is Jameis, and I feel like to get our day kicked off, we need some Jameis positivity. This was Jameis Winston before the game last night.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour and a winter act your ability to throw the ball.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Jameis got the live read in for the stadium.
Honestly, it's like he's walking around with a beam of light shining down on him all the time.
Of all people.
I will say, as far as kind of being like an advertisement for faith and what have you, I always admired guys like Jameis on a team, because on a football team, you got a lot of, very, very religious people. It's not, don't let them fool you. It was never just Tim Tebow.
Right.
But then you have some evangelical, then you got just some guys that grew up Catholic or whatever. But it was always especially in Jacksonville, it was extreme, in terms of just how Christian an organization it was for the time.
Yeah.
But you had some guys who were like fire and brimstone, and then you had other guys that were kind of like Jameis. And I'm like, gosh, you guys, the fire and brimstone guys, listen, frankly, I'm a little insulted you think I scare that easy, okay? Give me what Kyle Brady is selling. That dude looks happy all the time.
Kyle Brady.
So I kind of gravitate more around to have my theological discussions with guys like Jameis or Kyle or what have you.
Would have liked being a teammate of Jameis Winston, is what I'm hearing. He's
yeah. Oh, I'd love it.
Yeah.
I know I'd love it.
Here was Jameis after the game. After the 24-19 went back and forth in the second half, credit the Steelers, Russell Wilson, they came back, took a lead, 19-18. Jameis turns the ball over. The defense gets the ball back for him. This is all in the last 5 minutes of the game. And then Jameis drives down. Nick Chubb carries it in from a couple yards out, the touchdown that you heard bumping into the show. Here was Jameis with Scott Van Pelt after the game.
Well, I think it's just one play at a time, man. I'm so grateful for our equipment staff for providing us with hand warmers, providing us with our cleat scrapers, so we're able to go out there and do the best we can to make it seem as easy as it possibly is. But as you can see, the conditions did not define our result today.
It did not at all.
Do you see that?
Dude, that was
Will Anderson-like.
That was very Will Anderson-like. That's a good observation, Seth. There was a 4-minute interview he did with Scott Van Pelt after the game.
Yeah.
That was the first group of people that he thanked for the win. Was the
equipment managers. Yeah. And he 100% meant it,
He was naming the devices they were using: hand warmers, cleat scrapers.
Well, okay. So this is the other thing about Jameis is I've never been able to figure out, watching him from afar, Is he one of these guys that just is trying to get in front of the camera, or is he genuinely speaking from the heart? More and more, I think this is just who he is.
I think it is, too. I think it's authentic.
And it's not like he's given a big speech because he feels like that's what he's been called to do, not because he's trying to, be this guy or that guy.
Right.
But I like that. There's another thing in terms of the way it works in the locker room. You get some guys that's weird. It's almost like they treat the equipment staff like they're manservants, like it's their butler or something. They love living and that's the exception, not the rule, you know. But then you get other guys, and it's really cool. And sometimes it is the more superstar guys. You remember Michael Jordan with those guys that he was tight with, the security.
Oh, he was rolling dice with them and playing cards with them. And stuff.
Those older guys were kind of their best friends, or it was kind of like those were. Like Jordan's entourage was a couple of the equipment guys and security staff.
Correct.
I could see Jameis being that way. There's a lot of guys that they end up, they go fishing. They're buddies with the equipment guys. Yeah. They go fishing with them and everything. Yep. I could see Jameis being that guy.
I could too. A text message early on here to the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Can we get Winston on the Texans? That's an interesting one. I feel like Jameis is best suited with that big personality to be a journeyman starter on an NFL team, maybe not be the backup that attracts so much attention.
You know what? I don't know, man. I feel like I'd like to see Jameis here, and then in the offseason you get Case, Jameis, and Stroud. Instead of podcasts, they're out on some tent revival tour around rural Texas. Just going out and just doing – I just need to see Jameis out there in a tent somewhere, just sweating like crazy, just feeling it. Yeah.
They would have all these people in Battle Red, following them everywhere, like Forrest Gump across the country when Forrest Gump was running cross-country.
The social media update would be, the C.J. Duncan people in the Brazos River.
I love this idea. Never mind. I take it all back. I want Winston on the Texans now. Here was Myles Garrett after the game, who he's not had a great season, but he was incredible last night. T.J. Watt is currently the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. So here's Myles Garrett talking about that.
He spoke at the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there. And the edge rusher in the league, but I'm number one. And that's from edge defender one, edge one to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy. So that runs through me. There's no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm gonna find a way.
Has JJ tweeted about this yet? I gotta go check.
Oh, I don't know.
JJ is the ultimate defender of the gates of the T.J. Watt Defensive Player of the Year.
Right. And JJ, he's self-aware enough to know that he usually acknowledges, hey, obviously I'm biased, and he'll say, hey, yes, you're great, Myles Garrett is incredible, et cetera, but this and that. I think the argument Myles Garrett has always made is that their defense doesn't send an extra rusher nearly as often. So it's more just the front four getting it done. Yeah. And whereas TJ, they blitz a lot, which is kind of like JJ or Aaron Donald when he was with Wade Phillips especially. Those guys got a lot of five-man rushes too, so they could single them up, but whatever.
Yeah.
I remember earlier we were talking this week about how just edge rushers they're just weird. For not good or bad, they're just always a little bit different.
Eccentric.
They kind of see the world a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Yep. Myles Garrett, this is the first time I can remember edge rusher versus edge rusher heat by opposing teams.
Yeah.
Where you're not actually facing the other player. This is it's almost like wide receiver type dialogue.
It is. I think the fact they're in the division with each other, they play each other twice a year. They played last night. Amy and I are actually going to be at the rematch of this game in a couple of weeks during the Texans bye week. That's where we go to a different stadium every year for the bye week, and we a couple months ago picked Pittsburgh and Cleveland, and as the season was unfolding, I'm like, that game's not going to have a ton of juice because Cleveland sucks. Au contraire, mon frere. Last night, I think is an indicator, and I think the Steelers are going to want a little happy revenge in that game too. So I'm kind of excited. I'm not excited what it's going to do to ticket prices. I've not bought our tickets.
Oh, you haven't bought the tickets yet?
No. So I'm not. And then we're going to a Penguins game the night before that, and those are pricey tickets too, man. Hockey tickets?
Yeah.
Ooh, doctor, yeah.
How good are you at hockey? Understanding it.
Very. No. understanding it very good. We were my family had season tickets to the Hartford Whalers back in the day, so I was a huge NHL fan growing up. That was my favorite sport growing up, was the Hartford Whalers.
Brandy and I have started brushing up on the rules in anticipation of Houston getting a team here at some point.
It's a good idea, I think. I think it's a good idea.
Was it The Athletic that did the poll the other day, and the majority of NHL players who were surveyed anonymously thought Houston should get the new
huge majority,
that graph. Greg Rajon sent that graph out. It was a deceptive graph. The scale was all off. Houston had Quebec City, but they made it look like Houston had 4 times as many votes as anybody else.
See, I assume they just got the number wrong and not the bar wrong, because Houston is a runaway favorite right now to get a team.
Maybe I haven't. That graph, something was wrong on the graph.
Something was wrong.
Houston was the favorite.
Yeah, something was wrong. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's a Football Friday. That was fun last night. I wanted to dig into that game right out of the chute because that was a fun way to get the weekend kicked off for football. Let's dig into this Texans game. Texans and Titans, 6-pack, storylines for the game. We lay them all out. We've got some Nick Caserio coming up a little later as well. He was with us yesterday. Got a lot of good stuff from the Texans GM coming up a little later in the show. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
It's also a great Friday for you to get into Bayway Chevrolet and get that Tahoe you've been thinking about for under.
Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Of the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get in. Here's where the Texans sit right now, and I don't know, some of this may have changed by a percentage point last night. With the Steelers losing, Steelers are 8-3 now. Texans are 7-4. It's nice. I'm looking more at the seeding in the AFC than I am the division right now, and you should be, unless the Texans do some very poor things here over the next couple of weeks. We'll head into the bye week feeling pretty good. 97% chance of making the playoffs, 54% chance of getting to the divisional round, 19% chance of getting to the AFC title game where they've never been before.
What was that last percentage?
19% chance to get to the AFC title game, to get there.
Wow. That is a 1 in 5, basically.
7% chance to make the Super Bowl, 3% chance to win the Super Bowl. As of right now, they are most likely, the Texans, to face the Chargers in the first round. 38% chance they're facing Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs.
I'm insulted by the 3% chance of winning.
Disrespect?
Disrespect.
Disrespect.
Yeah. Well, I got a 1 in 33 chance. There's 32 teams in the damn league.
Sorry.
You know?
Sorry.
I don't know how math works, but I'm insulted. I choose to be. It's what I do whenever anybody throws math at me.
We're at that time of year.
What do you call me, stupid?
Mm-hmm. Let's get to the six-pack here. Storylines. Thank you, Ben. Storylines for the game. Number one, let Levis. I'm using his proper name, and then I'm using Levis as a verb. Yes.
Levistate.
Let Levis levistate. Here is Will Levis talking a couple days ago about why things go so poorly in the red zone for the Titans.
I mean, I'm looking at what I can do myself. I think, a couple opportunities, a couple times where I could have just, found a play or gotten out of the pocket and made something happen. But no, nothing comes to mind right now that's like glaring as to why it's not happening down there. We just got to do a better job doing our jobs.
The Titans fans hear that and they're like, no, don't get out of the pocket and try to make things happen.
Right,
that's when you've lost games. So he has thrown an interception in all but one of his 7 starts this year. He's a turnover machine. And the Texans are generating a lot of turnovers right now.
That was the second game of the year when he didn't throw that interception. He has played more efficiently, and he's made fewer boneheaded, idiotic, what are you thinking type decisions in these last 2 games since he's been back. So remember, he played the first 5 games of the year, was out for 3 games, and then he came back versus the Chargers a couple weeks ago. He's played better. He has thrown 3 interceptions in the last 2 games as he's been playing better and more efficiently. I feel very confident the Texans are going to take the ball away from this Titans offense.
I do too.
The Titans defense is for real. They need to be respected. They match up very advantageously for them against this Texans offense. But in terms of what the Texans defense can do to Will Levis, they can very much make him look like the worst version of Will Levis.
Yeah, there's 17 turnovers in the last 6 games for the Texans defense. So they have been ball hawking for sure. All right, number 2, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter reunited, and it feels so good. Home Titans game that Will came back from his ankle injury last year in week 16 or 17, whatever it was.
Yeah,
and if you recall, he played 12 snaps and had 2 sacks.
Right. Yeah, it was very productive. It was one of the most efficiently productive things we've ever seen. It was like Bruce Lee coming in there with a little 3-inch.
He was, yeah. No, he was great in that game. Do you think they ease him back in, kind of like they did with Nico last week, or do you think Will is full go for Sunday?
I don't try to see if he can. Ankles are dicey, man. Yeah. I don't know. I think they probably get a healthy rotation. I mean, they always rotate anyway. But yeah, maybe they try to keep him in more just for pass rushing situations. That's a good question.
Yeah. Now we should point out Danico Autry did not practice again yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's got a knee.
They're banged up. Fadakasi's banged up, and
he didn't practice either. Yeah, Danico Autry is listed with a knee and an oblique, which on a 33-year-old, I don't like seeing oblique on there.
Yeah, I mean, he went down pretty hard in the game for a while there. I mean,
Autry
it looked like he was. Yeah. So I look, this defensive line versus the Titans offensive line. The offensive line is a disaster for the Titans.
Yes.
Everywhere except J.C. Latham, the draft pick. He's played pretty well, and looks like he was probably a good pick.
He's their left tackle.
Yeah,
right?
their left tackle, sorry. But their right tackle has been a revolving door. It's just been a nightmare for them. And if Will and Danielle do play, they'll probably have I don't know, whatever a disagreement looks like between those two. They'll be like, sir, I'm more advantageously suited to be over this man. It would be very polite. They're not going to be fighting each other on the sideline.
Yeah,
they're going to be fighting to line up over the right tackle.
That's interesting. The two of them arguing because they have very similar energy levels as players on the field. They have very opposite energy levels as human beings out in society. Like Will is like this wide-eyed maniac in a good way.
They're going to get into one of those hyper-considerate fights where the other is each is trying to push the other one over towards the right tackle. No, you deserve this, buddy.
Oh, you get this.
No,
yeah.
you.
No,
this is your time to shine.
You just came back this game. I want you to ease your way. Play against the bad guy, the bad player over there.
I just looked at the ESPN Edge pass rush win rate, and which I like. I like those better than those NFL Next Gen pressure stats.
What'd you find out?
I think they're a little more messed up. He's second in the league right now in edge rush win rate.
Who's he? Which one?
Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter. Okay, gotcha. Okay, second.
Oh, did I leave that little detail out? Apologies.
I just didn't. I didn't. If you did, I didn't hear it. You may have said who it was. I just didn't hear it.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson still leads because he's still got enough qualified plays at 35% win rate. Danielle Hunter's at 27% win rate.
So as soon as we get to the point where Aiden Hutchinson hasn't had enough at bats, it's going to be Danielle leading the way.
Yeah, and Will Anderson is at 7th for pass rush win rate.
It's going to be fun having the two of them back together. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, no big plays. Do not give up any big plays, Texans. This is one of those offenses, like the Colts earlier in the year, where the only way they can get points on the board is if you give up 60-yard chunk plays. Like the Cowboys' only touchdown last week was Jeff Okudah getting put in a spin cycle at the line of scrimmage and Kevontae Turpin taking a catch and run to the house. The Titans themselves last week against the Vikings scored 13 points. They had one touchdown. It was a 98-yard, literally a 98-yard bomb from Levis to Nick Westbrook-Akine. So no, do not give up. If you keep the chunk plays to just being little bite-sized morsels like 20 yards instead of 60 yards, and you don't turn the ball over on offense, you will win this football game.
This, from what I can tell, and this is my suspicion from watching the Titans, and then I just from reading bloggers and they still have newspapers in Nashville. My suspicions were confirmed. Calvin Ridley is very much a threat. Yeah. Calvin Ridley's been playing very, very well. Yeah. His numbers are not up to how he's played because of bad quarterback play through either Rudolph or Levis at various times of the year. So Levis starting to look like a better quarterback now over these last couple weeks. Don't sleep on the Calvin Ridley threat. Things have been out of sync and just not quite right. But if they click at the right time, we've seen the Texans defense has this ability to play really, really, really well and then let up a huge play. They are very much a threat in the wide receiving corps.
Do you think that D'Amico has Stingley do the travel with Ridley thing?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem to be necessarily rhyme. Right. I think some of it has to do with how much they just want to keep the other guys stationary as much as possible. If you're incorporating new guys in or backups, you might want to just get them comfortable playing on one side of the field. Yeah. So if Lassiter is back, I don't think this is the week they do it. I think they rely on the pass rush to get it done. Yeah. And especially with Lassiter and Stingley out there, I don't think they have Stingley travel.
Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Will and Daniil will compromise. Both line up over that poor right tackle and destroy his world. Hey, let's both line up over him. Okay. And Latham's over there like, oh, thank God. Oh.
The other, L'Jarius Sneed, because some people are probably wondering, what about L'Jarius Sneed? He's missed 6 straight games with a quad injury.
Yeah, is he on the injury report? I always forget to look at the bottom of the injury report where the opponent is. I always look at the Texans.
I don't know. I just read an update from last night that he was going to miss this week's game again.
Oh, okay, so he won't be out there. Gotcha. Okay. All right, number 4. Contain Jeffrey Simmons. Here's D'Amico Ryans earlier this week on the Titans defense, which, as Seth pointed out, is it is a good unit. Here is D'Amico Ryans about the defense and Jeffrey Simmons.
With Tennessee, their defense, it stands out starting up front with Simmons and Sweat, like 2 big players that are hard to move. They make it difficult, very difficult to run the ball against them because they do such a great job of controlling the line of scrimmage, and they're 2 guys who are really hard to displace just because of their size and their power. One for us is how do we handle their defensive line, because that is their strength right now. They do a really good job on third down, playing tight coverage, forcing you to make plays. I think they're in sync. They're coached really well. Their guys play hard. It's going to be a really tough defense to go against. They do a really good job, just not only schematically, but also just the way that they're in the style that they play. They play an aggressive style of defense, and it's challenged a lot of people, and it's going to be a challenge for us.
And this is the reason where the Texans being 8 or 9 point favorites doesn't quite feel right, because this is an extreme strength for the Titans versus an extreme weakness for the Texans. Yeah. This we talked about some of the win rate numbers and everything. PFF's interior defender win rate versus the run, like how often they win. Of the top 12 players in the league, 3 of them are interior defensive linemen for the Titans.
Wow.
So it's
a good
Jeffrey
stat
Simmons,
right
T'Vondre Sweat, and Sebastian Joseph Day.
That's a good one.
All very, very good against the run. And this is something that, look, Juice Scruggs is still the weak link out there right now. Shaq Mason isn't playing like he used to. I'm encouraged by Jarrett Patterson. But versus the run especially, some of these plays where the Texans have just a drive has been killed by an interior defensive lineman getting driven back 7 yards right off the snap.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for. Don't have those horrendous plays this week. If you can play competently versus these interior defensive linemen, this, but this is the big challenge for the Texans.
Do you think that? Well, okay, let's open the fifth can here because I want to see CJ get right here. I know it's a good defense he's going against. You're back at home. It's there are places to attack. You've got Nico Collins back, presumably at a much more heavy snap count than he had last week. So I'd like to see CJ get right. But just playing off of what you were saying about this interior of the Titans defensive line, do you think it affects play calling, especially early in the game? I could see Bobby doing a lot of the quick, get the ball out quick stuff to maybe loosen that front up a little bit?
Well, this is the kind of game where if you felt good about your outside zone, it's the best versus teams that have stud interior defenders is you get them running. And it's one of those things that over time, it adds up into the third and fourth quarter. And this is one thing about an actually successful zone running attack. One of the beautiful things about it is that it's not when you talk about running to loosen things up and everything. Usually people think of like, oh yeah, you're going to punish them and they're going to get tired, they're going to wear down. With a good zone running team, you just physically exhaust the defensive linemen. They're just running sideline to sideline all day, and the Texans they showed progress. And had some really nice plays. That first Joe Mixon zone run cutback was beautiful.
Really nice, yeah.
Yeah, that would be ideal as if you can do that. So I don't have faith that they can right now, but I think they have improved. So we'll see.
Tiring out T'Vondre Sweat. That's the goal. Like get him running.
The picture perfect moment. Broncos beat the Packers in the Super Bowl because by the end of the game, Gilbert Brown. He was. For the dime, a huge defensive lineman. Now he's probably standard. But, he was just gassed by the end of the game.
Yeah, he was a big dude. My prediction, I have Texans 27, Titans 13. I feel a little too comfortable with this game. I said this to you before. Now, you've made me a little more nervous. I said to you during the break, I usually err, especially over the last month and a half, I've been erring to the side of being really nervous about these Texans games. And unfortunately, I've been proven right more often than I would care to this season. Mm-hmm. They're still 7-4. I'm not throwing shade or anything like that, but this last month hasn't been great. I am a little too cavalier about this game right now, I think.
I think it's partly the AFC South dynamic too, where some of these divisional games, it feels like too much of a mismatch, and you don't respect the Titans to begin with. Right.
You're
like, oh, let me handle. You've got that. Let me handle it. This small job here before I move on.
Right.
Yeah. You're at risk right now.
Last night should be a warning shot to me, right? Like the horrible Browns beating the Steelers, who every topic on TV this week have been. Are the Steelers a top 3 team in the AFC?
Yeah.
Are they? You know. So I'm a little too comfortable with this game right now. I need to get more nervous.
I need to play some Al Michaels to juice you up a little bit. He sounded kind of into it last night. I think he enjoyed having the snow game.
I couldn't hear it. I was out with Ross Tucker. We were at. We were in town. I couldn't hear it.
You're not going to hear it over Ross's voice.
Play-by-play. No, it was fun. We had a good time. Ross is on the call for CBS this weekend, for those who are going to be watching the game on television. Enjoy yourself some Ross Tucker this weekend. All right, headlines. We'll get to the Texans. We got some updates yesterday on this show from Nick Caserio on a couple of Houston Texan injury news. Thursday Night Football will get you up to speed on that. Best player in college going pro. We got the Rockets. We got a whole bunch of stuff we'll get to in headlines, and it's coming up next. The weather has been beautiful lately, and part of my routine when the weather is this nice outside, go to Beck's Prime, sit on the patio, sit on the deck right there in front, enjoy a nice beer, nice cold beer or two, and have one of their award-winning burgers. Beck's Prime burgers are the best in the city. I love them. And here's the thing about Beck's Prime. They're known for their burgers. They've been a Houston staple for 40 years now. But they've added so many things to the menu over the years. So if you're of mind to maybe, you're maybe watching the waistline a little bit, they've got the most amazing Cobb salad in the city. They've got ahi tuna sandwiches. Amy and I went for the steak night on Wednesday. They have steak on the menu every day of the week, but on Wednesdays you get a nice little discount on that. So get to Beck's Prime. They're grinding the meat. They're chopping the veggies at all the Beck's Primes here in town as we speak right now. Everything is done in the store fresh. They hand spin your milkshakes right there in front of you. It's great. Get it in the rotation. Get there this weekend. Take the family there this weekend. 10 locations around town. It's Beck's Prime or online becksprime.com.
Where has C.J. Stroud improved most in year 2? Nick Caserio told
The decision making to make the smart play. You don't have to necessarily play, for lack of a better term, hero ball, and to always try to make the exotic.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to today's headlines. Nick Caserio was on with me and Seth yesterday morning, Texans GM.
Allegedly.
He was for 45 solid minutes, man. You can find the interview up on our podcast page. He was good. We had a lot. We'll hear from Nick more on some of the topics with the team at the top of the hour. But let's get to some of the injury news. A lot of people wanted to know what's going on with Christian Harris. Here was Nick Caserio on where things stand with the injured Texans linebacker.
Definitely making some progress. I would say at some point here, he'll probably hit the field. So, unfortunately, I think this is one of these situations, I don't want to say, 1 in 1,000, but, I mean, it's just the circumstances are just such that it's very unique. Hopefully, once we get through this, there won't be any residual. But I would say making progress. I'd say there's a shot, we're going to see him here at some point. Certainly don't want to put any timetable or date on it, but certainly moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and I guess, on reflection, he said, I don't want to say 1 in 1,000. That was the one that...
but you did.
Yeah. I should have had him clarify. Was it a 1 in 1,000 type of injury, like it was just that rare, or is it a 1 in 1,000 chance of him returning at all? Because that's how. It feels. I'm less optimistic than I was before talking.
Yeah, I'll add that answer to the one he gave us the last time we asked him about Christian Harris, and it just sounds like this is a very situation that has had a lot of twists and turns that were unexpected.
Maybe he's got an actual gremlin living in his calf.
Maybe.
And they're trying to figure out what the humane thing to do is, whether to kill it or try to rescue it.
Hanging out with Breggy, yeah. So that was the update on Christian Harris. One more update. We asked him, hey, C.J. Stroud showed up on the injury report last week with a right hand injury. Is C.J. banged up right now?
Yeah, I think that's much ado about nothing. So, I mean, part of that is, the league has, protocols in place, so we're always going to make sure that we're in compliance, but no issues there whatsoever.
All right, so those are the updates on injury. And the injury report came out again yesterday. It was the same as Wednesday. Will Anderson was practicing again, Danico Autry, Foley Fatukasi, Blake Fisher all out. Blake Fisher out. This concussion's going to keep him out a couple of weeks now. This was kind of a under-the-radar concussion protocol situation with Blake Fisher.
So they're going up against this Texans offensive line, going up against a really good Titans defensive line. I'm torn with Laramie Tunsil because if he weren't leading the league in penalties by a healthy margin right now, it would be easier for me to excuse that illegal man downfield because it was kind of close. I think it was definitely a penalty, but it was sometimes guys get away with that. But he was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to sell the run aggressively, but he just went too hard. If anything, he tried too hard. And that's the effort I want out of him in the run game and on the deception side of things. It's one thing the Texans they've had a hard time kind of selling the deception.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you wanted. He just did a little
the right place.
Yeah.
So Well, we'll see. Laramie's been better with the penalties. You know, like it was bad. He's leading the league now by and large because he had a really bad few weeks back in the first month of the season.
With the offensive line, if you're looking for baby steps along the way or what have you, I think it's hard to notice it sometimes, but they were so abysmally bad at doing the simple things right early in the season that you kind of forget, oh, yeah, okay, wait, they've cleaned up a lot of these pre-snap penalties. And, all right, they do have more evidence that they know how to run block. It's just it's not coming in one huge chunk. But, they'll be tested. They'll be tested. Rivers is a very good front seven for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, it's a huge storyline for the game, no doubt. Texans-Titans, noon kick on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Thursday Night Football last night, the Browns beat the Steelers. That helps the Texans in the overall standings in the AFC. Browns beat the Steelers 24-19 on a Nick Chubb touchdown with a little over a minute to go in the game. Jameis Winston was at quarterback for the Browns last night. It was a blizzard in the second half of this football game. It was a fun watch. It really was. Here was Jameis on how they were able to beat the Steelers last night.
Well, I think it's just one play at a time, man. I'm so grateful for our equipment staff for providing us with hand warmers, providing us with our cleat scrapers, so we're able to go out there and do the best we can to make it seem as easy as it possibly is. But as you can see, the conditions did not define our result today.
Yep. I loved it. Man, first and foremost. Yes. That was like the first shout out he gave.
That was.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yep. Yeah. So that's Jameis and the game last night. Dude, the touchdown he scored last night, him hurtling into the end zone.
It was, and the big thing about the Steelers was there's some questionable decisions that Tomlin made in game management at the end there. He gave the Browns an extra third down at one point. But I mean, just some of the plays Jameis made, and he has made when he's been a starter here, and this is versus that Steelers defense in the snow. It's impressive. It's really, really impressive.
Yep.
Good for him.
It was, happy for Jameis. Travis Hunter, heavy Heisman favorite right now, Colorado do-everything player. He's a wide receiver and a cornerback. He announced on a Zoom call yesterday that he will be going pro. No big shock there. He's not only the Heisman front runner right now. Every mock draft that I click on has him as the number one overall pick in the draft too. And and he intends on playing both sides of the ball at the next level as well. Wide receiver and
Belichick, man, like Belichick, if he's thinking about going back into coaching, who just absolutely loves the guy that's capable of doing multiple things, but also so rarely gifted. That would be interesting. That would be really cool to see. That's the kind of thing that might stoke the fires of a guy like Belichick, make him really think instead of that he would rather take Travis Hunter than like a marquee quarterback with a number one overall.
100%. Yeah. Do you think Travis Hunter can do that at the next level? Play both sides of the football?
I mean, like in spot duty on one side, you got to pick a specialty. I think. Yeah, it's not unless you want to be Shohei Ohtani or something. It doesn't work anatomically. It just doesn't work the same way.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of punishment to take for sure. If you're playing, full snap counts on both sides of the football. He's not a big dude or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, and it's also too. I think the nuances of being a receiver in the NFL, like. There's some mental work to it.
There's a lot
of. Yeah, I don't think it's not gonna be like 50% on the offensive side of the ball, 50% on the defensive side of the ball. I think there'll be packages on the other side of the ball.
I'm going to med school and law school at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a doctor, a lawyer, and I'm graduating in 3 years. Like you're not going anywhere near anything involving me. You little weirdo.
That's right. Yeah, in either realm. The Rockets were off last night. They've got 2 games against Portland this weekend, so. Really good chance to continue to build on this little run they've had of late. I believe they've won 8 out of their last 10. They're 11-5 on the season. Friday and Saturday nights, so some home back-to-backs with Portland. The NBA's doing a lot of this now with teams traveling. They do like a little doubleheader action. Rockets had one with the Clippers last week. So that's your Rockets action. Shohei Ohtani, you just mentioned him, Seth, and Aaron Judge, unanimous most valuable players for their respective leagues, as announced last night.
It's a regular season award.
Regular season. I know. I'm watching Aaron Judge doing an interview on SportsCenter after they announced it. I'm like, are they going to lob softballs at you? Or are they going to bring up
Judge.
topics. Yes, you suck in the postseason.
Leading by example, are we? Yes. Yeah. The guy that wears the C just doesn't show up in the playoffs.
That's right.
And it's been the scourge. That's what this century's Yankees team is being known for.
Yep.
Sean.
Very light representation for the Astros in the voting for the MVP of the American League. You vote 1 through 10, these writers do. So you put 10 names ranked on the ballot. Jordan finished 9th. Altuve got a few votes, and Framber Valdez got a little.
I wish I could work up I wish I could work up my disrespect.
No, but I think it's indicative of maybe like the overall talent level of the team decreasing.
That's what I mean. Like I know that's not a huge shocker surprise.
No, it's not.
There wasn't anybody that was really in the conversation other than Kyle Tucker before he got injured.
Yeah, Kyle
Tucker was scraping right up there with Judge and Soto and everything.
If Kyle Tucker had played a full season, he would have been top 10 easy and probably top 5, I would say. So that's a good point. Missing Kyle Tucker is probably a big reason they weren't represented on there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. Let's get the scouting report on the Tennessee Titans from GM Nick Caserio. We asked him yesterday, too, about the offense. Bobby Slowick, the offensive line, Joe Mixon's workload. We'll hear from that. And the Circle of Swarm. This is going to be the hardest Circle of Swarm to do so far this year. We'll do that at 7:20 here on the show. Stay there. But first, the
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Nick Caserio audio in just a second. You ever have happen to you, Seth, what just happened to me where I'm going through my email? I'm just kind of, I've got like 60 unread emails in there that have been in there for a little bit. A lot of them are, like 55 of them are just companies that I've bought stuff from or they're spam or whatever. But I was going through and I'm like, oh, here's one where I bought something for $50.94 last night. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I bought an ugly Christmas sweater that says "Acknowledge Me" on the front of it. I totally
that's a good buy.
Yeah, it's almost like I got a present from myself. I'm like, oh, this is under the tree. Who brought this to me? That's right, me. Last night when I got home from hanging out with Ross Tucker.
What does the whole "Acknowledge Me" thing come from? That's Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns, yeah.
Acknowledge me.
That's right, yeah. That's the tribal chief, That's his
catchphrase.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Acknowledge me, yeah.
I guess I should have asked that sometime in the last 2 years.
We've been doing that segment.
Yeah. I vaguely knew it was Roman Reigns or something. Yeah.
You can count on me wearing that sweater, assuming it shows up sometime in the next month and a half. Because, it was one of these things. I was probably on Instagram last night going through. And it's amazing, like, with T-shirts and ugly Christmas sweaters and things like that. Because you asked me, like, oh, what was the name of the company? And I'm like, I don't know. I just looked like a cool sweater, and I bought it.
Look, I honestly, I haven't had a drink in months, I think, or like more than one or two drinks. So anyway, the other morning I woke up, and I was glad that I've been, living a clean life because I looked at my statement and I'm like, was I drunk and I paid some energy company that I don't have an account with $495? Because what the hell is this? So there was fraud on my account, but I knew that I hadn't drunk shopped for energy. It wasn't like, I woke up and I was like, oh, I ordered an energy account while I was drunk or anything.
Yeah, you got drunk.
Who the hell pays their energy bill with my stolen credit card?
No kidding.
God, I hope they find the person. I hope the person who did it was dumb enough to pay off their own actual energy bill, which was obviously past due, unless whoever stole my account is living in a really big house.
Did you?
Are they gonna just? Were they dumb enough to pay their energy bill with my stolen credit card?
Probably.
Their own energy.
Yeah.
It might have been like, okay, somebody, I don't know, got scammed and I don't know.
Did your bank square you away? You
They did, yeah. You know what happened though? It was out of my debit card. I think it takes a little bit longer. I've learned. Usually you call your credit card company and there's fraud and they're like, yep, screw them, people suck. Yeah, here you go.
They're the worst. Here's your money. Yeah.
Yeah, when it was actual money that was missing instead of a promissory note.
That's the old debit card. I mean, they can empty things out quick. That's actual real
it's
money.
It's scary on the debit card. Yeah, that's it. It just it can go south super fast.
Yep.
And you'll get it back, but it's
that's your
cash.
actual cash. Yeah,
well,
cash.
Not actual cash. This is what it's all a simulation, kids.
It's all, we're all living in a
Nothing's
sim.
real.
That's true. Here's Nick Caserio yesterday. Here's his scouting report on the Texans' opponent this weekend, the Tennessee Titans.
They're a good football team. Their record is what their record is, but honestly, when the ball is kicked off, the records go out the window. It's all about your execution. They have one of the best defenses in the league, top 5 in just about every category. I mean, Jeffrey Simmons is a pain in the ass. Like, he's one of the best players in the league, period, so he presents a lot of problems. Sweat's done a good job for them as well, kind of in his role. They got a good front. They really make you earn it offensively because of how they play defensively. And then offensively, it's a Ridley's an issue. And honestly, the 1-2 punch of Spears and Tony Pollard. Pollard's a really good back. He's been very productive. He does a number of good things. And I would say just when you look at some of the better teams in the league and what's kind of the margins, so turnover margin, when you look at the top 5, those teams, and more, amongst those teams, we're in the top, 6 or 7. But we can do a better job of taking care of the football. And then it's going to come down to third down and red area execution.
Yeah, so some of the things that the Texans built on last week versus a bad Cowboys team, you hope you can keep building on it with the offensive line because, the Cowboys are a bad team throughout, but they had actual threats as defensive linemen and as pass rushers, and I thought for the most part, other than a couple glitches, the Texans did a pretty good job with the mental side of things, with getting their assignments up the difficulty level that much higher versus this Titans defense because of the kind of like in the Lions game. You looked at those Lions defensive linemen and you're like, well, those guys are just physically more imposing than the Texans offensive line. There's a lot bit of that right now with the Titans. Like, do you look at this matchup on Sunday and think, oh, those defensive linemen for the Titans look like men and the Texans offensive linemen look like teenagers.
Right.
They got to be physically tougher than they were a couple weeks ago.
No question. Okay, so here was Nick Caserio. You asked him towards the end of the conversation about Bobby Slowick and how the offense has been doing.
Basically, like, just as what have they built on? I was actually kind of I wanted it to be an opportunity to kind of point out like where some of the progress is I'm trying to be objective about it, know? So I just asked, where are the spots where they have improved as the season's gone along?
Yeah.
Look, any coach, the give a crap factor is always very high. I'd say Bobby cares a lot. He cares a lot about the offense. He cares a lot about how we play. And honestly, sometimes Bobby's a little bit too hard on himself. I mean, Bobby's office is right across the hall from me. Like, nobody works hard than Bobby Slowick. So has a good understanding of what we're trying to do offensively, what the other team is trying to do on the defensive side of the ball. So all of us can look at ourselves individually, look at ourselves in the mirror, and there's always things that we can do better. Look, there's 1,000 things that I can do better. I'm sure if you ask my wife, she'll come up with a 2,000 page list, whatever it is. So I think all of us are accountable. We're going to take ownership, and when things aren't going maybe as well as you would hope, make some adjustments, modifications, and just put the team in the best position for success. So nobody cares more about what we're doing with this football team, especially offensively, and Bobby, and you see that on a day-to-day basis. And he's a great coach, and we're lucky to have him.
If I had to guess, because I don't think you and I, when we have Nick on, I don't think you and I shy away from asking him about tough topics. We've been doing our conversations with Nick since things were really bad with this football team. So he's no stranger to getting at. I think it sounded like he was expecting at some point like a pretty negative Slowick question because Bobby's been such a lightning rod, and I think maybe he heard the name Slowick and he's like, all right, here's where I got to go into defense mode for my guy.
Yeah,
here.
and I was just kind of confused, and it's tough with Nick sometimes when we're on the phone. If you ask a follow up, then it ends up being another I didn't ask whether he cared or not.
Right.
There's no. Let me tell you, if I'm ever in a situation where I have to ask whether a coordinator actually cares about doing his job well, it's not going to be asked in the tone of voice that I asked that.
Right.
It would be that's the last thing on earth you ever ask about an NFL coach. That's just a given. So I do think that they have made some progress, and I think Bobby's made some progress in some places. The addition of Nico Collins back into the mix, hopefully you can kind of see exactly where they're at versus this Titans defense. I've still got a lot of questions, but some of the things that they've had to do to adjust and adapt to how bad their interior offensive line has been, I think they're starting to get a better feel for what they can with protection. And Bobby last week, I think he did a good job of kind of diagnosing as the first half went along what they couldn't do.
Yep.
What they, he was willing to open it up and spread it out a little bit more in the second half, and because guys showed that they could pass protect. So I'm going to give him credit on that. It was versus the Cowboys. This week versus this defense, it's a much bigger test.
My only quibble with Bobby in the Dallas game was the 3rd and inches call where he had CJ drop. Well, where CJ dropped back to throw. I don't know if CJ may have checked into a play. I don't know. I did, but he's the offensive coordinator, so the operation is on him, and I just thought that was an unless you were going to go for it on 4th and inches, throwing it on 3rd and inches made no sense. Throwing what for CJ right now is a little lower percentage pass than it's been.
What position? What spot on the field were they?
They were on their own side of the 50. So it's not
they've gone for it in that moment.
It's not a spot. Well, they didn't go for it on 4th and inches.
Right. I'm thinking even if it was in the thinking, but yeah.
Yeah. So but that's the only way to me that passing on 3rd and inches makes sense is if you're going to go for it on 4th down. But anyways, the one thing about Slowick, we got a couple more Caserio cuts here, and then we'll do the Circle of Swarm in about 10 minutes. It's going to be a tough Circle of Swarm this week, man, based on how they played against the Cowboys. Yeah. But for you, I know the thing that you had been saying throughout the offseason and coming into this season is that until Bobby Slowick is able to construct a genuinely good running game, then it's hard to view him as an elite head coaching prospect and a great offense, really run the football consistently. How close are they to a genuine running game, or is this really just Joe Mixon with a cape on every week?
It's a whole lot of Joe Mixon still. I do think, again, that first Joe Mixon touchdown was a very well blocked on every level of the offense. The offensive line, the tight ends, the wide receivers. Tank Dell had a key block downfield on that. So I think they've made progress, but versus the Lions 2 weeks ago, it didn't look good at all. Then it looks good versus the Cowboys, who are a much lesser defense than the Lions. So I do think they still did things versus the Cowboys that they hadn't done earlier in the season. This is their 3rd week now with this new lineup of offensive linemen, and this is really where the rubber meets the road for Juice Scruggs, I think. This might be a do or die moment for him. This might be his last opportunity to start if he doesn't have a respectable performance versus these guys.
It's a good lead-in. That's a good lead-in to this next cut from Caserio, because you asked him about the play of the interior of the offensive line, and it sounds like he's still very much open to, if need be, if they got to make changes, they got to make changes.
Since Kenya went on IR, we kind of made the move. Juice popped over there to left guard, and then JP has been at center. And I think with all those inside players, they have some level of versatility and flexibility. We're fortunate that we think we have pretty good centers, both JP and Juice. Juice did a good job there for the first however many games at center, and JP kind of has always been in a bullpen. And whenever he's been called upon, he's gone out there and played pretty competitive football. Even going back to last year, he played the first however many games. At the beginning, he was injured, and then JP was hurt. So we had to move some things around. Juice was out. But let's say overall, those guys have done a good job. I think collectively as a group, we've had our moments where we played some good football. You try to get some things fixed. Each week we'll figure out what makes the most sense. But, this combination right now, we feel good about it. And at this point, this is the group that, we have, including Shaq. Shaq has, basically been there since day one. So, overall, we're making progress. There's always things that we can improve, always things that, we can make better. But the big thing is just try to establish some level of consistency with the group inside. And hopefully we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah.
There you go.
So the biggest thing, if you think about Joe Mixon, where he's been he consistently turns out 100-yard performances. But the two games where they weren't getting big production out of him, they completely shut him down. And that's where I don't blame Joe Mixon. But the Lions game, he averaged 1.8 yards per attempt. The Chicago game, he averaged 2.8 yards per attempt. And yes, a couple of those were after he had come back injured, but it wasn't looking good before that either. So those are two at the time the Bears defense was really humming, and those are two good defenses that they really struggled against. And it wasn't just, he wasn't as good as he usually is. They just completely shut him down. Last week, even, Mixon led the league in rush yards over expected yards. So he was creating a lot of that on his own.
Yeah, he's done that a lot this year. 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and Football Superfans. We'll hear from, as long as we're talking about the interior of the offensive line, text message to the 5-Hour Energy fan line, I really wish I understood why they put Juice at left guard and Patterson at center.
I get the biggest explanation that makes the most sense is I think that they just trust Patterson more with the calls, with a lot of the, I'd say, mental stuff. It's not like an IQ test or anything. It's just some guys adapt to it and can do it better as young players quicker, and I think Patterson probably is better in that regard. It does. Our one listener who was adamantly offended that Patterson wasn't getting more of a chance at center to actually compete for a job, I will concede defeat. Do I concede victory or defeat? I give him that one.
Yeah.
Patterson should have gotten more of a chance during training camp.
Yeah.
If they trust Patterson with the mental side of things more, and they couldn't figure out during training camp that Scruggs was going to struggle with it, and he did early on. You know, I didn't like that Laramie Tunsil sold Juice Scruggs out and basically said it was his fault for the false starts, but I mean, it was a factor. So that's on the Texans, that's on the coaches, that's on, just the way they've handled that throughout the entire offseason, where it seemed like a foregone conclusion that Juice Scruggs was going to be the starting center.
Yeah, and then he gets moved. Then when Kenyon gets hurt, he's the one that gets moved over to left guard. You're right. It's an odd sequence, no doubt. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday to go look at the workload for Joe Mixon. I mean, we're talking about games now where there's no balance in the backfield. It is all Joe Mixon and a couple guys getting a carry. Like it was Joe Mixon, 25 carries or 20 carries, and then Damian Pierce and Dare Gumbawale each getting maybe a carry or two. Is the workload for Joe Mixon sustainable the rest of the season?
Joe's been, knock on wood, for the most part, he's been a very, I know he missed a few games here during the year, a very durable and productive player. So we'll do what we think is best. We've had opportunities. We've had to use some different backs. We had to use Cam there a little bit when he was on the team and gave us some plays. DP's given us some plays. J.J. Taylor's given us some plays when he's had to go on a field. So we'll just figure out. Dare as well has made some critical plays. So we'll use everybody, but Joe's one of our best players. So anytime that we can get the ball in his hands, there's usually a lot of positives that come with that. So, but love everything about Joe Mixon, love everything that he's brought to the football team, have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for him, having played against him and now being on the same side as him. It's been really impressive.
The Mixon thing, I've heard from a lot of the film watching types and what have you, just how impressed they've been by Joe Mixon, where they, in their minds, kind of slotted him as just obviously on the tail end of his career, and he started to show this and that. No, he's very, very good this year, and with a better offensive line in front of him, I think he, in health, obviously, he could have been maybe having one of the better seasons in the NFL.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just he's going to, and he is, and still a lot of regards in terms of production. He is having one of the better years in the NFL. But as the season wears on, every team in the league would love to have a 1-2 punch at running back right now. And I think you can tell by the way the snaps have been doled out, even when Damian Pierce is healthy, that no, they don't feel like they have a 1-2 punch. This is certainly not like the Lions,
No, and Nick brought up Cam Akers' name in that answer right there. Like, that's one for me. Like, I wish they hadn't traded Cam Akers. Nick traded Cam Akers for nothing. It was like a day 3 pick swap 2 years from now or something like that. So I thought when Cam Akers got opportunities, the fumble against the Bears as they were going in for a touchdown notwithstanding, I thought Cam, I certainly think that the opportunities when Akers got on the field, he's looked better than Damian Pierce has, aside from the big long touchdown run against New England. Like, he looked and looks up in Minnesota more comfortable in this system. So I would have liked them to have kept Cam Akers. It always felt like the trust factor with Cam Akers for the brief time he was here was way higher with me, the fans, media, people observing the game than it was with the team itself. He was inactive at times.
Yeah, I know. We were almost. I'm glad you brought that up because it did feel like I almost wanted to. I was trying to, give Nick an attaboy on getting something out of Cam Akers or taking a chance at it. And you got the sense from Nick and others that we'll see. They weren't necessarily gushing praise on him the same way they do some of the other guys. You got that feel about him that maybe they just didn't feel the same way.
I definitely think it felt like their trust in Cam Akers was way less than the perception than what I was observing. Like, he looked like somebody that should have been trusted more than he
monitor who's been in that same boat. And this is interesting. Des King So Des King, who's had a couple stays with the Texans now, 3 really, hasn't it been 3? Three times that he's been signed. And they let him go a couple weeks ago again. And last year, the Steelers picked up Des King. Yeah. And I always felt like, yeah, man, he feels like a Steeler. And then this time, the Ravens pick up Des King. Yeah. And I like this happens a lot. A lot of guys that feel like Ravens or Steelers, yeah, like they feel like that type of player. Like, yeah, he feels kind of like a Ravens type of player. And I don't know. The Steelers tried it. Now the Ravens are trying it. He's such an intriguing nut to figure out.
Yeah.
Because I think there's parts of his play on the field when he's good that he'd be the best slot corner right now.
Oh, yeah.
When you need somebody who can cover man.
Yes.
And yet he's just always had these curious little moments like a team-imposed suspension or benched this week or left home, so they just don't trust him.
No, they don't. It's weird. It'll be interesting when the Ravens cut him in 3 weeks and he comes back to the Texans again. I'm looking forward to that.
The Ravens is the one that it really feels like, going back to Jacoby Jones, I think. Like, okay, are the Ravens going to actually get the absolute most out of this guy?
It's
going to drive me crazy if they do.
They might tap
if they're on a
into
Super Bowl run and Des King is out there making interceptions.
The Texans play them on Christmas Day. That'll be where the rubber meets the road. Like if Des King is out there, Kareem Jackson style in 2019. Remember when Kareem Jackson went to the Broncos? And that next year is when the Texans they played the Broncos in like week 14 and Kareem was player of the week. If Des King does that, then it's over. I give up. I'm not watching football anymore.
I wonder if they've had any conversations with Steven Nelson. I'm gonna reach out to Steven Nelson and see what the deal is. Because you can't trade for anybody right now, but there's guys. Xavier Howard's out there. Xavier Howard hasn't been the same guy the last couple of years, but he's damn sure better than Jeff Okudah, I bet.
You got
there's guys out there.
You got contact info for Steven Nelson? You got him on the
speed
dial? Oh, nice. Okay, I didn't know that. Payne and Pendergast with you. You want to do a circle?
No, not on the speed dial. Just DM.
DM. Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah. You want to do a circle of swarm?
Yes. I don't. I dread it because it's the hardest decision I make all week. But yeah.
Hardest decision this side of the circle of trust for the Astros. Yeah. Let's do it.
You know, D'Amico always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of
It is the entirely subjective, through the eyes of me and Seth, Circle of Swarm. We do it every Friday at this time. It is largely a nod to past performance, with a skewing towards most recent performance, the Cowboys game, with a bit of a look ahead to guys we are hoping swarm this weekend against the Tennessee Titans. Again, it's subjective. Me and Seth, we each pick 3. There can be no more than 6 in the circle.
A lot of you are going to be angry. Yep. Just brace yourself right now, because especially there was a pretty swarm-like performance out of a lot of guys last week. You guys are going to be angry, so just brace yourself. And then lash out.
Yes, lash out on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-46. And people are already weighing in. I'm not going to read the texts till afterwards because I don't want to skew the view on this whole thing. But Seth, the honor is yours, Your Honor. You go first.
Okay. Well, I can't. The swarmiest performance was Jalen Petrie. I think, look, anytime you make a beautifully clean legal hit and get flagged for it because the officials watching think, oh, surely that wasn't legal. You can't do that. Not in this country, my friend. So Jalen Petrie, good job. He's a kidney snatcher.
Jalen Petrie's been showing up, man. He had the big interception right before the half against the Colts a few weeks ago. He had the big deflection for the Jimmy Ward interception at the beginning of the Lions game in Week 10. And then in this game against the Cowboys, man, he was swarmy as hell. He had the I thought a bad penalty call on the big hit over the middle, and then of course he had the forced fumble on the play that really clinched the game for the Texans.
Yeah, and that was the most fun. That's so much fun to watch on Rewind, just because he comes out of nowhere. Yeah. That offensive lineman, his whole world changed so quickly. From he sniffed glory to like he was brought back down to earth immediately on that because Jalen Petrie hit him so hard. Yeah. That was beautiful.
Well, that's when you know you made a big play, is when after the game, the head coach is literally saying things like, yeah, Guyton shouldn't be doing that. He's good at that again.
Oh, McCarthy saying that. Yeah.
McCarthy saying it about Guyton, the tackle, trying to run with the football, and Jalen Petrie made him pay for it. It was cool.
Good job, Jalen Petrie.
Good job, Jalen Petrie.
Also, in that game, too, very swarm-like. Early in the game, remember he missed that tackle on CeeDee Lamb?
Yes.
He took a poor angle on it, and then later in the game, in almost the exact same situation, took the right angle, adjusted. He's really worked on his tackling. It's just cool to watch him come into his own. It's been fun to watch.
It's been great because he's a great dude. And Nick Caserio, we'll hear from Caserio on Petrie at the top of the hour. The way he gushes about kind of what Petrie means, his energy means inside the building was really cool to hear yesterday. All right, my first pick, I think equally an easy one coming off of that Cowboy game, and I would say really coming off of the entire season, but of late, just Derek Stingley Jr. has been awesome. I thought he was the best player on the field on Monday night. Had an interception, probably could have had two more. I thought his best play. I thought it at the time. I thought it after the game, and I've seen a lot of people. Even Nick said this on Texans All Access, that the best play that Stingley made, or maybe the play that showed off just why he's built different, was the tackle he made on that CeeDee Lamb crosser early in the second half on third down. It was a third down play where Stingley was manned up on CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb got a little bit of separation on a crossing route, and Stingley was able to close and tackle. If he didn't make that tackle, you're talking about the chains moving. You're talking about a big chunk play in a game that's 17-10 at the time. Cowboys get a little something to different game. Instead, the Texans get off the field and the Cowboys go 3 and out. So Stingley's an easy choice for me on this one.
Sam Warren from the Chronicle did a nice breakdown of Stingley's game.
Yeah.
One of the stats that jumped out, it was very impressive. Over the course of the last 4 games, Stingley has allowed 5 catches for 41 yards on 20 targets.
He's been awesome, man.
With 6 passes defensed and an interception in that time. So it's been a really good month for Derek Stingley.
On national TV, by the way. When the honors roll around at the end of the year, these 2 games on national TV for Stingley.
And Sauce Gardner is widely being held up as one of the faces of the Jets falling apart. That Sauce Gardner isn't playing as well. He's making business decisions all over the field. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Stingley's going to make a Pro Bowl this year, I think, man. I think he is if he stays healthy. Your turn.
Oh, it's my turn already?
Your turn. Yeah, it's your turn already.
Okay, so you
it's Petrie and Stingley.
Yeah. I went with Petrie.
Yep.
We're staying defense heavy here because I have to go with Danielle Hunter.
Yep, that's next on my
Danielle
list.
Hunter, who has been leading the league in pressures based on NFL Next Gen stats. Which is cool. I don't trust that stat service that much. The one that I really like, ESPN pass rush win rate on edge players. He's second right now, but he's first if you exclude people who currently don't have a tibia or a fibia. Because Aiden Hutchinson is first in the league, followed by Danielle Hunter.
Right.
So Danielle Hunter is the leaders amongst everybody whose tib fibs are
functional.
intact.
No, Hunter was great. He was really good in the second half of that game. It was funny once the Cowboys lost a couple of offensive linemen. That's like the defensive line just started eating. It was crazy.
And the big thing is this offensive line for the Titans. The Latham, the rookie left tackle, has been playing well. The right tackle has just been a sieve, and they've been rotating guys through there. I couldn't tell you exactly who's going to start and finish at right tackle. And I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, if he plays, are really going to go off on these guys.
Yep. All right, so we got Petrie, Stingley, and Danielle Hunter so far. There can only be 6. My second choice, I'm going to make sure we get this one in on the offensive side of the ball, but once again, Joe Mixon needs to be in the circle of swarm. Big touchdown to start that game. Another 100-yard game. Had 44 yards receiving. That big screen that he caught along the sideline there was another big chunk play to get the Texans in position to score some points. He was named captain recently of this team, so he's been swarmy in the locker room. He's been swarmy on the field. He's swarmy on the bench. He's somebody too, Seth, that if a play is blocked for an average person to go get 4 yards, Mixon gets 7. You know what I mean? Like Mixon gets extra yards by destroying human beings. That's the definition of swarm. So I'm putting Mixon in again this week.
Yeah, his ability to stay at top speed while he's making cuts especially on cutbacks, on the cutback lanes, on zone runs and everything. It's just fun to watch. His vision vision-ness and how it all ties together. It's really cool. It's really cool to see him kind of in so many ways with Nico Collins out. He was really the only thing keeping the offense alive, is just him making extra plays beyond what's expected.
How do you think they're feeling in Cincinnati when they watch Joe Mixon on TV?
Yeah, I don't. I'm guessing that they're like, yeah, we got other issues other than this.
Yeah, that's true. And scoring, scoring has not been one of them. Their offense is very good. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, is Joe Mixon really going to change what all of our issues are going to be? I think they probably mostly understand why, because of the salary cap and everything, that they had to make that decision, perhaps. Yeah. And also, as we said in the offseason, the way they were using him in that offense, it didn't suit his skill set the way the Texans do.
Yeah, a lot of gun.
It's not so simple that, he would have been playing just like this in Cincinnati.
All right, your last pick, my friend, for the Circle of Swarm.
Okay, so this is a dicey one. I want to choose between Nico Collins and John Mechie.
Mm-hmm.
And because there's a whole lot wrapped up in all of this. Nico only played half the snaps.
Right.
He was robbed of a touchdown by his own teammate.
Yep.
But I think John Mechie, just by arc and trajectory and his entire backstory, and the fact that Troy Aikman tried to make it look like John Mechie wasn't trying hard enough when he missed the block early in the game.
That. I didn't like that at all.
Bogus, bro.
Yes.
Bogus. Because John Mechie would have a couple really nice blocks in that game, as we've come to expect. So, John Mechie.
He was on my list. Nico was not, only because of what you said. He only played half the snaps. He was good. Having Nico back out there was awesome. I think we put Nico in last week, if I'm not mistaken, just because he was going to be coming back.
Yeah.
I think we did the first ever, hoping this guy comes back healthy Circle of Swarm selection with Nico Collins. I had Mechie on my list, and I think the tiebreaker for me with Mechie and, say, Nico, Mechie actually swarmed on that fake punt. He made a tackle in the game.
Right.
Mechie
did. That's right.
He swarmed.
Good swarmage there.
Yeah.
Knew the scouting report and everything.
Yeah. But
D'Amico had showed a big a reel of John Mechie, a lot of the big hits he made in college.
It was one in particular. Have you never seen this hit?
I had seen it. Yeah.
It was in a Florida-Alabama game, and it was after a turnover. Yeah. And, Mechie destroyed this guy. It was crazy.
When Mechie got drafted, that one made the rounds again too. That's had a few phases of going viral.
Has it? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'd not seen it before until this recent stretch. Someone's texting in, and I'll make my pick here in a second. 5 Hour Energy fan line. The special teams play on the fake punt. Yes, that's. Oh, I thought they were saying give the whole special teams a swarm nomination because of how they handled the fake punt. We got Mechie in there on that fake punt.
There's no room for unit awards on here.
No, I misread the text. That's on me.
Especially the special teams had weird penalties in that game, just like every other penalty that was called in that game.
Yes,
they were weird.
Yeah. All right, so now comes the last pick, and it's got to be on the defensive side of the ball. I can't think of any other word players in that game. So it comes down to me, Seth, either going with a staple when healthy for the Circle of Swarm, Azeez Al-Shire, or Tim Settle, who has been, I think, a real revelation this year as a pickup. And in this game, he ruined a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Zach Martin, who shortly after a Tim Settle swim move for a sack, like a vicious sack on Cooper Rush, Zach Martin went out of the game after that. Like, he left injured and he never came back. So I'm going to go with Tim Settle. We got to represent the interior of this offensive line.
And with all due respect to Zach Martin, who's just had an incredible career and what have you,
washed.
Stay in for one more play.
Yeah.
That's you're trying to take the shine away from Tim Settle.
Yeah.
You're like, but I was injured. Yeah. Look, he's earned the right not to. For me not to be skeptical of it, but whenever an offensive lineman comes up limping after he gets destroyed, there's a tendency in all of them. There's a part of them that wants to be able to blame it on the injury. So I won't say that that's what Zach Martin was doing, but give Tim Settle his props by staying in for one more game, one more play at least.
Settle's made the circle a few times this season. So I think he's got 5 sacks on the season right now from the interior.
No, and he's honestly, I saw him during camp. He was another one that I was kind of. I talked to a couple people about in the Texans, and I kind of sensed like I was like, gosh, he looks really good. I didn't expect him to be as athletic as this, and it felt like they were very much just in wait and see mode on him. And it's worked out. It's worked out.
Text message 5
I thought they were maybe trying to not tip their cap that they liked him as much as they did, in case I started blabbing off about like maybe they wanted to try to hide him on the practice squad or something.
Yep. There's people weighing in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line saying Azeez Al-Shire should be in there. There can only be 6. We warned you guys that this was going to be.
You're going to be mad. You're going to be mad.
Someone's saying Henry To'oTo'o. No, not in this game. To'oTo'o might have gotten kind of semi-benched in this game. Devin White got more snaps.
They played Devin White more, and it might have been as the Cowboys were going more into pass mode too. They just wanted Devin White's athleticism out there. So, it's and D'Amico was very short when asked about that during the press conference. Basically said, we're just what did he say? We're just moving guys around, shuffling guys out, something like that.
I may have screwed up. I don't have any problem with Tim Settle. Well, we didn't put Derek Barnett in, and he did score that touchdown.
Oh, this is one of the worst things you've ever done.
Do I need to go back, or am I allowed, or is it in ink now?
No, we can't take it away from
Well, hold on. And I know that this sequence, okay, I'm going to defend myself on this.
Okay.
I know that this sequence wound up actually benefiting the Texans.
Yeah.
But the head slap on the field goal that let the Cowboys keep the ball was somewhat inexcusable.
All right, so let's go back and we'll justify it with yes.
I will rationalize my clear omission.
It's actually most human decisions are made, Sean. We're not even actually thinking about them. You kind of make your decision, and then you backfill it in with reasons why you acted that way.
Right.
Of course. That's what I was thinking at the time. So just go ahead.
The Barnett texts are rolling in now. What about Barnett with question marks and exclamation points, but 7 of them afterwards? I've been not. You know what I've been the last 2 weeks? Because last week I had the last pick, and I put Kamari Lassiter in, who didn't even play in the next game. You know who I am in the circle of swarm, Seth? I'm the guy who's sitting at third base at the blackjack table who's completely botching taking the last card and screwing it up for the rest of the table. That's who I am.
I can only hope that just Danico Autry uses that as fuel, especially now that he's facing his team, the team that let him go after last year. A lot of Titans fans were upset about Danico Autry leaving in free agency.
Some Autry texts are coming in, too. Autry was balling out also. Got to put Barnett in, Stingley is so good, he's invisible. It's true. You don't see a lot of him because they don't throw at him. Strip sack with a scoop and score? Come on, guys. Don't drag Seth into it. That's me.
That was the swarmiest play. That's the swarmiest play made.
Boy, and
we already brought that play up with Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
And also Derek Barnett. There were so many things good on that play because he had the strip sack.
Yeah.
But then he had the fumble recovery, which is great because he was still hustling.
Head slap.
But then the athleticism he showed on that run. I mean, I would have preferred better ball security. Wish he would have tucked the ball away. I mean, he actually not only was he holding it in the hand that was on the field side, it was a very, very, very careless. But he also that gave him the opportunity to kind of hold the ball over the plane as he crossed into the corner.
It did. No, it was it was a good play. I look now, and I know we got to get to the injury report here for Mokaram, and I know this may turn you into a basket case if we do it this way, Seth. But maybe next week I should go first. And you should have the last pick. I think.
Yeah, let's do that. I can take the heat.
Yeah, you'll handle that responsibility. I can take the heat. I've not been very good at doing the pick the last couple of weeks. That's all. I'm more worried about people not getting their just due because I've been so bad at making the final selection. Not so bad. I mean, Settle deserves it. Settle's not a bad pick. To be in there, but Barnett not being in there is.
Did you have him? Did you not even have Barnett on your rankings?
I didn't, but I was doing my rankings kind of as you and I were talking, and I always think through, but I don't think to the next layer of the depth chart.
Yeah, but I do this. You could blame me too because I think I was kind of anticipating that you would take Derek Barnett. So yeah.
Blame me because I was anticipating, and then Sean screwed up in the end and didn't take him.
Well, no, you could blame me too though because honestly. Based on actual performance and impact and everything, Barnett should be in above Mechie too.
Maybe.
We're both at fault. There.
Okay,
this is one of our worst.
It's a group effort. I know. It was the hardest one.
Circle of Swarms. Yeah.
Circle of Swarm, and we didn't handle it well. We'll do better next time, next Friday. And we are in next Friday.
I'd like to have back my other mulligan too. Is the question I asked about Dion to Nick As soon as I started in and on it, I was like, I shouldn't even. I was trying to, it popped into my head, and I'm like, oh, this is a waste. Dang it.
Let's get to, coming up next, J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt has beef with somebody from ESPN, and we'll get into that. Maybe even it's like a mini Pettycast coming up in the next segment. We'll do that next, but first, Seth has the injury report.
Coming up, the injury report from Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Yesterday did not participate. Danico Autry and Foley Fatukasi both, and Blake Fisher was still out with his concussion. Aziz Alshire, Will Anderson, and Derek Stingley were all out there and limited. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with Will Anderson, but I'm optimistic those other two guys will definitely play. And then Kamari Lasser, again, full participation as he comes out of the concussion protocol. That is your injury report, brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, who will pick up the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you've been
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's Payne.
Here's an interesting take from Dan Orlovsky. Text still rolling in on the circle of swarm we just got done. We'll get to that in just a second. 5-Hour Energy, 5-Hour Energy fan line.
Somebody on YouTube said it's almost like we don't watch the game.
Oh, that's not
true. Were you even watching the game? That one, Derek Barnett not making the circle of swarm. You didn't even have to watch the game to wonder why Derek Barnett's not in the circle of swarm. You could have easily watched the highlights, and the first one up is the Derek Barnett caused fumble recovery.
Yeah, man.
Touchdown.
Yeah.
All those things. You can do all three of those things in one game on one play and not make the circle of swarm.
That's it, man.
Right.
Sorry.
That's how hard it is to make the circle of swarm.
Especially in a game like that where there were a lot of swarmy people out there. All right, so
it's Sean's fault, remember, but these things happen.
They happen.
Totally could have happened to me, but it's Sean's fault.
I love the passion. 5-Hour Energy fan line. Keep texting in. So this was an interesting take by Dan Orlovsky yesterday. They were talking about the Steelers. Of course, Steelers played last night. They lost to the Browns in a snowstorm last night. Very entertaining game. But there was a lot of chatter about the Steelers, and has been since they've gotten off to this great start. And since Russell Wilson has been undefeated till last night as a starting quarterback for the Steelers, they've been on a nice run. Are they a top 3 team in the AFC? Are they a real Super Bowl contender? Dan Orlovsky's reason why they may not be a real Super Bowl contender was very interesting. Take a listen.
My job is to figure out the whys or things that won't happen. The Steelers are a very good football team. If they don't get to the AFC, take them a legit Super Bowl contenders, you are not going to beat Lamar. You're not going to beat Josh Allen. You're not going to beat Patrick Mahomes kicking field goals.
Okay, they just did. On Sunday. They just beat the Ravens. They beat the Ravens kicking 6 field goals.
Right. You beat that team kicking field goals.
Literally, what you said cannot happen happened 5 days ago.
And the other thing, too, is is Orlovsky, does he even watch the game?
Yeah.
Obviously, he watches the game. Obviously, he does.
Yeah.
But, the Ravens in the playoffs are not always the same team.
Yeah.
They were versus the Texans. Not for the first half, but for teams with legitimately good defenses, it's not as simple as, especially Sean, it's hilarious, too, because not in the playoffs, in the snow or bad conditions or what have you. That's exactly what happens in the playoffs. You can win. The Bills last year could have beat the Chiefs with kicking a field goal.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Or tied them, I guess, kept the game going.
Right. So JJ Watt pointed this out, where Orlovsky says you're not going to beat Lamar, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes kicking field goals just days after the Steelers literally didn't score a touchdown and beat the Ravens 18-16. JJ Watt, who, if you're wondering, why is he in such a defense mode about the Steelers? His brother plays for the Steelers. I feel like JJ views the Steelers almost as a second team of his. He really likes brother.
I think it's all kind of love from Steelers fans.
I'm guessing
he was never a serious thorn in their side specifically.
Yep, no doubt. JJ says this about Orlovsky's comments. Take the teams and the names, etc. out of it. Good job, JJ. Way to make it a non-biased opinion. Quote, you're not going to beat Team A by kicking only field goals, end quote, is a wild take to make 4 days after literally beating Team A with only field goals. Here's the shot. Here's the shade, okay, from JJ. That's like the sports media equivalent of a quarterback running out the back of their own end zone.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, JJ.
Yeah. And that's not even, I would look at that. If JJ worked at ESPN, I would look at that as good-natured ribbing, but JJ's a CBS guy, man. Orlovsky's an ESPN guy.
That's inter-network.
That's not even like little locker room ribbing of a teammate. You know what I mean? Like that shot's fired right there.
Yeah, that was and does he think he was a little bit extra peeved about the TJ Watt slight there? You don't think my brother can beat a team like that?
Right. Yeah. No, JJ gets into like.
Especially, it's one of those sayings. It's like it's like over time it's true, and like you can't consistently do it. This, that, the other thing, but it's not like it's impossible or you can't do it. And the teams haven't made runs. The Patriots Super Bowl versus the Rams. What was the final score of that game?
13-3.
Yeah, 13-3.
Yeah.
They scored one touchdown in that game.
Yep.
They said they won that game with one touchdown and a bunch of field goals. Yeah. As long as the defense is good enough, the Steelers are interesting, man, because it's like every week, like clockwork, it's an underthrown deep shot to George Pickens or whomever else. And you want to not, your knee jerk is to not give Russell Wilson credit for it. But I think the fact of the matter is, because he's a veteran savvy quarterback, he knows when to take those shots.
Yeah.
He knows what he can and can't get away with. And they're getting it done. It's obviously not last night.
No.
But as far as just, what are they and who can they beat? I don't know what they're going to look like by the end.
They're going to be a playoff team. And I think a lot of people thought that they were the worst team in the AFC North coming into this season.
Yeah.
I know Cleveland stinks, and I know that Cincinnati has been underwhelming, but those teams were both viewed as better than the Steelers coming in. Mike Tomlin's just a beast. He absolutely is. Now, J.J. Watt defending the Steelers against the wrath of Dan Orlovsky yesterday. Mm-hmm. We've not yet heard from J.J. on this one, but this wasn't a shot at the Steelers. This was a shot from Myles Garrett at J.J.'s own flesh and blood, T.J. Watt. This was Myles Garrett, who had a monster game last night, he is the number one big dog defensively in the NFL.
He spoke at the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rusher in the league, but I'm number one. And that's from edge defender one, edge one to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy. So no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm going to find a way.
Okay. I wish JJ was on McAfee today because McAfee would play that cut. He would play that cut, and we would get a reaction from JJ about it.
It's just weird. It's a weird thing to hear from a position player, a defensive end, I can't remember examples of this where guys are kind of arguing about who should be ranked number one or something amongst edge rushers. Yeah, I guess if you're into pro wrestling or something like Sean, you definitely totally love it. I guess there's a part of me as a defensive lineman where I kind of feel like that, kind of like, hey, wait a second, feller. That's not how we do things.
That seems like some of them diva tendencies right there.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm trying to figure out, is that just me being a grumpy old man? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what to make of it.
There might be there could be a generational thing about it. I just know I like it.
No, but even if it's a generational thing, I can't really remember other edge rushers ever getting into this part of it, arguing about who's actually the number one edge rusher or anything like that, other than maybe playfully amongst guys.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of guys at that position who had that personality. Like I'm thinking back in the day, Mark Gastineau had to have gotten into an argument with somebody about this.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you could totally see Gastineau being
right.
It was a big deal. People didn't like that Gastineau would dance at. He invented the sack
long
dance.
Hair. Yeah.
And he was the worst sack dancer because he was barely dancing. And
horrible.
Any kind of dancing whatsoever by a defensive lineman. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. It's still there's a little bit more of a blue collar mentality.
Yep.
it's the marquee guys. So it's just stepping out of character a little bit. It's weird.
Somebody's getting a second contract with the Texans after the season, I got a feeling, after talking to Nick Caserio yesterday. We'll let you guys be the judge. Let's give away, we'll talk about that next. Let's give away some Cougs tickets here. Last chance here to get to the Cougs and the Baylor Bears on Saturday night at TDCU Stadium. It's the blue out. We want you to wear blue. It's the Houston blue uniforms they're going to be wearing. I love that they're doing that with the Titans coming to town. Nice big to the Titans right there by wearing those unis. Good job, Cougs. 713-572-4610 if you want to win tickets. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610, and you're on your way. If you're caller number 5, you're on your way to the Cougs game. If you want to go see the game, call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS to get tickets to the game. Up next, big second contract coming for somebody. That's my prediction. Stay there.
In the power ranking, the circle of dips that I trust, Sean, we'll never mess up the circle of dips. It's Daisy French onion dip. It's Daisy Ranch dip.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Of the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan.
ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. If you missed it earlier in the Circle of Swarm, I didn't put Derek Barnett in, okay? I put Tim Settle in for ruining a Hall of Famer. Should Barnett be in the Circle of Swarm for the scoop and score this week? Maybe in the opinion of some, he should. But it's the opinion of two people, me and Seth. And I was the last one to make a pick. So
and also remember, though, too, this is one where I think Tim Settle has deserved acknowledgement and yet has not been on the Circle of Swarm. But so it's not always about the previous week's performance.
He actually has once or twice.
It's everything. Shh, shut up. So that's just. Damn it, Sean.
I know. I'm too honest. Sorry.
So Danico Autry, if he keeps it up, if he has another caused fumble, recovered fumble.
No. Derek Barnett. You said Danico. You said Danico Autry.
No, I said Danico. Excuse me. I meant Derek Barnett. Has Derek Barnett been in the Circle of Swarm?
Never. No.
That's what I meant. Yeah. So 100%, we're good there.
Yeah.
So Derek Barnett has not been in the Circle of Swarm, and yet he's done when he's swarm-like things, and okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, everything fell apart. It was such a bad decision that I can't even think straight in trying to defend you.
Yeah, see? Now, yeah. I was just going to read a couple of the texts here. Barnett is number 1 in the Circle of Swarm. Just make it a list of 7. It's not the U.S. Constitution. Just add Barnett. Okay, we're getting a lot of this. Just make it 7. We got somebody here.
Listen, and plus, you're the guy said if it was the U.S. Constitution, we could change the rules. We cannot change the rules for the Circle of Swarm.
Right, like this
so,
one.
So, it's not the Constitution is damn right. We're not malleable, damn it.
It's my favorite you've had ever. You can change the Constitution. Someone saying should be 8, not 6 in the Circle of Swarm. I read that one to you during the break, and you had the best comment follow-up to that. Like, this is not expanding the playoffs. It's the Circle of Swarm. It's 6, and it's always going to be 6. Okay.
Plus, if it were 8, all you're doing is it's okay. So we made we could have had 2 more to screw up. It doesn't change the fact that somebody was left out of the Circle of Swarm who deserved to be in the Circle of Swarm.
Until it's 53 in the Circle of Swarm, y'all are going to be mad about somebody being left out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, people are guessing at my tease, so let's get to it here. We had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday. My tease to this was, after hearing Nick Caserio talk about this player, I think it's a lock that he is getting a second contract, eligible to get a second contract. Here's Nick Caserio on Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, JP's been awesome. I mean, you ask anybody in the building like what he means to our team, and you're going to get nothing but glowing remarks and positives. He plays the right way, he's got the right mindset, he's impactful with the plays. You know, I think every player, you're going to have plays, you know, either give up some plays, you want some plays back, but just his energy, his mindset, his physicality, his effort, his playmaking ability. I want to say he's our leading tackler. I mean, he's close. I think him and Henry are close, but he impacts the game in a positive way when he's on the field, and his attitude is infectious. I mean, last year was 1,000. Like, we'll take 2,000 Jalen Petries on this football team. So he's embraced the role. It's different than the role last year, but we've figured out that this is the best thing for him and for the football team. And he's gone out there and made play after play after play in each game. So, you know, we're fortunate. We feel like we have a number of good football players on this football team. You know, JP's certainly high on the list.
I think the biggest thing about Petrie is that, and this is where I get excited about how they're using him, is that because he is a really bright kid, they're going to be able to expand on this. As long as D'Amico is in charge of the defense from year to year, the ways they'll be able to disguise him, the way they'll be able to have him start near the line and then cover deep and vice versa, I think it's going to grow, you know, and you don't want to, you know, get too far ahead of yourself, but his versatility and his ability mentally to be able to pick up week to week. Last year, you would see it kind of almost work against him because he was a young player who was trying to sometimes at times guess and play tendencies, and he was getting burned on double moves. Yeah. This year, I think it's a better suit for him. Both what they're asking him to do mentally and physically, it's the exact right fit.
Is there a way to work around the deficiency of him when he's playing in that slot, when he's playing that nickel, and he gets stuck in situations where he's in coverage? That's not his strong suit. Is there a way to game plan around that, or is that just collateral damage you have to live with?
Yeah, I think for one, there's things you can do when you rotate the coverages. So it looks, especially when you make it look like he's going to be in man, you hopefully maybe dupe people into that working against him. And then the fact that he blitzes from that position makes it a little bit tougher. So it's a kind of the cat and mouse of D'Amico knowing that sometimes Petrie out there is a liability, so you put him in the situations where, it looks like, the offense is going to see that he's in a bad situation, but that's when you shift at the line of shift at the snap. So those types of things, and they have done that. It's just a matter of doing it more and more to where everything's automatic.
I love the fact that that Petrie has kind of pulled himself out from where he was this time a year ago. He was a few weeks away from getting benched in a game against the Browns. You know.
Yeah.
And most of it has been Jalen embracing this role that he's in and playing in it really, really well. But credit to Miko Ryans and the coaching staff, too, for figuring out, okay, what's the best? Mm-hmm. And he's done a really good job in this role. And I think, if I had to guess, I mean, you hear that's the general manager that we just heard talking about with great gravitas, the energy that Petrie brings to the building there. I think Petrie's getting a contract after this season.
So Petrie gets a contract after this season, you think?
I do. It's similar to Nico. You know, they weren't first round picks, so there's not a 5th-year option on them.
Yeah.
So I think similar to Nico Collins heading into the last year of a deal, he's a guy they want around for a while. I think he gets it after this season.
And I think too with Petrie, he doesn't have that level, that freakish level of athleticism that really gets safeties paid. But he's very intriguing to. I think there's a lot of people around the league. It's got they just like Jalen Petrie and everything that Nick said.
Yeah.
And they can see that he can be used in a little bit more exotically. So it's above and beyond. I think they can end up getting a pretty good deal with him that he feels good about, that they feel good about. It's not going to feel like you're overpaying a safety or anything like that. The best place for him is right here, and I think the Texans are using him in a way that they couldn't expect out of some other guys.
Yeah, it's a lot like the Nico situation. You know, probably like more of a poor man's version. Like Nico is elite at his position and is probably underpaid now, you know, for what he is. But Nico on this team in particular, in this system, as the guy with C.J. Stroud, I think similar to, you know, Petrie, very specific. And Petrie's got that element, too, where he's from here. He's a hometown guy. I think that, you know, that may matter to him, and for his family and things like that.
Yeah. Well, and Justin, Justin Reed's another guy that just built his way into, without being that top-end freakish athleticism of like some of the guys, he's just flat out solid all over the place and ended up getting paid very well elsewhere. Petry's got a different flair to him than Justin Reed.
Yeah.
And I think long term, he could really develop into something special.
Reed got $10 million a year from the Chiefs. I would do $10 million a year for Petry on a contract extension. I would do that deal. Last night, Thursday Night Football, one of the more entertaining games. Jameis Winston, literally as we're talking about this on TV on Get Up, Jameis Winston shares insightful pregame and postgame commentary. That's what they're going through, and that's what we're about to do. Here was Jameis Winston last night prior to kickoff of the Browns' 24-19 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
Huntington Bank is getting all their money's worth out of that one right there, man. You go up there and play that. Huntington Bank vice president who made that decision is going to get up and play it in front of the next board meeting or something.
Oh, totally.
And some lady in the audience is going to be like, well, tell me about this Jameis Winston fellow.
Right.
From college up on upwards. I'd love to hear his story.
Seemed like a swell fellow. You know what? I'm going to go look at his Wikipedia page and see. Ooh, there was a time he wasn't all that swell. Okay.
Yeah. It's a really good. It's a redemption story.
It is a redemption story.
Yeah, yes. Jameis had a very checkered past, and he's gotten his life on track, and he's straight. It's interesting on the YouTube comments. One of our commenters, she teaches Bible study. She's very religious, and she's like, I'll have questions at times about a verse that CJ cites or something like that.
Yeah.
And she'll tell me. Even Abigail thinks that Winston's trying a little too hard with the religious stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She said over-religious for me, trying too hard.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Well, let's hear from Jameis after the game then. He didn't, at least in this clip, didn't lean on his faith in this clip, but I like that the very first group of people that he thanked were the people behind the scenes.
Well, I think it's just one play at a time, man. I'm so grateful for our equipment staff for providing us with hand warmers, providing us with our cleat scrapers, so we're able to best we can to make it seem as easy as it possibly is. But as you can see, the conditions did not define our result today.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
You know what? Jameis and Will Anderson need a podcast together. That would be the most uplifting, energetic, happy podcast.
Yeah, but not like in a boring. Yeah, and it wouldn't be boring
at all.
Think they would. I don't know if I think it would. There'd be a lot of moments when Jameis starts getting real free flowing and talking about guys born near water just play the game differently than guys who are born inland, all of that.
Yeah.
I could see Will just politely trying to keep up and follow like with wherever Jameis's brain is going. There'd be a lot of really good shots of Will looking politely confused.
Confused, but building to a moment where finally Will has just had enough of Jameis's nonsense.
Jameis, no.
What are you talking about, guys near water? Yeah. That was great. Cleat scrapers. Did not think I was going to hear the word cleat scrapers in the post-game press conference.
We talk about bringing in energy to the organization and everything. It's having somebody that's always just pointing out every little thing. You ever see the guy on the interwebs that he dresses he's English and he's wearing like a smoking jacket and he goes around like giving people compliments on the street?
No.
Oh, they're hilarious. And they're genuine compliments.
Oh, that's
He's
funny.
like, you look like you're off to tea with the Queen, you are. Look at that. That's glorious.
How do people react?
So that might be a little bit more Irish. But, yeah, that's what I could see Jameis being. Just walking around having a genuine compliment for everyone. everybody in the building.
Positive everywhere he goes.
I'll have to. I'll send a video of that guy to Ben. It is. You watch it. The first time you watch it, you're like, okay, is this guy? He's actually messing with him. They're like, no, he's actually giving them really nice compliments.
Yeah, genuine.
Really nice, creative, and genuine compliments.
Did you like playing in the sno when you were in the league?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Did not. I did not like it there. I did not like it. No, I didn't. No.
Really? Okay.
No, because it's sloppy and you don't just you can't keep your footing.
Gotcha.
And it makes everything just way too random.
So
I
it's
was thinking
not
about that last night.
It's not a temperature thing for you. It's a footing thing. For you.
And people ask like, okay, does it benefit the offense or the defense? And you can make arguments that it benefits the offense because the defense, but scoring goes way down when it's like that. I didn't like that you can't trust your footing depending on what the field is.
Yeah.
So we played up in Cincinnati one year. And it had rained the night before when it was still like 45 degrees. And then there was a hard freeze overnight. And they hadn't put a tarp over the field.
Well,
they hadn't put a tarp over the field.
A tarp costs money. It's the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah.
So then it snowed on top of the frozen layer of ice that it was left after the rain.
Okay.
And so it dropped below freezing and then it snowed. So it was like 4 inches of snow, then an inch layer of ice, and then underneath it, mud. Just mud.
Oh, my God.
So it was incredibly, it was awful. No. Yeah, I did not like it.
That's horrible. Did you say you were with the Jags or the Texans?
That was when I was with the Jaguars, yeah. And poor Mike Collis at the end of the game, and Coughlin thought that he was the lowest scum on earth for missing it.
On that surface? On an ice rink?
It was, yeah. You're looking at him like, what do you expect from this guy?
Oh, my God. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Oh, God, give me a break. That's all the text says. I'm assuming it's about Jameis. It came in 2 minutes ago. So I'm assuming that's about
probably
Jameis.
About just Jameis. Look, I'm not. I think if I were around it every day, I'd probably get sick of it. But in doses like this, if he's always sermonizing and always giving speeches like that, that would get old really fast.
It would.
I feel like he might be a guy that needs to be told at some point by lower management, like, sir, I think maybe we could do with fewer meetings. Some of the people are starting to wonder about having meetings every 45 minutes.
That's fair. I do think the one thing that's unique about Jameis's situation is the guy he's replacing, who came in with so much baggage. By all accounts in Cleveland, has never really seemed to embrace the city nor the team. He's been injured. I'm talking about Deshaun Watson, obviously. He's been injured the whole time. When he's been on the field, he's played poorly. Repetitive press conferences, no energy. He has so little energy that Jameis was still doing the pregame hype speeches to the team when he was the backup quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think there's I heard a cut from Myles Garrett this morning when I listened into Cleveland for a few minutes this morning just to hear the reaction to the game. And, man, listening to Myles talk about Jameis Winston, they really like him up there a lot. That's going to be an interesting scenario if they keep him around. If they do with him what they didn't do with Flacco, which is they probably should have kept Joe Flacco.
Right. Yeah, but there was almost, the
can't offend
controversy.
The precious prince,
Yeah.
So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, 5 Reasons I Hate You. We'll do it. Tennessee edition. Tennessee-Titans edition of 5 Reasons I Hate You. If you want to text in some to the 5-Hour Energy fan line, we'll read some of yours as well. We'll do that coming up next. But it's Senior Day and Houston Blue game out at TDCU Stadium tomorrow.
Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. 5 reasons I hate you. Titans edition. So let's get to this here. As if we need more reasons to hate the Titans, but and we're already got people sending reasons in. We encourage participation in this, the collab. These are just 5 that I've come up with, that Seth and I have come up with. But we encourage you to send in some as well. So let's get right to it here. Let's start off with reason number 5, Amy Adams Strunk, the owner of the Tennessee Titans, who for some reason thinks that she literally owns a color. She literally thinks that they own Columbia blue, that light blue color in any version close to it. If you decide that you want your team to wear something that resembles that color, you will get sued. You will get she will come after you with guns a-blazing, with all of her legal might. Seth.
So this is where it gets a little bit tricky because I want to hate her for multiple reasons involving this color. I mean, she does literally own the color. So there is that, but it's the fact that she's holding on to it for no good reason. It's like she owns some piece of property that she never uses and won't sell it just out of spite. You know,
right?
Little like she's that. You know what she is? She's the sister in a group of siblings or something, like middle-aged people that for whatever reason she's got the lake, the cabin on a pond, and she won't let anybody else use it, but she never uses it herself. Like that's the parents left it to her, and she will not let go because she doesn't want her siblings to have it. That's Amy Adams Strunk.
Or
she's just, you're so possessive of your precious little childhood that you can't let anybody else share in the memories.
Or she owns that piece of land that she's never on, and there's like a few kids that need to use a path that cuts just into the land to walk to school, and she's like, nope, sorry.
You know what she is? My wife's hometown. It's a nice little town. It's like a throwback to another era. And they've got this little park with the little league. The little league field is out there. Yeah. And there's a house right next door to the park. The house is adjacent to the property line goes along like the first baseline, and it might be like 40 or 50 feet away from the first baseline. And the person who bought this house, when the ballpark was already there, is furious and irate that there are so many foul balls or errantly thrown balls going into their backyard. Dude. And will not let kids go into the backyard to get the balls. Yeah. That's Amy Adams Strunk. Like, listen, yes. You moved. You knew that this was a thing. You relinquished the name, and yet you possessively hold on to that color because of your childhood memories. Right. Nobody in Nashville has any childhood memories of that crap.
Zero.
You just want to spite the people of Houston.
Well, you know what I'm going to do here, and we'll get to the other 4 reasons and some of y'all's on the text page here in just a minute. I'm going to give a quick acknowledgement. Oh, where's is Ben in there? Yeah, a quick Ben. I want to acknowledge Hannah McNair.
Acknowledge me.
Great quote in a piece from Jonathan Alexander talking about this rivalry. In the Chronicle. I think it was Jonathan that wrote this, where they were, Cal and Hannah were at an event earlier this week at a fire station honoring first responders. That's a big theme this weekend. It's a salute to service and first responders game this weekend. So they were at a local fire station, and they asked Cal about the Titans rivalry, and he was typical Cal, very diplomatic, not looking to kick a bee's nest or anything. They asked Hannah about it. She goes, "We've taken over Houston. We've taken our fans back, so they're just the Titans now." End quote. She does not care, man. It is awesome.
Hannah, Myles Garrett, they're the people this morning we've talked about that are most WWE like.
Yeah.
And you love that.
I love that.
You will anything that feels theatrical. You're all about that.
Yes.
And Hannah's here for it.
I'm here for it. I
don't think Hannah's going to back down. Like, the Texans have had the upper hand as of late. I don't feel like Hannah's ever going to back down one little bit, even if the Texans go on a bad run versus the Titans.
No, she'll be the classic heel at that point where she talks about how awesome the Texans are even when they're not doing well. Like, that's what really gets people mad. Like Micah the other day. Like Micah Parsons talking about, we're a damn good football team. That's classic heel stuff right there. All right, let's get to these other 4 reasons. Reason number 4, 5 reasons I hate you. Titans. They couldn't even be good enough to entice Derrick Henry to stay there with the team. So now we all have to deal with him on the Baltimore Ravens. If they could have just put a better offer and a better sales pitch for him to end his career in Tennessee as a Tennessee legend, then we as the rest of the AFC would not have to deal with this 2-headed monster of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
They're like Oklahoma City, driving Kevin Durant into the arms of a better situation.
Bingo! That's exactly who they are. And we hate Oklahoma City, too. Yes.
And, except unlike Durant, getting them over the hump there.
Yeah.
But if you could have just kept your man. Could you keep a man? Could you keep a man, Tennessee?
Yeah.
You couldn't keep Sam Houston.
No, that's
Drove him out of town. He was like 6 weeks into his governorship.
Great call, Seth.
And
yes.
Sam Houston was like, FOH, myself. I'm not this crap. I can't govern these people.
That's right.
They're unreasonable.
That's right. They are unreasonable.
Yeah, inbred weirdos all over the state legislature.
There it is.
I walk in there and I can't tell which way anybody's even looking at me. And I'm drunk. Direct quote from Sam Houston.
Look it up.
Bunch of cross-eyed inbreds ruining my buzz.
Google it. Look it up. Look it up. All right. Reason number 3. Frank Bush is on their staff there. Frank Bush is their linebackers coach. Who is Frank Bush? In case, you're not a longtime Texan fan. he was the defensive coordinator for the worst Texans defense that I've ever seen in my life. And we've seen some bad ones. But, boy, that one in 2010, it was a bad defense combined with the hope of that season. Because that was the previous season in 2009 was the first season that they had ever finished over 500, and they did it by winning 4 in a row at the end of the year. So everybody thought, like, ooh, this Texans, maybe even, like, got a little Peter Schrager, like, ooh, they're a fun young team kind of thing. And they were offensively in 2010, but the defense was a sieve. And I blame Frank Bush and just being reminded of that by looking at their staff and saying, oh, that guy, that's reason number 3 for me. Right?
I have a hard time with that one. This is my one exchange I've had with Frank Bush. Was after the 2006 season. I had been injured that year, and it was Gary Kubiak's first year, and I absolutely loved Gary Kubiak, and I was really impressed by him. But at the end of the season, there was just some stuff. I had serious issues with some of the things Rick Smith had done, and I had serious issues with some of the things Richard Smith, the defensive coordinator, had done. And I just flat out told Gary. It wasn't like a, slam my key card on the desk type of moment, because I liked Gary a lot.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to be open with him. It was basically like, I don't need to be dealing with this BS anymore, and frankly, these are my objections about what Richard Smith did, and these are my objections about Rick Smith. The two dicks, basically. I told them how I felt about it.
Right.
And I kind of felt like, that's probably it for me. I was coming off an ACL. I'd had 3 major injuries. But I kind of was like, all right, I'm not going to mess around anymore.
No.
Like, this is how I feel about it. And I left that conversation with Gary just kind of feeling like, yeah, they're definitely going to cut me. And it wasn't like I wasn't a jerk to him or anything. I was just telling him how I felt. And immediately, like on my way out of the building, I met Frank Bush. And Frank Bush was like, oh, I got to meet this young man. Oh, I'll tell you what. And then he was just telling me all these nice things about myself and everything. I was like, oh.
So you have a favorable
play with that guy.
You have a favorable, and I've heard he's a really nice guy. I have.
Yeah. No. But listen, he ended up becoming the defensive coordinator a couple years later, and it did not work out well.
That's right. For purposes of this segment, at least for the next 4 minutes,
it's a reminder of Gary Kubiak. Okay. Gary Kubiak, who had a really hard time getting the right defensive coordinator.
Amen. Yeah.
For 4 years, 5 years. 5 years.
5 years, yeah, 5 years.
And you don't want to replay that same thing with DeMeco Ryans having the other side of the ball managed by the wrong offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick's got a lot to prove over the second half of the season.
He does. All right, let's get to reasons number 2 and 1 because they're kind of the same. I mean, they're the quarterbacks of this team. Number 2, Mason Rudolph, maybe the most punchable face in the NFL. Myles Garrett swung a helmet at the guy's head. That's how hateable and punchable Mason Rudolph
is. For reasons that nobody else has backed him up on, though, too.
Well, Myles Garrett claimed
that
Mason Rudolph threw a racial epithet.
Not a single one of his teammates or anybody else said. I sensed a whole lot of this ain't it.
Yeah. So Mason Rudolph, number 2. We may see him on Sunday. We may not. Reason number 1, the Mayo King himself.
Yeah.
Will Levis. Punchable face, punchable attitude, mayonnaise commercials.
Mayotivations with Will Levis. Mayo team, reach higher. And your buffalo chicken dip, be fire. Winning. Mayo game day, be delicious.
Yeah.
This is the important thing to know about this. Like, that's intentionally cheesy. That's that's an ironically themed commercial, and yet I 100% believe that Will Levis doesn't understand that. I think he thinks it's a glorious representation that Will Levis. I don't think he got a single joke or any bit of the funny things from that video.
I don't either.
That video is otherwise done well.
I don't either. Yeah.
You know what it is like? It's kind of like when Paul Rudd makes one too many jokes about how he doesn't age. You're like, all right, Paul. Yeah, like we get it. Yeah. We already know, Paul. Okay, you don't have to keep we see you're acting like you're taking shots at yourself by pointing out something that's very impressive. Okay. Will Levis is like that on the Mayo commercials. He's all chiseled,
Yeah,
so he's thinking like, we're making fun of people who are all chiseled, but I can do that because look at me, I'm all chiseled.
Yes. Yeah. No, it looks good, but we get it. You like Mayo, dude. You put it in your coffee.
Look, he hasn't done as many insanely stupid and boneheaded things as of late.
On the field,
but
you mean?
The Texans are the defense to do that to him.
Yes.
Yeah. He's got the bonehead in him, okay? You can show his bone, and it's not impressive. So, yeah, the Texans' pass rush, especially if Will Anderson is playing, is going against a very suspect offensive line. Turning Will Levis into the dumbest, most idiotically risk-taking for no good reason or payoff whatsoever, Will Levis. Yeah, bludgeon him, bruise him, make him dumb again.
5-Hour Energy fan line, people texting in, when you do 5 reasons I hate you for the Titans, you should do it for the whole show. That's how many reasons we have to hate the Titans, I guess.
Oh, you know what? Did you get any good text examples? Because we can do a second 5 reasons.
Second 5 reasons? Yeah, we got a few. I'll save them. There's a few of these, like, hey guys, this is silly. Yes, it's silly. It's radio. And I know we have our own colors. We're pointing out the stupidity of Amy Adams' overprotectiveness of that color, her hoarding that color. I'm perfectly fine. Seth and I did a whole segment on the uniforms earlier this week. I love the new uniforms. I think they're fantastic. It's an Amy Adams thing. It's not we need our blue thing. Yeah, no,
you got that little cabin by the lake that used to be the family cabin, but now she's got it.
Right.
And she's not letting anybody else use it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I were her brother or something, I'd be like, well, I want to not use it too.
Yeah.
I don't even care if I use it or not, but I want the right to not use it the same way you're not using it.
Correct.
And she's using it now, but in such a way that it doesn't matter. None of this resonates with the Nashville fan base.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Are they wearing the Oiler uniforms again in Week 18 when they play the Texans? I haven't seen any.
Probably. She's probably dumb enough to try that again. Yeah.
Look at Jeff Fisher catching a stray from somebody. I hate the Titans because of former head coach Jeff Fisher's mustache. Okay.
And his mullet.
The mullet
when it wasn't, he wasn't wearing the mullet ironically, okay?
No,
and he wasn't from Saskatchewan, so it was wholly inappropriate that he have that mullet. It was before it came back into style or anything else. It was in very much the moment in wearing a mullet, you were making a statement.
That's right.
At that point in America.
Texter says Hannah McNair is totally Stephanie McMahon. She is. Stephanie McMahon is a great heel character on TV. Vince's daughter, yes. Hannah has a lot of Stephanie McMahon. Yes.
Does she come up? What's her character like? Is she's the boss's daughter?
Like the billion dollar princess character kind of thing. Okay. Like Hannah, I don't think Hannah's like $1 billion princess character, but she has heel tendencies like Stephanie McMahon. Like she does not. She DGAF, man. She DGAF. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. What would you do if you were commissioner for a day? J.J. Watt answered this question on Pat McAfee. I'm curious. Text in 5-Hour Energy fan line. What would you do? J.J. had an interesting answer for this. We'll let you hear it coming up next. I'm heading over to Klein's Jewelry after the show today to go see my friend Mark Klein. I got to start getting some ideas for the holiday season. If you are getting ready to pop the question, and I can speak from experience here, my engagement ring that I bought for Amy, the very ring she wears on her hand, came from Mark Klein.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
officials, where if you miss a certain number of calls, or we go back and we watch the film and you miss too many calls, you're out, and the next guy gets his shot, and you can earn your way back in. But I think there needs to be more accountability. I think there needs to be. It's a hard thing. It's a very hard job, just like our job. I don't get a sack every play, but I do get graded every play. The public is on me every play. Like, you can tell if I'm playing good or if I'm playing bad. I think there needs to be more accountability for them, and I think that should be. And then if I got a little extra time, 4th and 15 for onside kicks, because I'm sick of the onside kick situation.
Okay.
So as far as the actual, I mean, they do. That is the way it works. Guys do get elevated and lose it. They're constantly. So that part of it, I feel like that's what people are always demanding, and then even if they get it, you're not going to be happy with it. Yeah. You're never going to be happy with the guys who blow calls or anything. So the part of evaluating the officials, that happens every single week. I think the part about them being full-time, I don't know if it's going to make that big of a difference.
I do.
You know,
yes.
The other jobs where it's full-time, it's because they're out there umping or basketball officiating multiple nights per week. And it feels like overkill for somebody. Like, we need these guys to sit and watch film for that long.
Right.
If anything, they're going to get too good at calling penalties.
Right.
Because they'll know all the tendencies of every little guy.
That's my big thing. That whole thing of they need to be made full-time, to me, that's like people just saying something that sounds smart to try to cure. Oh, they're part-time? Well, gosh, let's make them full-time. Nobody ever asks the follow-up question, well, what are they going to do all week when they're not officiating games? You know, what exactly does a 40 or 50-hour work week for a referee where they're reffing one game a week? Right. What does their work? Are they sitting in a virtual reality room just practicing making calls all day?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nobody ever follows up with that.
It would make it bad. Maybe it would make it that much different. They should try it with a pool of officials, like try 10 where they're full-time and you just see exactly are they making certain calls better.
Now that's a good idea. That is a good idea.
Way. I'm not 100% comfortable with the way it's being rolled out because it feels like we don't always exactly know what they there are rules for what they can and cannot be helped by with help from the booth. It feels like they stretch that a little bit sometimes. Yeah. But I'm cool with it because I feel like it's for the better.
Yeah.
Like when they get a call from the booth and it's not an official replay and they can change the outcome of something that's obvious, I'm cool with that. So I actually like that trend, and it'll take a while for them to probably get exactly get the whole process down. But I think that's helped. I think there's been some moments that would have been huge talking points the next day that have been reversed in the moment because somebody from above got in the referee's ear.
If I were commissioner for a day, I jotted down a few things that I was listening to JJ there. I would the one thing I would do rules wise, I would marry the college and NFL rules more to where they mirror each other. There's some things I like about the NFL rule book that I think would be great in college. There's some things about the college rule book that we were starting to see it a little bit. They have a 2-minute warning now in college. They never had that before. I would love to see the NFL adopt the stopping to move chains for a first down. You know how in college they stop the clock on a first down until they move the chain, so you get a few. It makes comebacks a little easier.
Oh, it just makes the end of games last so long.
Not that much longer. It's not like the NBA where everybody's calling timeout and timeout. It's not that bad. No, I think it would benefit the NFL and make for more comebacks at the end of games. I think the pass interference rule in the NFL is way too punitive. That it's a spot foul. That you can have a 50-yard penalty. Okay. It's just silly to me.
But now everything that you said earlier, I could say, some of these things you're doing, you're going to have more offense. If you end up allowing NFL players, like the defenders, to be more free and loose with when they commit pass interference, I feel like that's going to – I don't know. I don't know if that would actually help scoring or not.
I just think I don't watch NFL. I don't watch college games, and maybe it'd be different in the NFL. I don't watch college games and sit there afterwards and say, "Man, there's so many pass interference penalties. It should be more punitive." I
guess part of it was in the NFL is that they make it a lot harder to play defensive back. You got to be. And I like there's a purity to that you kind of you got to do it with your feet and your skill. You can't just latch onto dudes.
I'm with you, but that a missed call, that a bad call by an official can cost you 40 yards, can literally hand the team a touchdown.
Or a missed call.
I
think that Yeah, that part of it could change. I think the biggest thing, if you move the hash marks out to where they are in high school and college, then it would really open. And then the thing that would be fun too is if they did change the rules for illegal offense, just make it, give them like 3 yards or something. Then as a defensive player, I would hate it because then that's one of the big differences from the lower levels of the NFL is how effective they can be because the rules a little looser and they don't enforce it as well. So on these screens, they're just jailbreaks.
Yeah. The other things I would do, I would make sure there were betting kiosks all over every stadium and every concourse, so I could walk and go make my bets during stoppages.
Some places, I think some teams are already doing that.
I think they might be. Yeah, I would make sure that all 32 teams would be doing that, though. I'd have them in every state. Even, you know what? I would put them in the states where it's not even legal and just say, "Come at me, government. Let's go." These are betting kiosks at NRG
your own
Stadium.
Personal opium wars, really.
Come and get me.
This is what the people want, and I'm going to give it to them. Whether you say it's legal or not.
Opium war, yes. I would also get rid of the stupid rule that you can only wear your alternate uniforms 3 games out of the year. That's dumb. That the Texans can only wear the red, the battle red.
You want them to not be alternate uniforms. You want there to be a rotation of uniforms that you can pick and choose when and where you're going to use them.
Right. And I'm not saying use the alternate uniforms all the time, although the 2 alternate uniforms for the Texans are my 2 favorite ones.
Right.
Now, I will admit, maybe they're my favorite ones because you can only wear them a few times. If they wore them all the time, maybe they would start to normalize a little bit more. But I think the NFL is a little draconian with the uniform stuff sometimes.
Yeah, but they also understand scarcity and the human beings' responses to it. They're made scarce.
Yeah. So would I be a good commissioner, Seth, or were those ideas a little?
No, they were all well and good. Yeah,
okay.
They were good.
Okay. I don't want.
I like your ideas about adopting some of the college stuff into the NFL.
Yeah,
which is generally what happens. You know?
Yeah.
We had about 10 years of people saying like a spread offense will never work in the NFL. That then, lo and behold, over time, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, and they added a lot of the elements to it. It's not the same.
The one thing I would also do if I were commissioner for a day is I would make sure that one day was on a payday. I would make sure that was a day I'm getting a check because the commissioner makes $44 million a year.
Yeah.
I would make sure that one day was a day where I was actually getting Roger Goodell's check that day. Mm-hmm. That would be good. I wouldn't change the salary for the commissioner if I became commissioner.
Figure out which day he gets like a big bonus.
Yeah. I wouldn't change the salary at all. I'd be like, no, this is fair compensation, $44 million. I think this is the best thing that you've done as commissioner, is making sure that I get paid. I know it's the owners that decide all that, but yeah. So there you go.
That's his annual salary is $44
He makes like over $40 million a year. Yeah. You didn't know that?
Tell you what. You know what's interesting is it is like a lesson in life.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell, his goal, as I understand it, from a very young age was to be NFL commissioner, like from when he was a teenager.
Yes.
Which I'm guessing at that time in America, the number of young American people whose career goal was to become NFL commissioner might have been one. It might have been Roger Goodell and Roger Goodell alone.
Correct.
So, and then everything he did in his job took and everything was kind of geared towards achieving a goal that very few people had spent that much time focused on.
Yep.
So you talk about really nailing a niche.
Oh yeah.
He figured out a niche early on and figured out exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, and now it's the most popular sport. That and soccer on the entire planet.
He's reached to a level in life where I feel like it's impossible for me to believe he hasn't ordered at least 3 assassinations and
correct.
gotten away with
He's
them.
a very powerful person. Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. Let's get the Texans GM scouting report on the Tennessee Titans, and also Nick answers questions about what I would say are the parts of this team right now that the Texans fans are most anxious about. We asked him about the O-line and Bobby Slowick yesterday as well. If you missed it, stay there. We're going to play it for you coming up next. But I want to talk to you homeowners and you business owners right now whose homes or places of business
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, was on with us yesterday, and here is his scouting report on the Texans' opponent this weekend.
The record is what their record is, but honestly, when the ball is kicked off, the records go out the window. It's all about your execution. They have one of the best defenses in the league, top 5 in just about every category. I mean, Jeffrey Simmons is a pain in the ass. Like, he's one of the best players in the league, period, so he presents a lot of problems. Sweat's done a good job for them as well, kind of in his role. They got a good front. They really make you earn it offensively because of how they play defensively, and then offensively, I'd say Ridley's an issue. And honestly, the 1-2 punch of Spears and Tony Pollard. Pollard's a really good back. He's been very productive. He does a number of good things. And I would say just when you look at some of the better teams in the league and what's kind of the margins, so turnover margin, when you look at the top 5, those teams, and we're, amongst those teams, we're in the top, 6 or 7, but we can do a better job of taking care of the football, and then it's going to come down to third down and red area execution.
All right, so that's the thumbnail sketch. We've talked a lot about, Seth, and we'll talk here in a second about the offensive line for the Texans and the matchup with the Titans' defensive line, which is their strength. Offensively for the Titans, what's the point total that the Titans would score where you would start to get disappointed in the Texans' defense?
Oh, that's a good question, because Will Levis has been operating better, and yet they haven't scored a bunch of points.
Right. They're bad in the red zone.
17 points 2 weeks ago, and then 12 points last week.
It was 13 last week against – it might have been 12. They scored 1 touchdown, and it was a 98-yard bomb last week against the Vikings.
Right, yeah. So this is the thing I fear, is that they still are very capable of hitting these bombs.
Big
This is where the Texans have – the Texans, as good as they've been defensively in so many ways, Aaron – deep shot or just the red zone passing defense, they've allowed a lot of touchdowns. That's been the one area where they're just one of the areas where they're just not a complete and total lockdown. And that's like Calvin Ridley's been playing really well. He just hasn't been helped out enough by the quarterback play.
Yep.
I think you look at Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver, when he was in Jacksonville. They were trying to figure out last year, like, okay, wait, is this Trevor Lawrence's fault? Is this Calvin Ridley's fault? This year it feels more like, okay, this is the quarterback's fault. This is Calvin Ridley's open, and the quarterback, whether it's Mason Rudolph or Will Levis, hasn't been able to take advantage of it. So that's the big concern. If the Titans score 24 points, I'm going to be definitely disappointed.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Yeah. No, if they score 17 points, I'll still be kind of like, this was really an opportunity for the Texans defense to step up and pitch a shutout or something.
Yes.
So I'll be pleased with anything 15 points or less. I'll be like, okay, there you go.
I think that sounds about right. They beat them 26-3 here last year, if I recall. And then the game in Nashville, that was the Case Keenum game that I think was I think it was 19-16, I think was the score of that game.
So realistically, anything with more than 1 touchdown scored, I'm going to be disappointed. So I'll say they 13 points or less.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. 13 points or less.
I'm with you on that. That's my prediction's 27-13 on this game. You'll give your prediction in the final segment of the show, as usual, on a Football Friday. Let's get to some more Caserio here. I asked Caserio yesterday about Slowick, and I don't know. I don't think you phrased the question in a way where it was critiquing or criticizing Slowick necessarily.
I had said at the beginning of the question, I said, hey, Bobby's the first guy that'll point the finger at himself and point out where he would have done things differently. But then, where are the areas where you feel like, okay, they've made improvements in the operation,
right?
I didn't feel like I was questioning Bobby Slowick's commitment to the cause,
right? And this was the answer from Nick yesterday.
Look, any coach, the give a crap factor is always very high. I'd say Bobby cares a lot. He cares a lot about the offense. He cares a lot about how we play. And honestly, sometimes Bobby's a little bit too hard on themselves. I mean, Bobby's office is right across the hall from me. Like, nobody works hard than Bobby Slowick. So has a good understanding of what we're trying to do offensively, what the other team is trying to do on the defensive side of the ball. So all of us can look at ourselves individually, look at ourselves in the mirror, and there's always things that we can do better. Look, there's 1,000 things that I can do better. I'm sure if you ask my wife, she'll come up with a 2,000 page list, whatever it is. So I think all of us are accountable. We're going to take ownership, and when things aren't going maybe as well as you would have hoped, that's all you can do is put your head down and work, try to make some improvements, try to make some adjustments, modifications, and just put the team in the best position for success. So nobody cares more about what we're doing with this football team, especially offensively, than Bobby, and you see that on a day-to-day basis. And he's a great coach, and we're lucky to have him.
Yeah,
if I had concerns about whether or not Bobby Slowick cared, I would be screaming at a fever. I would be screaming at basically an unlistenable. People couldn't listen to the show because I'd be angry all the time.
Yeah.
So that was okay. He told me that Bobby Slowick's he cares a lot.
Yep.
Followed by a platitude about getting better as the season goes on. Followed by the sandwiched with, "Hey, Bobby really cares a lot." I know that he cares a lot.
Yeah.
I do think that they have made some improvements in the way they're operating, and they figured some things out with the reshuffled offensive line. And I think what they can and can't get away with in pass protection, Bobby's starting to get a feel for it. So that's where I've seen progress. And the one big glaring thing from the beginning of the season was they couldn't even get a snap off early in the year because the offensive line had so many penalties.
Yes.
And then there were so many miscommunications and blown pass protections that were mental more so than physical. I can live with the physical errors. It's the mental stuff that was driving me insane earlier in the year, and I do think they've made progress there.
They've had just two, I don't want to say uncharacteristic, because they've not been a great offensive line over the last couple of years. Like last year, they were a significantly more banged up offensive line last year. That's the crazy thing. That's the I guess that would be one of the concerning things about the offensive line is you really don't have the crutch of shuffling and inconsistent lineups and injuries to lean on, because the one injury that you've sustained on the offensive line was one where everybody hated it for Kenyon Green personally, but you knew that the offensive line was probably going to improve by putting somebody else in at left guard. I'm not trying to be mean. That was the truth of the situation. Kenyon Green was level left guard for this team that was getting the quarterback murdered on a weekly basis. And so just to finish up, the crazy thing is, they had such a bad patch of penalties early in the year that was like a 3-week thing. And then they had such a bad patch of pass protection that was like a 3-week thing. It was like, I know they're not this bad. And they were that bad in those two areas for multiple consecutive weeks at a time. It was just very, very strange.
It was very strange. The thing that I haven't, and I still don't feel better about, and I'm really intrigued by this week's matchup, is the Titans' interior defense. Well, really their starting line. They're a 3-4, so all their linemen are interior run defenders. Yeah. They've got three guys who are really, really good against the run, and two guys especially in Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat that kind of just physically manhandle people at times. That's the big test for the Texans' offense this week. Is all right, if you've made improvement, and if this new lineup can be better than it had been before, we can't be having interior offensive linemen driven 5 yards into the backfield on run plays, meeting Joe Mixon at the handoff spot, all that stuff. I just want to see improvement and growth versus a really stout defensive line.
Where do you think Bobby Slowick is right now on the head coaching list around the league? Tom Pelissero put out a list this week of 22 people who've never been head coaches before, coordinators, position coaches. Slowick's name still shows up on that list. Slowick's name still shows up on every odds board fairly like New Orleans and the Jets that are open, or the Cowboys that everybody anticipates being open. This time a year ago, I would say Bobby Slowick's rating on a scale of 1 to 10 as a head coaching candidate was fairly high, I would guess. Probably like somewhere in the 7 or 8 range. Where do you think he is right now? Is he on the grid for a lot of these teams, do you think?
I think he's a person of interest. I think that everybody's waiting to see exactly how it'll play out, and then you look at the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I think I know that with the Falcons especially, I'd heard that they were very impressed with him in the interviews. So I think any conversations he had in the offseason, probably he is such a bright guy, and I think the way he talks about football is like when I watch him in press conferences, it's the kind of stuff that an owner would want to hear. So I think they're going to be impressed with him in interviews, and so he occupies a space in their brain already, which is really, that's half the battle.
It is. You're right.
And now it's all right. If the Texans, I mean, it could turn into a positive if the Texans really take off in the second half of the season, because then he's going to have a good story to tell about just what the challenges were, how they had to overcome them, all of that. So it's right now, I'd say unlikely that he gets a job offer in the offseason, but if they go on a tear offensively, it's almost I'm going to even feel better about it than if they had come in and just been a record-breaking offense right from the beginning. I think it would have been easier to dismiss it as saying, well, like, yeah, look at those receivers he's got, look at all this. But almost by not doing enough with them early on and then doing more with less later on, the narrative will be an easy one to sell.
It's a crowded field for openings that Bill Belichick wants back in, because Belichick's going to take one of the. You and I estimated yesterday that there would be something like 7 or 8 openings, thereabouts, right? I put the number at 6.5. You took the over, and we were able to talk ourselves into 7 that we feel really strongly could be open. If Belichick wants back in, he's getting one of those. I think if Vrabel wants back in, he's getting one of those. I think Ben Johnson, if he picks this offseason to be the one where he actually takes a job, and I think there's going to be some jobs out there that would fit the profile of one that he'll finally get off the pot here and take, he's getting one. I think Aaron Glenn's getting one if he wants a job. That's if Deion Sanders wants the Cowboy job. Like, we're up to 5 now,
you know what?
And you haven't even dipped into the non-Lions coordinators around the league yet.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn, I think by virtue of just he's played in some notable nationally televised this game, and the Lions are the darling. And now Aaron's story, like what he can talk to owners about, it's perfect because he was part of this turnaround in Detroit, and he was also there when the defense had all kinds of issues. He's really had to build that defense over the course of several years.
Yes.
I think if they continue doing what they're doing right now, the Lions, that he's got a really good shot. Like that's the perfect. He's gonna have a good story to tell.
Well, it's a little like what you were just talking about with Bobby, which was you have a story of overcoming some adversity and how you fixed it. And I think those are stories that captains of industry, like business people, CEOs, love those stories about, like, you were handed a problem. Maybe some of the problems were self-inflicted and you had to figure some things out about yourself, but they love stuff like that.
A nice little story, a backstory about yourself, like you grew up in a crack house or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what you were into when you were younger. I tell
you all the time about the hard scrabble streets I grew up on. Maybe I did grow up in a crack house.
I think sometimes people think you're being ironic because it's in one of the wealthiest zip codes in America. You got to change that into but you only lived there because your dad was the caretaker for this mansion.
Oh,
and the billionaire that owned it treated your dad like dirt all the time.
Right.
Used to spit on, literally spit on the kids,
right?
And say you should be happier. You should be happy that a rich man is spitting on you. That's what that rich man said every day.
We actually lived in the apartment above their 8-car garage.
Yeah.
It was a 4-bedroom apartment above an 8-car garage. Can you even imagine?
And you weren't even allowed if the billionaire left one of his cars running in the garage, you weren't even allowed to say anything about it because it might embarrass him. So you just had to sleep up with the carbon monoxide.
So we just had to sleep with the carbon monoxide coming through the vents. You know whose name is on this list Pellicero put out? Not just Bobby Slowick, Anthony Weaver, who interviewed for a couple head coaching jobs last year. He got a couple second interviews for head coaching job. Weaver is somebody who would win the interview big time.
Yeah. No, and Weaver's fun too because Weaver's another guy that I think he presents himself in a lot of ways. He's different personality than Vrabel or Campbell or whatever, but I think he just gives off that aura of all right, this is a man's man.
Yes.
And this is a guy who's a player. of all this. He's a leader of men, a haver of it, all that stuff, to where you don't if the Dolphins defense continues to look, more like what they want it to be, yeah, he's got a really good shot at it.
Yeah, I think
Weaver's funny too, though, because as a player, Weaver was a classic, Weaver was my kind of guy. He could sniff out the BS. He wasn't in it. He wasn't in it for any of the false bravado or anything like that. Some of the stupid stuff that coaches do sometimes. Some coaches, he wasn't buying. He wasn't like gung ho Teddy Bruschi. I'll do any. I like him. He was an actual human being.
Especially because he came over here. You played with him for a year. Especially because he came over here from the Ravens, where that's just been a well-oiled machine. He played for Rex Ryan over there. He loved Rex. Loves Rex.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We promised it. Thursday Night Football last night. We've got some amazing audio that came out of this game. This is about as good an outcome and as entertaining a Thursday night game as you're going to get, and it benefited the Texans big time last night. We will tell you why, and we'll let you hear Jameis coming up next.
Benefit yourself big time. You deserve it. You've been working hard. You feel great. You're successful in your job, and yet you've got these gnawing concerns about what you're going to do in the future.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Right, so far, so good this weekend. If you're the Houston Texans, they've had one game. There's been one game, Thursday Night Football. And the Browns upset the Steelers last night, so that's good. Steelers are 8-3 now. They're a game closer to you in the standings here. Seeding's going to matter down the stretch here, and so.
Look, I think the Texans in that losing 3 out of 4 game doldrum, which we're not still 100%. Right. It's the question became, all right, where can this team actually be taken seriously in the playoffs? Yeah. Is that okay? What you're going to make the playoffs because the division is so weak, most likely, but how are they going to fare? And the interesting thing about this week is it's one of the teams that, yes, they should be able to beat pretty handily, but they give you a huge challenge for one of the things that's your Achilles heel, which is their defensive line is a extreme strength for them versus the Texans' interior offensive line especially. Yeah. That's the big battle this week. And that, man, even if the Texans usually if it's a blowout win versus a bad team, you might say, yeah, what did we really learn? I think you can still learn something, even if it's a comfortable victory for the Texans. Yeah, I think so, too. I do wonder, the Texans came into the season as, I think, viewed as a dark horse Super Bowl contender. And I think when they got off to the 5-1 start, they were, you and I look at the power rankings every week, and we know they're all subjective, but they are indicative of how people are viewing the team. And they reached a point, they peaked at, being third and fourth and third and fifth and, on all the power rankings. Now they're, in the low teen. They're 12, they're 13, which is great. You're in the upper third. You got 6 games left to prove yourself and get to the postseason. I wonder, is there anything they can do in the next 2 weeks that put themselves back in the conversation with teams like the Bills and the Chiefs and the Ravens and teams like that? I think it is just – it has to be. People do respect the Titans' defense. That's when people stop to think about the Titans, the general 20-second thing that you might have to say on a blurb on SportsCenter is that, hey, they've had issues with their quarterbacks, obviously, but the defense is actually playing really well. And even without L'Jarius Sneed, who's been banged up for the last 6 weeks or so, it's just not necessarily reflected in the stats or the standings because the offense has been so bad. So if the offense can run the ball consistently and effectively, not Joe Mixon rushes for 15 yards on 10 carries and then breaks a long one. Yeah. I want to see him steadily churning out yardage versus this defense. Yeah, that's a genuine and honest sign of improvement. If they hang 30-plus on this defense in a way that looks like week 1 against the Colts, where Mixon went for $160, but his long run was 13. He was just churning out. He was getting 7 to 13 yards seemingly on every carry that he had. Yeah. And then CJ supplements that with 230, 240, 250 passing yards, and he's spreading it all over the place like he was against the Cowboys. I'm with you on that.
that gets them probably like back in people's minds, maybe into the top 10 of teams out there in the NFL. I got a tweet from sent to me from my son Sammy, who is by far the biggest Jameis Winston fan that I know. I think Jameis might be his favorite player in the NFL. And it's a tweet from somebody named Maury480. But apparently, and you may have seen this, Seth, apparently last night, for 9, third down, but 4 for 4 on fourth down. And this guy says 0 for 9 on third down and 4 for 4 on fourth down is the most Jameis Winston stat ever.
It's going to be weird, man. Yeah. You're just signing on for a different experience. Yeah. You got to just let go of the boundaries, man, of what's possible and what's not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Jameis. This was Jameis in the pregame last night.
You have said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
Feels like you're doing a live read for Huntington Bank. That's what it feels like. Yeah.
It feels like, I know. He painted a great image of what it's like at Huntington Bank Field, where you can get subprime rates. And, I'm just so happy that I can get a 25-year interest-only loan on basically whatever is just the rental house that I'm in here now anyway.
Bank
but maybe reap the tax advantages at Huntington Bank.
Reimburse your ATM fees at non-Huntington Bank ATMs. Can you imagine? Hey, let me ask you this real quick before we'll play.
Free checking. I'm so grateful to be standing here unencumbered by checking fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll play Jameis postgame in a second. The sideline reporter there, I think it was Kaylee Hartung. I think she does sidelines for Amazon. She said, we're expecting weather. Winds up to 15 miles an hour. What's the okay? Oh, I know.
Did you grow up in a vacuum?
Dude, I hear that. I'm like, it's. What is the number where you can use the winds up to ... Like,
I would say
it's way more than 15, right?
It might have hurt the gravity in the moment there, but I think in terms of accurately setting the picture, that was important because it wasn't gusting winds or anything.
Okay.
So the 15 mile per hour. She should have said. Yeah, she could have said, only gentle winds or something like that. Yeah,
winds
up to 15 miles per hour. She could have. Yeah. What am I going to do? Criticize somebody for not coming up with the perfect phrasing?
Just asking what the number is, because I thought she was making it sound like it was going to be really windy out there.
Like bitter and awful.
Yeah, like winds up to 15 miles an hour, and I hear that, I'm like, ooh,
I'll give credit for Jameis for understanding that it wasn't going to be an awful.
Right.
It wasn't awful weather conditions.
Yeah.
It was snow. But it was like a picture-perfect, gentle snow that it looked like it affected the field conditions and the visibility and everything. But it didn't feel like an ugly game.
I think the number, I'm establishing this rule now, I think the number is 30 miles per hour.
30 miles per hour?
Yes, if you're trying to use that phrase to illustrate winds that are game-affecting, then 30 is the lowest number I'll allow you to use with winds up to 30 miles per hour. Here's Jameis after the game, giving credit to the people behind the scenes. This is just Jameis Winston doing Jameis Winston, man. Who was the most important element? Who was the most important person or people to this win? The people with the cleat scrapers.
Well, I think it's just one play at a time, man. I'm so grateful for our equipment staff for providing us with hand warmers, providing us with our cleat scrapers, so we're able to go out there and do the best we can to make it seem as easy as it possibly is. But as you can see, the conditions did not define our result today.
Yeah,
that's right.
With the equipment staff either.
That's good audio,
met the challenge. Man. I do. I always like it when they pay their respects to like either the equipment staff or I don't know the boss's secretary, whomever it might be. Like it's that's either you genuinely feel that or it's next level faking it, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like, with Jameis, it feels like that's his genuine outlook on life these days is, hey, I'm going to build up everybody I can. I'm just going to try to, you know, I'm genuinely going to make everybody feel special, and I take it at face value. So good for him.
Yes.
That's a great attitude to have.
Someone on the text page, 5 Hour Energy fan line, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans, says Jameis sounds like a future preacher.
Yeah, it's 100%. His whole vibe is like, you know, country preacher, you know.
And he's been, the cuts we've played today, he's been at like a 3 on a scale of 1 to 10 for what Jameis is capable of preaching-wise. Like
that his oratory style is that, right?
Very
like
gripping.
Unless I'm missing something, like, yeah, this is a country preacher.
Yes.
This is somebody just feeling it and letting go. Yeah.
It's engrossing. There's no doubt. Yeah. So good job, Jameis, last night. Here was Myles Garrett. How about this? Myles Garrett in the postgame saying, like, this is I don't know if it's a shot at T.J. Watt, but basically saying, this is my house.
Coin toss, but that's about it. You know, like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rusher in the league. But I'm number one, and that's from edge defender 1, edge 1 to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy. So that runs through me. There's no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm gonna find a way.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I don't. You know what, man? The more I hear it, I don't like defensive linemen trying to get into power ranking and ego battles with other defensive linemen. Nobody suggested it. Right? I cannot remember a time where I've heard an edge rusher make it a me versus that guy type of thing. Not quite like that. So I just still my grumpy old defensive line sentiments there are kind of like, all right, I guess something you could say, I suppose.
You know that. Did you know that Myles Garrett is not even on the board right now for Defensive Player of the Year odds?
Yeah.
Like he's not. I'm looking at the top 10 right now. He's not there. T.J. Watt is a prohibitive favorite right now. He's going into last night minus 160. The next closest player for Defensive Player of the Year is Chris Jones of Kansas City, 11-1. 11-1. There's a couple Texans. Will Anderson Jr. is still hanging on the periphery at 25-1. Which, honestly, like this time last year, that's about where he was for Defensive Rookie of the Year. And then he had that surge at the end. Now, this is a harder group to – there's like 9 names he's got to go beat to get up there, back up there in the conversation. Like Danielle Hunter's right there, too, at 30.
I think the thing is, I think Myles Garrett does, because of the way they use him and because of just how talented he is, I think he's more of a physical one-on-one. Crap, he could beat 2 of our dudes, and the Browns treat him like that. Like they say, no, you go out and do this. We're not necessarily going to do things via scheme to help you out. The way the Steelers defense as a whole operates really well, and it does a good job getting guys singled up or getting them opportunities more so than the way the Browns operate. So I can see where Myles Garrett either frustration comes from, because it's just, but that's football.
Yeah,
that's your circumstance is your circumstance.
TJ's the favorite right now. You know what? I have a TJ and JJ question I want to ask you in the next segment, and we got to get our final thoughts in here on the Titans and the Texans, and we got to get the Seth Payne prediction. Seth, on a roll on your predictions. If you're looking to back somebody who's been pretty accurate on these scores and the types of the games the Texans have been playing, stay tuned for the next segment. Seth, I'll give mine too. Seth will give his prediction, and we'll get on the record. That's coming up next. But I've been doing pretty good at Prize Picks lately too. Not to brag or anything, but I had a couple big scores on Prize Picks this weekend. And if you haven't played Prize Picks yet, #1 daily fantasy app out there. All you're doing is picking more or less on anywhere from 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you got a couple players, any sport too, basketball.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And call D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. All right, before I get to my J.J. Watt, T.J. Watt question I had for you, Seth, you got a shout-out you got to give here, brother.
Oh, well, no, I was going to work it in organically to something, because I didn't want to make it seem selfish or anything. But no, my sister-in-law's volleyball team, the Portville Panthers, who's won, I think Kelly has won like 6 state championships. I might be underestimating it there.
She's like
right
the
now.
Nick Saban of volleyball.
Yeah, they are a dynasty. Yeah, they are. They just destroy people, but they're headed into their however many times they've won it. State championship tournament this weekend.
That's awesome.
And Brandy's been helping out with the setters this year, so her young setter Addie has been playing very well. The entire team's been playing very well. It's the only team I've ever cheered for, Sean, that's just been absolutely dominant. And I get that, and I take on all the cockiness of those girls. There's a lot riding on those girls' shoulders.
Do you?
But they go in and they get every teams that in. They get to a point, like right around 15 points or so, where the opponent just buckles.
Yeah.
Like they've never been in these moments the same way the Portville Panthers have been in these moments.
Yeah.
And the Portville Panthers' confidence just takes over, and they just start. They've got it's a small school, but they've got like 19 different girls that can hit, and they just hit and hit and hit. And it's just steady. It's a steady barrage of bombs.
I can tell, dude.
It overcomes the opponent.
I'm looking at you right now. If you're not watching on YouTube, Seth is coming with great ferocity on the Portville Panthers here. So
it's the only thing I have any self-esteem about anymore. Is the Portville Panthers.
Do they have haters? Are they that good that they have haters?
I'm sure. Yeah. I don't hear any of it. What do I care? I'm not going to bend down and care about the opinion of the sheep.
Just wondering if you defend them on social media from the haters. That's all.
No, I should. I should start going into.
That's a sign of a true fan right there.
Nothing like says fandom like a 49-year-old man owning some clown 15-year-old on Facebook.
Over a bunch of teenage girls. Okay, well, good luck to them, man. Good luck to Portville. That's awesome. So here's my JJ question. I think J.J. Watt at his peak was arguably the best player in all of football, and a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Does T.J. Watt ever get to a point where he's considered the better football player than J.J. Watt, like the better resume, or where he's higher up historically in the food chain? He's 4-time first-team All-Pro, 1-time second-team All-Pro. So in terms of the number of All-Pro seasons, he's right there with J.J. He might have more Pro Bowls only because J.J. with the injuries he only made, I think, 5 Pro Bowls because he only had 5 fully healthy seasons as a player.
I think what it would look at is that now Super Bowls kind of change the public perception of all of it. If they end up winning 2 Super Bowls while T.J. Watt's there, then it's going to be a whole different conversation.
Yes.
As far as how people view the individual player, I think that it would be a matter of, okay, very, very few players in NFL history have had a 4 or 5 year stretch that JJ did.
Correct.
Where it was unbelievable how productive he was and how he impacted things. Where with TJ, it'll be more of I don't want to call him a compiler because that's an insult, but it'd be more impressive over a long stretch of time of relative health. If availability is the best ability, then TJ's got him on that one.
It's a really interesting debate because I feel like part of JJ would I know they're competitive because they're brothers and things like that, but I feel like there's part of JJ that would actually go on the air somewhere and make an argument for TJ being better than him. He's got that kind of relationship with him. It's just interesting because I feel like if I were playing in a Super Bowl and I needed one of you can pick one of the two of them at their peak, I'm picking J.J. Watt because at his peak, he might have been the best football player on the planet. And yet it's really interesting how TJ is starting to pile up the accolades to where his resume looks extremely similar to JJ's.
People, I think most people, if you could look in hindsight and say, all right, would you take this, would you take that? You look at TJ, and now it's been 7 seasons, and he only had 1 year in 2022 where he missed a bunch of time due to injury. So he's been very, very durable. So that part of it, if you're going to pay somebody, for how many games are you going to get out of him? TJ's been more valuable in that regard.
And TJ's been a really good player throughout his career, but like JJ burst onto after his rookie year, really at the end of his rookie year, like he was Defensive Player of the Year his second year in the league. TJ, it was 5 years in before he got his. They're both great players. I just think it's really interesting how similar the resumes are starting to become with TJ being a likely Defensive Player of the Year winner.
I'll tell you, the other thing about JJ was that he played all 16 games his first 5 seasons. And so, I mean, it was 2011 through 2015. It ended up being 4 straight All-Pro seasons. But then just from 2016 through 2022, he really only had 3 full seasons in a 8-season period.
Yeah, in some ways, the 2018 season for JJ, to me, is his most impressive because he'd missed almost all of the previous 2 seasons with various ailments. Like he was like Humpty Dumpty getting put back together again. He had a back and a hand and obviously the tibial plateau injury that he suffered. And he came back to be an All-Pro.
Over the course of 7 seasons right now, I'd say JJ, so over the first 7 has vastly been a more impactful player. Like, forget team success and everything. JJ was like the sum total of it, even with JJ missing a couple of those seasons almost entirely. JJ was a better player. If TJ stays healthy the way he has over these next 7 seasons, then and he's still playing consistently very well, then it's a really interesting conversation.
Yep, for sure. All right, so this game on Sunday, Titans, Texans. Spread was down to 7.5 earlier this morning, so it's started at 9. It's been coming down, so presumably money is coming in on the Titans here, which my prediction is actually has the Texans covering the spread, but I would not bet this game myself if I were. I think the Texans are going to win 27-13. I think they'll get some things together. They'll continue to look improved offensively, even though this is a good Titans defense. I just think the Titans offense is going to put the defense behind the 8 ball a little bit. I don't know how sustainable. I don't know how many drives Will Levis is going to be able to sustain against this Texans defense.
Yeah, and I feel very good about the Texans defense versus the Titans offense. I do think that the Titans are capable of unleashing one big play, one big hit against that Texans defense, with or without Kamara. Lassiter's probably going to play, so it's not going to be like it was last week. But I think the Texans defense is going to get at least 1 interception. They're probably going to win the turnover battle. I don't feel so hot about the Texans offense, and it's because this Titans defense is really good, and I think their defensive line is a lot more like the Detroit Lions defensive line, and that front 7 battles are going to be a lot tougher this week than they were last week versus the Cowboys, and it's going to look a lot more like that Lions game. So I expect there to be at least 1 deep strike to Nico Collins. I'm not worried that the Texans aren't going to move the ball at all, but I was struggling. I had started off wanting to make it 27-13.
Hey, that's my prediction.
I know. But as I was going along, and I kind of just tried to envision exactly, how Bobby's going to call this game and with what the challenge is.
It would have been funny if you were like, that was going to be my prediction. Then I saw it was yours, and I'm like, I'm not following that guy.
I know. I'm really excited to see how the interior offensive line does versus this Titans team.
Yep.
But they got to prove it to me first, so I think 24-13.
24, okay. So you got them covering. So it's an under also.
Yeah.
So you got another under here. Seth's been really, really good on the predicting the game flow, and you've been on the right side of the total. I think you started doing predictions in the 9, like the last segment prediction has been a staple since like week 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. You've been on the right side of the total, I think, every single time. I think if you were to bet the total based on your score, I think you're at least like 7-1, if not 8-0, probably doing.
Yeah,
this.
This is my technique. I watch some games, and then I listen to and read people who are much, much smarter than me.
That's smart.
And then I just kind of let it all seep in, and then I'm just a simple idiot, No. But I just kind of let my intuition be guided by all of these super smart people.
Yeah.
That just kind of, I just let it flow into me, and I become the barometer for whether to take the over or the under.
By definition, you following all those smart people to do something that makes money makes you smart. So you're one of those smart people by following the smart people. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. What's the update with Will Anderson? He's been practicing. The expectation
he's been practicing.
Is he's going to play, I think.
I don't know. I've heard some other people. It was a podcast. It was Locked On Texans. John there, I think, was when they recorded it, he was skeptical that Will Anderson was going to play, but I don't know when they recorded that, if it was before the day they practiced or not. So I'm pretty optimistic he's going to play. There's at least, it's not 100% slam dunk.
Right. I am guessing he'll be listed as questionable. When the injury report, because the last injury report of the week gives the designation for the game on Sunday, I'm guessing Will Anderson will be limited again today, listed as questionable for the game, and then I will predict he'll play on Sunday in a limited capacity like he did last year at home against the Titans when he came back from an ankle injury and had 2 sacks on 12 snaps.
Right. And the Titans' right tackle has been a revolving door. That's been a real problem spot for them. So Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter or just anybody really, Derek Barnett, whenever they're lined up over that right offensive tackle, that's where the real magic can happen.
Yep.
J.C. Latham, the draft pick, has been playing well, but he's still a rookie too, so opportunities there.
Yep. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. They are in the house and joining us here. John is choosing violence today. He's got a Houston Oilers.
You're darn right.
What looks like a Houston Oilers sideline reporter jacket. Kind of thing. It looks like it's team issued.
It is. Early 90s, I did pregame show and
members only straps up on the shoulders.
Yeah. Early 90s, I did pregame and halftime show for the Spanish language network.
Oh, cool.
So they gave us all these jackets and. Of course, I had to wear it.
So man.
Of course, it's our history. Ames,
send a message. Yeah.
Ames,
stop hoarding our colors.
Exactly. Look at Figgy. He bought one. He bought a starter jacket.
Figgy's got the old school starter jacket on, all light blue. You just got a black jacket on with the logo on there. Figgy's going. Figgy's choosing heavy violence.
This one is from the team.
Yeah.
From our team.
Yep.
Back in the day.
How you feeling, Reggie?
Decidedly Oiler jersey or Oiler stuff.
Yeah, they're play them again in Week 18.
I'll be ready by then. Yeah, for sure.
It's one of the best things, you could do as a new athlete on a Houston team, wearing an old Oilers throwback anything.
Oh, yes.
That'll get you a lot of love. Yeah. You walk into the game on Sunday morning wearing an old Earl Campbell jersey or something like that. People get into that.
That's the equivalent of when a wrestler goes to an arena and he's like, yeah, it's great to be right here in Houston, Texas. And then the crowd goes crazy.
He knows the name of the city.
Yeah, who was the one that I saw last week? That's exactly what it is.
That's us.
Yeah, that's us talking about our city. In our it was Zadarius Smith. Before his first game as a Lion, he went in walking into the stadium wearing an old school Rasheed Wallace Pistons jersey. I'm like, come on, bro, you had a Rasheed Wallace jersey in your closet.
I have a strong feeling, based on the ways Zadarius Smith plays, that he has a great respect for Rasheed Wallace.
I buy that. Yeah. I buy that. Now, I'm not buying that he just happened to have a jersey hanging in his closet. But
it's smart, man.
It's smart.
It's really, really smart.
It's super smart. All right, fellas, we're gonna let you.
I had to go into the attic for this one.
You did?
Yeah.
How big's your attic at that house?
Huge.
You got there? Is it really?
Yeah, huge. Yeah. It's one of the.
Do you hoard a lot of stuff? You got
no. But we've kept most of our winter stuff up there.
Yeah. The stuff you get to use 1 month out of the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Is your attic insulated?
Yes, it's awesome.
Oh yeah, good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So do you just bring this out yearly? Is that what happens?
Pretty much.
For these 2 games, right?
For these two games.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let you guys have this thing. Oh wait, no, we still got a minute here. Now we'll just let you guys have it.
That was the obligation there.
No. Well, I was looking up. I thought it said 9:59 before, and so it's all right, man. I drank last night.
The one time you choose to get out on time.
I blame Ross Tucker. I was out with Ross Tucker last.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you're completely free on that.
He's doing the Texans game on
Yes, he
Sunday.
is. Yeah, I'm excited to hear it. He's always so good with you fine fellas, so I love
you.
to
I
hear it.
appreciate that. Much appreciated. All right, we will get out of here.
You want to do a Mayo read real quick?
Mayo game day, be delicious. Yeah, did a few of those last night. Seth, for Texans countdown at 9 o'clock.
Antibodies, and let's do it. It's on you, interior offensive line.
Yeah.
Watching you. I don't even know what's going to go on in the game. I just want to see you guys perform.
I got eyes on you, Scruggs. All right.
Sounds aggressive.
You're
That did sound a little aggressive.
You're listening. Hey, listen, buddy, but not the good kind of
Cowboy.
buddy. Yeah, the shade kind of buddy. Yeah, bucko. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in his Oiler starter gear. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Sean does such a great job surveying the landscape. You're a real read and react player. You do have John Lopez. You do have Figgy Fig. You do have Reginald Atatula. It's in the loop. Reginald Atatula is the one caught lacking on this particular Football Friday, as both these other fine gentlemen. Oilers out.
Yes, Houston Oilers out.
And that's how you know it is.
Ain't that Amy Adams?
Ames.
It is a Football Friday leading into that game versus the Tennessee Titans.
Yep.
Get involved on this Football Friday. Hit us up on the YouTube, the Twitch. Those things are available to you. But then also the 5 Hour Energy fan line. And, of course, always shout out to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 football superfans, for providing that line, 713-572-4610, to talk back to us. I find myself pretty excited for this football game.
Of course. Absolutely. It's the Titans. It's that woman. It's that woman. It's the Houston Oilers legacy, and we are a team that now has a little bit. And we have a rivalry. I mean, it is, I think, unquestioned. Some might have different teams that are their particular rival of the Houston Texans, but I think by and large, this is the Houston Texans rival. And, shout out to Hannah McNair. You're going to hear my explanation of that during Confessions.
Very good.
I think she's done as much as anybody.
It's not just because of the full fire suit that she wore.
No, the fire suit was just kind of cool.
Okay.
But no, she's done more for this rivalry than anybody. But I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
I do, about this game.
I'll see if I have an answer.
You just heard Sean and Seth talking about, and Seth particularly talking a lot about interior defensive line, interior offensive line, and that's what we're all going to be watching, and it is.
Correct.
But are we missing anything here? Are we missing any potential pitfalls, if you will, in a game that the Texans should win and win in a pretty straightforward way? Because a couple of things popped into mind, and I don't know if they're legit or not.
Okay.
It is a short week.
That is true.
We haven't even talked about that
by a day.
We haven't even mentioned it, really. You know, we came in guns blazing Tuesday, and then all of a sudden we're back in the thick of things for this week against the Titans.
Well, we were so busy dealing with the Cowboys and how they were falling apart after. Well, I mean, falling apart before and then continued falling apart, including the stadium after the Texans game.
Yeah.
So I think we were caught up in that. I don't know how much it affects, like, just generally you're playing the car crash board, as I like to call it. So yes, having one fewer day of recovery, I imagine, is tough. But it seems like there is a standard practice on how to handle. I trust the Texas organization, and I don't know. We'll see how far that goes. But just like to at least try and make sure they get their guys their rest.
Yeah.
They had the full of Tuesday off and Wednesday, which is typically like first practice day, even though it's lighter than Thursday. It was a full walkthrough. Like, I think that they are in a place where this is probably more regular than what it has been already. Like,
and they know how to do it, as you said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus, it's going to get a lot weirder. So I don't know how much I'm going to freak out on this one. Freak out, probably not being the right way of saying it, but you're going to have that 3 games in 10 days stretch later on in the season where you're also facing off against a couple of the top teams in the AFC. So right now, especially, it's probably because it's the Titans. It's probably because I don't know how much we actually respect the opponent.
Well, that's true, but I've got some other stuff. Tell me if you think this is something that we may be a potential pitfall, as I put it, that we may be missing here. It feels kind of dirty to say this. It feels kind of wrong to say this. Will Levis has been marginally better the last couple of weeks. He's been better. 60, almost 65% completion percentage since coming back the last 2 weeks. 3 touchdowns. 1 interception, 103.2 quarterback rating, and as he's described,
who he?
Him being Will Levis.
Okay, cool.
He hasn't done the really stupid stuff.
I haven't thrown the ball underhand or just past it, so that was an improvement. No, I mean, going back and watching the film, even of the first few weeks, I feel like decision-making standpoint, how I was seeing things was definitely a little bit better these past couple weeks, but it was different. I just think the consistency of it all brought the picture together.
He's been a little better.
He has been
Are
a
we
little bit better.
sleeping on that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
I think
for
so.
sure. We're
Because, I
sleeping
mean,
on it.
it's cool to say he's been a little better, but look at all the other quarterbacks that came in this building.
Yeah.
Like Josh Allen, he ain't no Will Levis.
Yeah.
And look how he looked in this building.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that has been an MO of the Texans this season, is making opposing quarterbacks look kind of foolish at NRG Stadium. I mean, most recently you saw Jared Goff for at least a period of time look outside of what he's been capable of doing behind that vaunted offensive line of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
And that is where I will come back to Will Levis. That offensive line has not been doing him any favors. Now, last week they played against the Minnesota Vikings, and Brian Flores deserves his flowers and his love for the ways that he is generating pressure, with these simulated blitzes and those types of things. So I understand that was a particularly tough thing. But Will Levis has had to do this under pressure as well. So yes, he has been better in doing that. But being under constant pressure, I think there's only so much that you can get going under pressure. And that's the Minnesota Vikings, who are good. The Texans have been great at generating pressure, especially when Will Levis plays. And all indications are Will Levis will play. I'm interested rather in what the capacity, how much he plays, because just like we saw with Nico Collins coming off of an injury, right? There was somewhat of a snap count, even a hard count of sorts that they were actively counting towards. There's a consideration for not going too far, because this team has higher aspirations, and they know week to week those games are cool, but you have a level of depth. It's more important to have these guys for longer throughout the season. But still, Will Levis being on the field, the on-off numbers are very stark in that, they're good, with Daniil Hunter doing his Euro steps spin move, and Nico Autry getting in here, and Tim Settle applying pressure up the middle, amongst others, right? Derek Barnett. I can name all of them, but you know the guys that we're talking about. It gets to be different with Will Anderson Jr., and Will Levis ain't seen that yet this season.
Well, and you just touched on another thing that maybe we're sleeping on a little bit. I don't think Danico Autry is going to play.
That is fair. He has missed the last 2 weeks, last two practices.
And we're still not quite sure on Will Anderson Jr. They're taking the field, by the way, during our show here in about an hour and 10 minutes. We'll give you the updates, but as Sean said, he's probably going to be a game time decision, listed as questionable, maybe a game time decision. So the combination of Will Levis hadn't been too bad, and you got no Danico Autry, no Will Anderson. Is that something that maybe we're maybe sleeping on a little bit? But the good news is Daniil Hunter is just reaching an altogether different level. Can I point you to everybody's favorite statistical website that actually isn't everybody's favorite, and we always have to add a little warning about, disclaimer when we talk about PFF, right? Take it with a grain of salt.
According to PFF,
the grading can be a little up and down.
Actually, he's the best pass rusher according to PPF.
We actually won.
We got to get a full accounting of all the voices that Figgy does, because I enjoy that nerd voice.
He does a hell of an Adam Spillane.
Oh, okay. We'll get that one here shortly too. But to get out the PFF thing, they will frequently rank the entirety of the offensive lines in the National Football League. I would like you to venture a wild guess as to where the Tennessee-Titans offensive line ranks for PFF going into this Week 12.
It is a wild guess. I'm going to say 30.
That is exactly it.
Is that it?
You nailed it.
Oh, no.
This is not a good offensive line that is trying to protect Will Levis. And so with that being the case,
gotta get Bill Callahan out of there, man. Bring him to H-Town.
And that's the thing is, man, that'd be great. Hey, man, if you could just steal him, that'd be excellent, because your talents are being wasted.
Screw your son.
Oh my gosh, that would be so
Screw
sweet.
working with your son. Come to death row.
Come to death row.
Thank you, Suge.
That would be pretty sweet. All right, how about this one? That maybe we might be missing something here. Calvin Ridley has been superb.
He has been good.
Last 4 games, 6 catches, 90 yards he's averaging. That now you're talking about what I think is the absolute strength of this team with cornerbacks, and Kamari Lassiter is back. But are we missing something there? Calvin Ridley deep, safeties, etc.
I don't think so, because literally this was the week that we got a lot of people stopping down and appreciating just how good Derek Stingley has been. We're setting up Pro Bowl campaigns. Hell, dare I say All-Pro campaigns?
Go ahead.
With Derek Stingley, right? I think that you are well situated to deal with that on the perimeters. Now, are they going to move him around? I'll need to double check on that. Now that I think about it, like I don't know why I had not seen how much he operates from the slot as well, because that then comes up to one of those little nuances. Nuisances is the word that I was looking for.
Okay,
there we go.
A nuisance. Okay,
yeah. Nuisances that has existed for your Texans defense was, when you get a wide receiver in the slot that can do some things, then what happens? Because now you're testing the coverage of Petrie or whoever else is playing coverage in the slot. But this feels like a secondary that has absolutely been pulling its weight, and even more so lately as you've been moving guys around. The safeties, Kalen Bullock has more time, and I mean, I know that you've seen like some small issues here and there, but he just seems to always be in the right place. Plus, again, front covers back covers front. Yeah, right. Your secondary and all these things are going to. The job's going to be a little bit easier when you have those guys up front rushing, especially against a woeful offensive line and Will Levis under pressure.
All right, let me ask you this.
Get into doing some of those bones.
No, I'm actually with you on that, and my answer on all these: a short week, and Will Levis has been better, and Calvin Ridley has been superb, and you're not going to have D'Amico, and who knows about Will Anderson, has been in step with yours.
But I appreciate it's good to be thorough with this.
Well, I got one more, and this is an interesting one to me that I really didn't think of until yesterday. Nobody knows Joe Mixon better than Brian Callahan.
Sure,
nobody.
That's right.
Not even here. He's only been here. This year. Brian Callahan was his guy for 4 years, 5 years in Cincinnati. Is there a chance that he might go to the defensive room and say, this is what we need to do? I'm sure he did, by the way, but this is how we can maybe limit and make the Texans a little more one-dimensional?
I'm sure, and that might be a little bit of an interesting thing because they do have personnel that I think is somewhat capable. I don't want to say like incredibly capable. I just wonder like how well do you cover incredible like read and react and then great speed that Joe Mixon has continually showed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how do you stop Mixon outside of just trying to stop the run in general, man?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
like, it'd be one thing because I feel like the Texans don't really use Mixon in the pass game as much as they should. So it'd be one thing if they always did, and you got to try to be careful with that. But it ain't like Mixon just running fools over, man.
But we see it all the time. An offensive coach knows exactly what this player, whether it's a lineman or a back or a quarterback, can do and maybe what can bother him. But I'm kind of with you on that too, Figgy. Like Joe Mixon's best plays are, I'm not going to say off script because the script says, find the cutback lane, find the space and get it done. But it is somewhat off script because it's not something that you necessarily can cover, starting to the right and cutting back way off tackle in the left or vice versa or whatever. So
with some real good pace too. Yeah. And Kenneth Murray, off-ball linebacker, should be good to go in this one. But I mean, Kenneth Murray is fine. I don't view him linebacker or whatever. And it's, you saw with the Lions that it wasn't just having like good linebackers or whatever. It was also a very concerted effort all the way across the all the way across the defense rather, to slow down the run, and they were able to do that. But that's, Aaron Glenn with one of the best defenses in the league. The Titans have been a good defense.
Yeah.
Some of this has also been inflated, I have learned, by there's a lot of hidden yards, as they like to say, in special teams. Their special teams stink.
Yeah, they're bad.
Like, it's not just that. They are woeful. I was checking out, I believe it was Brett Coleman was talking about this. Tennessee has the 6th most punts of teams in the league, which makes sense. The offense isn't good, right? Yeah. They're the worst in average net yards per punt, and they allow 17.3 yards per return.
Whew. But Frank Ross is coming off a game in which he absolutely bamboozled the Texans. He talked about it yesterday. It was pretty impressive.
The Cowboys, rather.
I mean, yeah, off the Cowboys. He said he saw the Cowboys do this subtle signal for a fake punt, I believe, in their previous game.
Yeah, or somewhat earlier on in the season.
And yet they didn't go to it. But then they did that signal. He kind of deked them. He kind of faked them into, drew them into making the fake punt. So Frank Ross versus the Titans is an absolute mismatch.
Yeah, and so I think that the defense has not given up a ton of yards, but some of that is because they're already teams are starting with better field position. And so I do wonder if, one, that will also help the Texans. If you start with better field position, like in theory, there's fewer instances where even you have to have fewer first downs, which means in theory you get to fewer third and longs of those situations that are the real turning points on a drive. So maybe that operates in the better place. But I think that there's a lot of things clearly that benefit the Texans in this matchup at home versus the Tennessee Titans. And I'm not super concerned. And I've gone into some games not being super concerned, and it has bit me in the butt. So I understand where the thoughts are coming from here, and I appreciate you bringing some of those up. But it feels like the Texans are well situated to make this happen.
And Will Levis, yes, I think we got to give him credit for the last couple of games. But I'm looking at it right now. Their home games, Chicago destroyed Caleb Williams. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen the next week. I mean, just absolutely killing quarterbacks at home. And here comes even Jared Goff, as you mentioned. And here comes Will Levis on a little bit of a hot streak for him. But I would anticipate that
that's cute.
He's going to have a hard
that's
time.
Cute.
Has he met Danielle Hunter?
I don't think he's met Danielle Hunter. By the way, this is only the Titans' second division game.
Yeah, they're real backload on these division games, which is really interesting. And that's how you end up with this being the first of the matchups between these two teams where you're already done with the Colts.
Yeah.
But let's get it going, man. And I enjoy that these two games are in the back half of the schedule because I think that it allows you to maybe give yourself a nice runway to do some things. We'll talk about more of what the possibilities are here in the next hour, about an hour from here. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Football Friday as we gear up for the Houston Blue?
H-Town Blue, baby. Now, have you seen the uniforms they're going to wear this week yet?
Yes, they're wearing the deep steel blue with the white pants.
Okay.
So like it's kind of standard fare. As
what the Titans wear.
That is a good question. I haven't seen that. Yeah. You know what? I'll do a little research, see if I can find out. They not going to have the audacity on the road.
Nah, they ain't doing that.
Like now, later on in the season,
I'll bet you they're going to wear their Columbia blue pants, white jersey with Columbia blue pants. Look, think about who's running this team. I'll bet you they are. But
then you got to beat them by like
30 at least. But just like Figgy, just like me, you're going to see that H-Town blue in the stands, and it's not necessarily going to be. It's going to be the vast majority is going to be Texans fans.
Yeah, the thing about it is you still have that Week 18 game, literally last game of the season, on the road in Nashville.
Oh, they're going to wear.
And that's where they're going to be jerks. That's absolutely the place.
They're going to try to roll Earl Campbell out there, man.
Sealy's on.
Yeah,
jerks. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, let's talk about that Thursday night football game. A lot more interesting than I thought, both on and off the field. We'll talk about that next.
It's Titans Week.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand Van Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the...
Because gonna show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a football Friday as we ease on to Texans hosting Titans, the first of the two-game set that you have, obviously with all your division rivals. This one meaning a little bit more, especially because as confirmed on the 5 Hour Energy fan line, not that I didn't believe you, 713 texter, but I also confirmed it on gridironuniforms.com. The Titans are wearing white jerseys with that blue.
Of course they are.
With that blue pants.
Of course they are.
Yeah. Because
it's all right. Keep bringing
jerks.
it. Keep bringing it.
Yeah, they are jerks. That's also why they're 2-8. It's not why they 2-8, but you know what I'm saying. If you want to see that real H-Town blue with the Oilers gear, pop on the YouTube or the Twitch. Mm-hmm. YouTube is Sports Radio 610, Twitch 610 Houston. Figgy Fig modeling out for you. They said y'all going a little wild with these jackets. Y'all got the Oilers gear on to show out.
Authentic Houston. Yeah. It's our history, Figgy.
It's not too cold out though.
It's cold enough.
It is.
It was cold. It was about 45?
Yeah,
it did start. It started a little chilly.
Yeah.
I know you're not gonna be wearing that jacket when you leave work though.
Hey, 2:00 is gonna be about 85.
That's right.
It looks like playing in that game last night.
Yes, you do. You definitely look like a defensive back of some sort because you got the
the Pooh Shiesty
the Shiesty, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I like how Shiesty just took over. That was called something before, but now it's just
I don't know what it was called before, but now it's the Pooh Shiesty Nike mask.
Yeah.
So shout out.
I don't know if Nike want that to be like that. But
well, it is.
Yeah, because Pooh Shiesty in jail.
Yeah, I imagine that's not what they put on the catalog. When they sell those. All right, but you did mention that he does look like he was playing last night on Thursday Night Football in what I can only describe as an AFC North-ass game. I forgot what the division was for.
Very much.
It was a very AFC
football weather.
Game.
Yeah,
I've seen that a couple times. Football. This is football.
I'll
weather.
argue with you on that later.
I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
Still build a dome.
Yeah, exactly.
I did not anticipate that game being nearly as entertaining as it was on the field.
We talked about it yesterday.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, man, I'm in. But it actually was entertaining for one reason that I thought that would be Jameis Winston. But I wanted to just kind of see the Steelers in totality. And they didn't look great. They're still a scary team. I mean, I still think they have some pieces there, but that wasn't the Steelers I thought I was going to see.
Really? Like, so what did you think you were going to see comparatively, especially knowing that there was a chance of snow?
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Jameis Winston. That snow did come to fruition there in the third quarter thereabouts.
Boy, it happened quick.
It looked like two different games,
It happened quick. Yeah.
I only saw one game because, full disclosure, I missed the first half. I was trying to work on my fitness. And I was like, oh, okay, I didn't miss much. Like, at that point, there wasn't a lot of points on the board.
Yeah.
It seems like, though, it kicked up in the second half, and you actually got some scoring going. A lot of that Nick Chubb getting the job done on the ground for the Browns. But those deep shots showed up still for the Steelers. They still have this offense where they will get big old chunks maybe 2, 3, 4 times a game.
All right, guys, let's settle for a field goal. Let's go.
Let's get that field goal.
That was really weird. Like, as much as we give Mike Tomlin a lot of credit, this was another instance where now he goes 1 of 8 on Thursday night football games in his tenure as a Steelers head coach.
Yeah.
And some of it was because the dude who is we constantly view as one of, if not the best coaches in the NFL, the modern NFL, made some really boneheaded, head-scratching decisions game management wise.
Yeah, that you asked, what I expected. Not that is what I expected, and I also was really anticipating the Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt experience. Well, one of them showed up. One of them showed up big time, and he let you know too, didn't he?
He sure did. I didn't fully understand what was happening with this beef between T.J. Watt, the defensive end, the rush end.
I'm surprised it came up again because I think T.J. Watt might have tweeted something.
Well, he tweeted something
after Myles Garrett won.
Yes, and then he didn't show up at the awards.
Yeah,
and so
I did not recall that.
Myles Garrett kind of took that personal.
Yeah,
and I took that personal.
That is right. Yeah. And he took it personal. I mean, he tried to make sure that it did not become too personal.
Yeah.
But he all Browns got victory 24-19.
I mean, spoke of the coin toss, but that's about it. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him, a lot of respect for all the guys over there, and the edge rusher in the league. But I'm number one, and that's from edge defender 1, edge 1 to defensive player of the year. I'm the guy, so that runs through me. There's no other person being defended as I am or schemed or planned against like I am. So this goes to show, you can throw that out the window. I'm gonna find a way.
He cutting a promo.
Yeah.
Dude,
that was a WWE promo. I wish he could have had a little more energy.
Yeah.
But that
was a WWE.
This is also
promo.
not the WWE, and you have to keep your head on the swivel, right? He's like, all right, I can't go too wild. We're in the real world. Like, I respect them; they are good football players.
That's why I'm the number one.
But I'm built different. Was basically what
that's what he was saying. And as I heard that, I'm like, yeah, he's coming at you a little bit. But I'm also thinking, he's not wrong on any of those points. Like, he's not wrong on any of that.
No,
like it's him. T.J. Watt is awesome, amazing, but he's not. Nobody game plans for T.J. Watt like they do against Myles Garrett.
I can't imagine, and like that is with all due respect to T.J. Watt.
Yes,
he absolutely can be.
He's not far behind.
No, he's a dude.
Yeah, but Myles Garrett had 3 sacks in the first half,
and all over the line, and everybody is watching him on every play. He factors into every time you snap the ball.
100%.
He's just a scary dude, too. I was thinking about last year. I think he played the Titans, and he was he was just going back and forth. It was one time he was going back and forth from each side, and they kept switching the protection over that side. They had to call a timeout.
That's what I'm saying. Man. Nobody has to game plan against a player like him.
I always think that's wild when you have a player that, like, obviously you're playing against the elites in the world when you're playing at these highest levels in the NFL and such. And so everybody is giving it a whole bunch of effort, and you imagine that there is so minuscule the differences between one player to another because everybody is so great. And it always is such an illustration of the dudes that are somewhat different that are like, I can afford to goof off a little bit. A little bit of, I'm going to pretend like I'm dribbling right now because I can still whoop what.
But he was messing with the lineman, though. Like, doing the little crossover. Where am I going?
And got a sack.
And got a sack.
So clearly all of those were a part of the game. Cleveland gives 3 turnovers and still managed to win this game, in part because, as we mentioned, there was some really poor play calling or decision making for the Steelers. And the Steelers, I think, people jump up and they go, all right, this was the same Steelers team, and yet here you see how the way that they play, sometimes the conservative nature of the way that they're coached can get after them, even though they are 8-3 compared to the Browns' 3-8. But just seeing that 3-8, don't let that fool you. The Cleveland Browns delegation, they might as well be 8-3. They showed up in a big way, and I think that there's a couple of reasons. One is that the Cleveland Browns, like, they still put out a really good defensive product in particular, and I think that in tandem with they should get behind. And I think that this is a lot more about like the relative get behind, because the previous guy, well, good luck with that, right? Yeah. How do you feel good about that on or off the field? There are some problems, but Jameis Winston at the very least makes you smile, doesn't he?
You said relative get behind. I don't think so. America gets behind Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
America loves Jameis.
I think America realized how great of a soundbite Jameis Winston can be. Yeah. So now this is the only quarterback I ever seen that get a pregame interview every single game. Like, somebody stick a microphone in front of him every single time before the game and after.
And he will talk.
And you know what? I know y'all want the quaint, folksy Jameis audio, so Figgy, I will turn it over to you. Just whichever ones you want to go to, because there were so many of them. Jameis in all facets: pregame, locker room after the game, during the course of this game. Jameis
let's go through them, baby.
And all of them were interesting.
When I woke up this morning and I FaceTimed my wife and my boys were going to school, my baby was eating the snow. So I was like, man, it would be wonderful to eat the snow. And we got this win, so I'm definitely going to eat some snow today.
Where does this come from? Where does it come from?
He really operated like a big old 12-year-old last night. Like, the amount of times that he mentioned the snow, and it's not just the fact that he mentioned it, it's the glee with which he mentioned all these things.
Snow day.
This was his first, I think, game under 40 degrees, if I remember correctly, starting at quarterback, and he really embraced Cliff and others. But he also, he performed decently. 219 yards in the air. He did have one interception, but it really felt like the height of Jameis Winston, because third downs, we're not able to pick those up, but we turned around to fourth down.
Let's go.
Because it feels like Jameis Winston is actively fighting his nature. His nature is to be a gunslinger.
Yeah.
And I think he's realized at this point in the league that in order to be the dude that is viable at this point, he has to be under control. And fourth downs ain't nothing about no under control. Let that thing rip.
Just time and time again, obviously Jameis. I mean, where do you want to go next? Because
some more Jameis?
Yeah, let's go to some more Jameis.
Yeah,
here.
this is Jameis. Jameis pretty much cutting the Amazon promo at this point.
Ever get it now?
Snow, let it snow. The Cleveland Browns got some more wins, baby. Let's get it. You got to tell it, buddy. I just got off Amazon, and I'm probably about to go order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight. That's how fast it is.
I ordered a dub on Amazon.
And it's going to get to my house by 9 o'clock.
If they don't use that for a promo.
Oh, they're missing the boat.
Yeah, they missing the boat.
Why isn't he a spokesperson? Well, actually, let's say, why isn't he a spokesperson for more stuff? And I was like, oh, the answers are readily available if you think about it for a half second.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody going to throw some money at him somewhere. Be like, hey, let's get this a shot.
Oh,
let's
he's
see
doing
how this
all right.
Yeah.
How about Jameis describing playing in the snow, Figgy? How about that?
It really was amazing. Like, I was just praying on the sideline, because that fourth quarter, it really was like, it was a whole plan so well offensively, and then bang, bang, back-to-back drives with turnovers. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, this is really an NFL's filmed moment. The snow starts pouring down. It starts getting like I felt like my feet started getting heavy because I'm squishing through the snow. And man, it was so good, and it was so great to end up getting that win.
He's so sincere with all of this.
All of it. This
is not like a fake thing. He's dead serious.
He is just very much from Bessemer, Alabama.
I always say it.
And I say that with all due respect and no malice there. He is just an Alabama boy.
He's from the same city as D'Amico
That
Ryans.
is correct.
Yeah.
100%.
Bessemer, Alabama. Shout out to Bessemer, Alabama. I got family there too.
Authenticity, man. That's all we want. And you're not going to find a more authentic person than Jameis Winston.
But he's also, I can't say that he's clueless. He understands.
Oh, he's smart.
He understands that what's happening here.
You can be goofy and still really smart. He's that.
Y'all want it?
His priors make it so that I don't feel comfortable calling him smart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
832 points out another one that I don't know that if I got, but during the course of this game, you could hear on during the game on one of those like parabolic mics that catches audio, him trying to draw someone offside and going, "Damn, someone jump offside."
He did. Yep.
Come on, man.
Great.
So unintentionally hilarious. We'll get some more Jameis audio as we go along here on a Football Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A really interesting game that I think with the Steelers showed us a little bit of something, including the fact that George Pickens got some things upstairs to figure out. Before we turn it over, or maybe we'll talk about this around the NFL when we get there. Apparently there is some, I guess, breaking news on the day. After Daniel Jones had that real impassioned speech.
That was a goodbye letter.
Yeah. It was really goodbye because he has been, let me put it in the official Adam Schefter language. The Giants and Daniel Jones have mutually agreed to part ways.
Mutually agreed.
They cut him. Coming up next in the Loop, let's get into our question of the day. If you could bring back a broadcaster to call one more game, who would it be? Because there is a famous basketball broadcaster who is doing that this season. 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
By now, you guys...
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Football Friday to you. Let's get into our question of the day, In the Loop, on Sports Radio 610. If you could bring back a broadcaster to call one more game, who would it be? It's 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. Let us know. This is inspired by a man who has forgotten more basketball than I will ever know in my lifetime, and his name is Hubie Brown. He is 91 years of age, and he is technically still impressive because he will call one final basketball game this season before he goes. I mean, even the last 2-3 seasons that he's called, it's
good.
Every time he's still good. He's still good. He's still knowledgeable about the league. He's not like some of the older guys where as they get older, you can tell that they're slipping. He still knows it. But also, he be getting out there. I'm like, damn, you still working? You 90 years old. And so he'll get one more game, a little bit of a swan song, a sayonara to a fantastic broadcasting career for Hubie Brown. He is retiring after calling one more game in his legendary career. But that got us thinking, if you could get any broadcaster in any sport to do one more,
baby,
one more like Hubie, who would it be?
All right, so I do want to say just a couple things about Hubie Brown, first of all, because the guy deserves it.
100%.
He's awesome. And, you know, I looked up a couple of things. He coached Oscar Robertson.
Yes.
He coached Kareem Abdul-Jabbar right after he changed his name.
Yes. And he was one of the things, I think, if I remember correctly, Kareem was also appreciative because he was one of the guys that was like, good about making sure, like, no,
It's Kareem
calling him by his name.
Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah.
For some reason, that was controversial at that point.
It was. Well, it was with Muhammad Ali, too.
It was as well.
He coached against, look at this who's who. First of all, the first time I ever saw Hubie Brown, I think I was like 12, 13 years old. He was coaching the Kentucky Colonels in the ABA.
So
at Hemisphere Arena, I watched the Spurs against Hubie Brown's Kentucky Colonels in the ABA.
That don't even sound like a real thing.
Think about it.
I know it is, but it don't sound like a real thing.
Yeah, I thought he's on this broadcast pedestal, and I'm like, damn, I remember him as the coach.
Yes,
I remember. To me, I remember him coaching like the Memphis Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of where I'm.
That
like,
was his last stop, I believe.
I think that was towards the end.
It was,
but I'm like, I knew him. I just knew him as a basketball coach.
How many maybe just him. Probably just him. How many coaches have had to game plan and coach against Dr. J, John Havlicek, Wilt Chamberlain, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James? He coached against all those dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it's just
Let's
him.
think about the people he actually coached.
All the way through.
Oscar Robertson
to Bonzi Wells.
Yes.
He coached in like professional basketball from 72 to 04. He coached basketball in general from 55 to 04. For a half decade.
Yeah.
He was a coach. And then he added on top another 20 years or so of broadcast.
And was good.
Yeah.
It wasn't just
He's
like
still good.
Great. Yeah, it wasn't just like he's a head coach with experience. Let's just throw him on the broad. He was actually pretty good.
Yeah, so he's getting one more shot. It's going to be good, I'm sure. I'm kind of hoping it's a Wembanyama game because that way he can go from Oscar Robertson to Wembanyama. That would be pretty incredible.
I'll take whichever one. Please make it a good game because he's still bringing knowledge. And he also, he kept up with the game, with the changing of the game, and, it's still really insightful.
So, broadcasters. I'm going to go old school.
Are we doing,
they can
alive,
come alive or dead?
Dead or alive. Let's have an appreciation for the great broadcast.
I'm going to go of my youth. Howard Cosell.
That one came up a whole bunch on the text line.
Pat Summerall.
Okay.
Yep. And Kurt Gowdy. Kurt Gowdy on NFL on NBC. Dude. In fact, Kurt Gowdy helped me fall in love, interestingly enough, with the Houston Oilers because he was the one that called, Oilers against Chargers, Oilers against Steelers, all that stuff. Kurt Gowdy was the man. But we're missing a lot. Who would you say?
The first one that came to mind for me, it's the distinctive things that certain broadcasters do come to mind, and Vince Scully was the first one. Just the storyteller that he was, and the fluidity that he did that with. It never felt like it was out of place, and it was always very soothing, and it filled the space that baseball gives inherently without feeling intrusive.
Yeah.
And that is a line to straddle that very few do at the level that is anywhere close to Vince Scully. So obviously, I mean, that's a legend. That one's easy. Another one that came to mind for me, I was just talking about with you during the break. I know he's still technically doing broadcast type stuff. He just retired from doing baseball broadcast and stuff, but I'm thinking basketball.
Okay.
Bob Costas.
Yeah.
Bob Costas on NBA on NBC.
Yeah.
He did something that I think is missing from basketball in particular, but I think a lot of sports, which is setting the story of the game.
Yeah. That's totally gone.
There's a lot of guys that will call the action, but the investment that comes from fans comes from the story of the game. What's at stake? What's the rise and fall of this? And I always used to love seeing that day with mom watching NBA on NBC and seeing them start up with the little montage, and he's giving you a spiel of basically what is the story of this game.
Yes.
Painting the picture.
It's what he was best at.
100%.
Go ahead.
Some other ones that came in on the text line, Fig, I'm interested in for you. Harry Carey comes up here.
Oh, man, Harry Carey, yes.
Bill Worrell, of course, shout out to the man.
Yeah.
He was on the Space City Home Network broadcast for the
championship.
Yes, for the 30-year anniversary of the champions. Keith Jackson comes up a whole bunch.
Keith Jackson's a good one. Do y'all remember Lindsey Nelson?
I don't.
Lindsey Nelson, and this is, again, pre-cable, so another voice of my youth. And I always talk about how I hate Notre Dame, but every Sunday morning before church, they would have the Notre Dame recap of the game before, and Lindsey Nelson was their play-by-play guy, and he would recap the game. And he had a really old-school voice like this.
And real great for AM radio.
Oh, my gosh, it was so good. And it's a touchdown.
Yeah. So the first one I thought about was John Madden and Pat Summerall.
Yes, someone said John Madden, but just for Thanksgiving so he could talk about the turducken.
Yeah, no, to me that's legendary.
Boom.
One I thought about that I really like, and it kind of got me thinking about it because I heard his son broadcasting last week, but Marv Albert.
Oh, for sure.
I love Marv Albert,
for
man.
Sure.
To me, I felt like he really got that old school voice, just that kind of low tone and broadcast voice. And his son kind of got some of it too. His son Kenny Albert.
Yeah.
The first time broadcast, I'm like, is that Marv Albert's son? Like they got that same vocal cord.
Yeah.
And I did my Googles. I'm like, damn, that's his son. They need to put him more and more.
Yeah, for sure. Astros one as well. Milo Hamilton comes up quite a bit on the text line. Another one, this one came up on the YouTube from Horatio, and I was like, oh, wow, what a great answer that I really should have thought of. Jim Lampley. Not only does the boxing world need Jim Lampley back, but the new age broadcaster needs to listen to the master. Yeah, Jim Lampley did such a fantastic job with boxing.
HBO boxing, just in general, was off the charts good. It just sounded, he knew when to bring the energy and when not. Jim Lampley, yes, on boxing. He did that better than anything else.
And when I got into that boxing space, I thought about one, and this is just me being a jerk, right? Like, we're talking about some legends, and he is a legend in some ways, but I'm also just kind of wanting to get the chaos of some sorts. Teddy Atlas, especially, like, I don't know, as recently as maybe like 5-6 years ago, when one of these big fights would happen on a Saturday. And Stephen A. Smith continued working every hour of every waking moment on ESPN. After these games, they would have Stephen A. Smith and Teddy Atlas just arguing about the fight after it. And that just made me smile because I was like, are y'all not tired? It is 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on the East Coast. Y'all out here arguing about this fight and how it was scored wrong, whatever. But I don't know why. A lot of enjoyment was gained from Teddy Atlas arguing with that man.
No, for sure. You can just go down the list. We as you mentioned, Keith Jackson. But I'll tell you what, and I don't know if you agree, Lundqvist on the SEC, dude. It was the SEC. It just was, and it was so. I mean, how many amazing plays has he called? Vern Lundquist on the SEC football. That was amazing.
Yeah, Vern Lundquist is one of those things, one of those guys that is an indication of how much you have to respect him because towards the end for him, he obviously had a very long run, especially as the SEC on CBS went away. Towards the end, I was like, oh, man, this all just feels so stuffy.
You were done with it?
I was done with it. But even then, I'm like, yeah, but also, whatever that feeling is, I know that this man absolutely did a fantastic job for a very long time. And not just in college football, all sorts of different sports broadcasts as well. Vern Lundquist, absolutely a lot of respect for him. Some other ones that came up, Bob Uecker comes up. Matt Bullard obviously missed on the Rockets broadcast. We mentioned John Madden. Gene Peterson.
Brent Musburger. And I always give Brent Musburger a hard time because
you do.
I really do.
I think you like him for real.
No, I don't like him now. For the last 5-6 years, he's been awful. But at the top of his game, you knew it was a big game. Like up until about 2010, Brent Musburger was at the top of the list. He's just talking about falling off a cliff.
Speaking of falling off a cliff, I feel like Al Michaels did all right last night.
He's done all right all year.
Yeah, he haven't been bad this year.
Well, he's also getting some games, especially of late, that are really
some interesting games.
Yeah. So shout out to our guy Hubie Brown, 91 years young, and he will get one final NBA game before he goes into full retirement.
Oh, I was about to say, is he done?
Yeah,
he's giving me an ESPN thing.
Hell,
hey, man, he is 91 years
91,
old. And
it's time to retire.
They're still putting him on TV. I feel like ESPN will let him go until his last
Okay,
break.
I'm just making sure, man. I don't trust ESPN.
That is fair. They are not to be trusted at this moment. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL world. We'll dig more into the breaking news of the day. Daniel Jones was straight up released by the Giants. We'll talk about that and more next.
Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, happy Football Friday. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL now, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last-minute changes of plans and you can't use your tickets, download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we were letting you know earlier that the breaking news on the day is that the New York Giants have parted ways with their $40 million man. Daniel Jones is no longer a part of the team. He has been waived, I believe. And so we learned, what was it, last week or earlier this week, that he was, moved from being the starter to being
safety.
He was benched at first, is what we knew.
Yeah.
And then we looked at the depth chart and we found out that Tommy DeVito would start. So not only was he not the starter, he also wasn't on the second quarterback. He was the third string quarterback. And then later in the week, he was playing, what was it?
Scout team
safety, which, as we know here in Houston, usually means that you are done in these streets.
And it did.
And it did, as he was officially waived. We should have writing on the wall as Daniel Jones in his media availability, was that yesterday, in fact?
Yeah.
He sounded like it was the very end of the line, end of the road type stuff. Listen to it here.
The opportunity to play for the New York Giants was truly a dream come true, and I'm extremely grateful to the Mara and Tisch families for the chance to play here. I've met so many special people and created relationships that will truly last a lifetime. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and staff that have done so much for me these past 6 years. There have been some great times, but of course, we all wish there had been more of those. I take full responsibility for my part and not bringing more wins. I did not play well enough consistently enough to help the team get the results. The reality of the NFL is it's hard to win games and requires consistent performance from everyone involved. We didn't do that well enough, so the idea to change something happens, and I understand. I love the game. I love being part of a team. I'm excited for the next opportunity and know that there's a lot of good football in front of me, and I'm excited about that.
I mean, that was
and this was before he got released.
Yes,
this is before we knew.
This wasn't after the release.
You couldn't have spelled it out any clearer. And here's the thing with Daniel Jones, and there's obviously he's going to be talked about a lot, including right here, right now. But the thing about him is, it is his fault that he couldn't play well enough. It's not his fault they paid him that contract.
Yeah. Oh, they gave him that. And they knew better too.
Yeah.
They knew better.
And people mindsets change when you get that money.
Yeah, but it's not his fault.
Yeah.
You can give me $40 million a year?
He's supposed to turn
Nah, man, I'm good.
Supposed to turn it down?
No, I'm good.
I'm not that good. I'm not a $40 million quarterback.
He was not good. He was not a good quarterback. He should not have gotten that contract. But you know what? They gave him that contract. Ain't nobody going to say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the benching clearly happened in part to protect the Giants from more liability for, obviously injuries and those types of things. But he will be waived, and we go to the 5-hour Energy fan line now where, Lopez, I'm sure you know what's about to happen. First of all, someone asked, they think that Daniel Jones requested to be released, but let's keep it a buck. They were going to cut times with him eventually, and absolutely, right? Like, he had run his course. They'd spent a lot of money on him, and it just was not worthwhile for them. And then we go to an inevitable text that comes in, and this isn't particular to this guy. This isn't particular to this team. I mean, with every team, somebody comes loose, and everybody goes, "Should we?" And absolutely not. I will quote a Hall of Fame semifinalist right now, Ricky Waters. For who? For what?
Yeah.
To do what on this team?
Yeah.
To do what? You got what, like $5.5 million worth of cap space?
Mm-hmm.
I understand, like, the ramifications of it right now is he's probably going to clear waivers just because he has such a big salary and nobody's going to willingly take that on. I don't even know if anybody has the space to take that on at this. So he'll clear waivers and then he'll be a true free agent. But even then, you sign him to a vet minimum to do what?
Yeah.
You have a backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is probably one of a few times I would say I'm happy with Davis Mills.
Yeah.
I think we have a great backup quarterback in Davis Mills.
Well, the question though becomes,
don't do this.
No. I agree totally with you.
This dude over here.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
No. Maybe I said that wrong. But what I'm saying though is somebody's gonna pick him up, and you never know. Because at that salary. Right coach, right situation. Maybe
I bet you a Kyle Shanahan would pick his ass up and scare everybody.
It's already been it's already out there. Kyle Shanahan,
Sean McVay.
Cowboys has been mentioned.
The Cowboys already have a backup quarterback that they're not playing. They probably should.
Raiders,
adding another one don't make no
sense. Jaguars.
Although that means the Cowboys might do it.
Jaguars might be interesting, but Raiders, is another one.
It's going to be a team with a good coach, with a good offensive plan, and everybody be like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But he's going to get picked up, and he should.
Yeah, I just wonder what that team will actually be, because you mentioned the Raiders, and they've been in a place where they have not had a starting quarterback for a little bit. They've kind of bounced around with guys. I'm like, is Daniel Jones really that guy?
Yeah.
That you want to then do that with, even if on a pretty damn reasonable salary?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I hear you, 936. Daniel Jones is an upgrade over Davis Mills. Maybe. I'm not even willing to say that outright, but let's say for argument's sake that you're correct. Right now, I don't think that there's a market difference. If either of them are having to play, one, you're bleeped, and second of all, that feels like an off-season conversation, because as of right now, if you're adding anything to this team, it needs to be helping you progress in a chance of contending.
They're
in the
not
AFC
looking
and the
at
playoffs.
backup quarterbacks now, man. That's at the bottom of the list.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely not. But he will get a job, and it's funny because we heard Rex Ryan yesterday. I mean, just how much more could he be bucking for a Jets job? What if Daniel Jones, on a team coached by a defensive-oriented team coached by Rex Ryan, just kind of does just enough, which is what Rex Ryan wants out of his quarterbacks? Just go across the city there, man. Go to the Jets. They're not going to have Aaron Rodgers.
You won't have to move.
Yeah. They're not going to have Aaron Rodgers.
I don't
think that's a bad idea, to be honest.
Ooh.
Take a shot.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like you're going to be low enough. Well, I don't know that there's a great quarterback in this class either.
Yeah. I think from Daniel Jones' point of view, he probably need to go to a team and just sit. I wouldn't be looking to try to start right now.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go behind a guy that's an offensive genius and just try to sit and learn behind somebody, man.
Career backup is a good job.
Yeah, but he also and he also feels like he has the possibility to want to be one of those high end backups.
Yeah,
where he's just that you have him on a team and you're just like, cool. If something happens, we feel good about him coming and holding it down for a couple of weeks, and then he goes. Right? It's the spot that I used to say that Ryan Fitzpatrick held, where perfectly situated, not good enough to steal your starting quarterback's job, but good enough to hold it down while he's not there.
Yeah.
Just go to San Francisco and just hold the clipboard, man. Try to learn.
Mm-hmm.
I would do that.
Wow, y'all some wild boys. 346. Let's be real. He should be in here. That's wild. Don't do that to the man. All right.
Get them on the Roughnecks.
The Roughnecks.
We talked about Thursday Night Football, in which the Browns get a victory late against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the snow. Shout out to Jameis Winston. But during the course of this game, we continued to see the character that is George Pickens. In fact, the Pittsburgh Steelers had an opportunity to try and drive, and then they had an opportunity for one final heave to maybe, just maybe, steal this one in the snow at, what's the name of the damn stadium again?
That's your gig.
I was there.
Huntington Bank.
That's right, because Jameis made sure to let us know. That's right.
You got him, Figgy.
That's right. I appreciate it.
Hold this L.
But Russell Wilson throws the ball up there, and while the Hail Mary is still in the air, George Pickens is out there fighting with Greg Newsome.
He was throwing some Hail Marys.
Yes, he was. Not the right ones for the situation, though. And it's just George Pickens. Why is he like this? He's supremely talented, but he's got a little bit of the things in the head. This is George Pickens talking about the game afterwards, where it doesn't seem like he feels so strongly about those divisional opponent Browns.
What do you guys try to take away from this loss? What's the message, in the locker room?
Just keep grinding. Like I said, conditions played a huge part in today's game. I don't really think the Cleveland Browns are a good team at all. I think the conditions kind of saved them today.
Okay, Micah. I mean, come on. You just got beat.
They didn't get waxed, though.
They didn't get waxed.
Cowboys kind of got waxed. I felt like there's a distinction
I hate when people do that because
they're not that good.
I hate when it's on the field or the field was. We all played on that same field, man.
Exactly.
I never understood. People were saying that about the Texans and Jets game last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they lost. The field was bad. The field wasn't bad for Zach Wilson.
That's right.
He was out there looking like Peyton Manning, man.
I think the argument there is usually that one team's game favors
for their
the
style,
more.
Yeah.
Except, does that hold up here? Are we saying the Pittsburgh Steelers are the team that? Oh man,
they're gunning.
They're high flying.
Y'all act like y'all play in Miami or something and never seen snow.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all conditions, y'all supposed to be able to handle this.
Y'all the AFC North.
100%. So, yeah, I thought that was funny. But, yeah, shout out to that man and on Thursday Night Football. But the Browns did get a victory there, although it seems like their victory wasn't enough to convince the powers that be that they needed another Thursday Night Football game, as in we're getting our very first flex out of Thursday Night Football, and it is indeed the Cleveland Browns are being flexed out of that game in Week 16.
Browns-Bengals, right?
It is Browns-Bengals. Both of those teams very, very much will be out of playoff contention at that point. And so you move that game out of Thursday Night Football, it'll move to Sunday, and what moves in to replace it? Broncos, Chargers will move into that place on Thursday Night Football. I imagine you've got to be, one, excited that there's acknowledgement of your team playing well, but you've got to be real upset that you go from having a full week to now, oh no, that was a 4-day week for you now. On a short, like without knowing it early. Yeah. Like you weren't able to account for it. Now it's 3-4 weeks to do some level of preparation as coaches and then as an organization doing the booking or everything. That feels like that would be, I'd be upset about that personally.
Upset, but I think they'd rather be on national television with those kind of stakes. And it could be pretty good stakes by that point. So, yeah, I mean, I think they'll adjust.
Somebody said nobody wants to see a baseball game score with the Chargers and the Broncos. I don't know. It felt like you got kind of baseball game score in this one for a little while, and it was entertaining.
But see, they have something to play for.
That's what I'm saying.
They're good teams, and so that could mean a lot. That could be a big game for them.
And one of the things that is cool there, and I saw some people on various social media platforms talking about this during the course of this Browns Steelers game. Hey man, should Thursday Night Football just be division rivals? Because those stakes as well help the energy of the game when it is more tired. And that is, Broncos and Chargers is a divisional game in addition to having the added stakes of playoff-headed teams.
I like the idea. I don't know if the NFL schedule maker likes that idea. I mean, I guess they could just easily do it. But
well, I mean, I don't know that you have.
You got to play them anyway.
Do you have enough division games to go all the way around?
That's another thing. But I tell you what, they know each other very well, especially if there's continuity in the coaching and the players.
Which, I mean, I imagine that helps
scouting,
game planning, right, for that particular week.
Yeah, so I don't mind that idea, actually.
Okay. And then also, I thought this was a wild thing to see, that the Seahawks still remain without power at their training facilities due to what has been termed, and I'm not lying, a bomb cyclone.
Bomb cyclone.
And look, I will be very exactly.
Bomb cyclone.
I'll be very forthcoming. The reason why I brought this up is because I was like, what in the actual what is a bomb cyclone? But yes, that is what is showing up here.
It's a Pacific Ocean hurricane, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that knocked out power.
A cold water hurricane kind of thing?
Basically, yeah. And so that is they're dealing with that in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. And the Seahawks actually are having to work off of some generators at their training facilities, but they're still having to go through it because the NFL ain't moving that game.
No, they're not going to do that. No, they're not. Not at all.
So yeah, the Seahawks, who are they playing again this week? They're playing at home versus the Arizona Cardinals. That's a big time game in that division. And the Cardinals have been playing really good football, equipped with a really good offensive line that's allowing them to throw the football pretty well. So, yeah, the Seahawks, I imagine that's an added disadvantage. Currently, the Cardinals are 1-point favorites in that one. I wonder how that goes, or if maybe there's some money to be made, just knowing that the Seahawks are at a disadvantage, walking in, taking cold showers.
Sounds like you're offering a tip there.
Oh, I am not. Look, what I'm going to tell you, if that sounded like a tip, run. I'm not a good gambler. It's one of the reasons why I don't do it, in addition to the fact that it makes me kind of queasy.
He's like, I'd be all over Cardinals, man.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
No, the worst thing is somebody asks you, like, oh, who you think gonna win? You're like, I think the Seahawks gonna win.
Yeah.
Good. All right, I'm gonna put my house on. Like,
No.
Hold up a minute, player.
To do all that, I just thought. I was just thinking.
I thought we was having a casual conversation.
I think about all sorts of things. You're not going to go make decisions based off of that.
I think you should give me $1 million.
Exactly.
Facts.
Yeah.
Big facts. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Football Friday to you as we're gearing up for Texans-Titans. But just beyond this Titans game, can you see a path for the Texans to maybe get a bye week? Or at the very least, some home football through the conference semifinals?
Hey, now.
Let's talk about that next.
We're His C.J. Stroud improved.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
sports leader. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop on a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. In fact, Lopez and Figgy Fig, original H-Town Oilers gear.
Put it on real quick. Put it on real quick for all the YouTube and. This is the real deal.
Yeah, that is.
It says is from early 90s.
If you'll allow me to read your jacket that says Houston Oilers.
La Tremenda.
Yeah, La Tremenda, which is the
it was the Spanish language
station that hosted the Spanish language broadcast of the Oilers at the time where you worked on it.
Yeah, I did pregame show and halftime show, so that was fun. And so yeah, man, take that, Amy.
Hold on to that, as well as the gorgeous H-Town blue starter jacket that Figgy got on.
Yeah.
That's what Buddy Ryan wore, that exact jacket. That was his favorite jacket.
Yeah, in Houston, right?
Yeah, you going to punch someone now?
Okay.
All right.
Hey, I should.
I feel like you got to just to be in the spirit of it, as long as it's not me.
Hey,
I just want to make sure that caveat exists in there. But yeah, we're really excited for this Titans game. It's one of those, it's a must-win for very many reasons. And one of those is if you win that along with some other ones, there's still possibly a path open for, crazy as it seems, the bye week probably, or at the very least maybe like a 2 seed where you can guarantee that you have home football through the conference semis maybe.
Well, yes, there absolutely is. And I think what's crucial here is those two games we've been talking about for a long time at the end of the year with the Chiefs at the Chiefs and the Ravens at home on Christmas. Those two games, like, first of all, you got to take care of this next 2 weeks.
Yes, absolutely.
That is crucial because then all of a sudden you're looking at a pretty darn good rate is going to be in the thick of things. And so once you do that, then you've got those two games and what do they say? What Kevin Garnett say?
Anything is possible.
Anything possible.
Anything is possible.
Or you could do like Jason Tatum. We did it. We did it.
He really was trying real hard to replicate that moment.
He said, he looked around and said, we did it. We did it.
Which very much feels like, as a tangent, it feels like a generation of folks that are so, like, referential.
Yeah.
Like, we always got to refer to something. I say that being one of those dudes that is very referential. It's like, hey, man, you just need to exist in that moment, man. Don't worry about it. Because he tried to recreate the Kobe picture, too. And it's like, dog, I just enjoy it how you enjoy it, my boy.
Man.
And maybe I'm being the hater. Maybe that was how he enjoyed it. But back to this football team for the Texans. You're currently 7-4, as we know. There are 4 teams that exist either ahead of you or with the same record in the AFC. And those 4 teams are Kansas City, that's obviously 9-1. The Buffalo Bills that are 8-2, they still have a bye week ahead of them as well. And then you have the Steelers who are 8-3. They just lost on Thursday Night Football. Shout out to them. And then the Baltimore Ravens that are 7-4, who have the same record as you at this moment. And it feels like before we get to any of this, right? If you have any level of hope of getting the number 1 seed, getting the bye, and having some opportunity, that would have to start with like winning out, right? Like you'd have to go and get 14 wins.
Well, 13 anyway. I mean, you never know, but you would have to definitely start. Go down, sure, but you get to these other schedules. I mean, you talk about anything is possible.
13 wins, Brad. Yeah,
13.
That doesn't add up.
Yeah, 13.
My bad.
But
6 more games.
But you look at the other schedules. The Bills, might have the easiest path, but guess who beat the Bills?
The Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans.
So you
beat
do have
the
that
Bills.
tiebreaker there.
And so then you get a tiebreaker against the Chiefs.
If
anything is
that
possible.
Win.
Anything is possible.
And then another one of the teams here is Baltimore, who you are playing. And I mean, you have an opportunity to get some ground there. But you would have to win out on your schedule first and foremost. The Chiefs have, you mentioned the Bills. Let's start there, right? You said that they have some winnable ones in here. They have San Francisco after the bye week this week. They'll play week 13 versus the Niners. But the Niners are a team that's, reeling a little bit. Offensively, they have not been nearly the same Niners they typically are. They get the Rams, which, how do you feel about them?
At the Rams.
On the road.
Which will probably be a home game, to be honest, for the Bills.
It could be. It could be. They'll get the Lions as well. That one feels like, all right, the Lions can do you a solid there because the Lions have been a very good football team. But then they get the Patriots twice and the Jets as well.
Patriots twice and the Jets to end the year. You'll know by week 15
if you have any shot of this happening,
because they're not going to lose their last 3 games.
So it might just be that the Bills have a really good shot at handling this, and then your ideas of having a bye week are probably gone, right?
Yeah,
and so,
but if they lose 2.
But if they lose 2, it does open that up. The 2 that are possibly there, Rams, Lions, probably.
I was going to say Niners, but any combination of Niners and Rams and Lions. So that's what I'm saying. You'll know by the end of week 15 if you're going to have a shot to catch them. Now, clearly the Texans have to do they can keep up their end of the deal.
And
here.
I think that's for anybody that's listening. That's like, come on, guys. I understand. That's probably the difficult part out of all of this. First and foremost is making sure that you handle up and play at the height of your potential consistently, because that's what's probably going to be necessary to get some of the wins against those teams at the top that we're talking about. Speaking of the Kansas City Chiefs at 9-1, the remainder of their schedule, they have some tough games as they're facing a couple of these teams. They get it's Carolina, Las Vegas. Those are
then it gets interesting.
Gimmies. It gets interesting with the Chargers. That's a division game. We know division games get a little tough, and Jim Harbaugh seems to have a group of guys that just are steady with what they do.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough to hold off a Kansas City Chiefs team that seems to deal with just that individual brilliance that happens on third downs and such with Patrick Mahomes, and if you can dial it up with Travis Kelce, that gets interesting. But if the Chargers can hold it down, that's a potential loss. They'll play the Cleveland Browns, which they're a wild card on all of these, and they'll be playing in Cleveland. What does that do? Like, do you have enough defensive pressure to make that tough? I don't know. They'll play the Texans, and the Texans would have to get a win there. Pittsburgh, they'll play on the road. Another team that, I don't know how you feel about them. In theory, they can be dangerous here. And then they get Denver, another dangerous. There's a lot of dangerous
teams. At Pittsburgh and then at Denver to close the year.
A lot of dangerous teams there for that Chiefs team. None that I mark down as like, oh, that's definitely a loss. But a lot of ones that go, right? Like that general noise.
There are losses out there potentially, but getting to 4 losses for the Chiefs, but it's the Chiefs, and then they win these. I mean, they've won these close games.
And you mean 4 additional losses, not just 4 total losses, right?
Well, four total losses, maybe 4 additional losses, but maybe
that are possible.
Yeah, exactly. There are possibilities there, but it is the Chiefs. I mean, they could easily lose against the Chargers. Who knows at Cleveland? Weather and Myles Garrett wrecking a game, and Jameis Winston, eating snow and all that stuff. And then you got the Texans here, which is a must if you're going to have a shot. And then at Pittsburgh, at Denver. I mean, I wanted to say crazier things have happened, but because that would be pretty dang crazy. But there is a path. There is a path to get there.
But it's very narrow,
yes,
and that's one of the points that I think we're getting to that point where it's getting late early, right? And so you need some things to break your way, and of course, just for good measure, bringing up the Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens are interesting. 8-3 Steelers, 7-3 Baltimore Ravens. There's a lot of crossover here because if you're hoping for, well, first of all, they'll play each other in division in Week 16. But then also, if you're hoping that you can maybe try and leapfrog to that top, these are the places where it gets real interesting because the Steelers have Kansas City and Baltimore on here. So like you would need some level of like one team beats another so they all kind of catch a loss in
or
there.
They spit the bit like they did last night.
Or they lose to some of the teams that they have no business losing to.
Yeah.
Like they still have Cleveland again that time at Acrisure in Pittsburgh. So maybe
they have Philadelphia.
Maybe Cleveland get them with a out of conference win that would mess some things up. So what you're thinking? Maybe the Steelers can really help you out by beating both Baltimore and Kansas City, but then spin the bid and losing against some other teams. That's a possibility as well, and that would be necessary, I think, to help you in your endeavor that we're setting up here to possibly get a 1 or 2 seed. And then Baltimore, this is the thing.
They can go to 6 losses.
Because of the way that they're built as a team, where big plays are something that their defense allows. Chunk plays are the name of the game, and if you allow big chunk plays to be there, you can always have a tough time, even though that offense, when it's humming, is a problem.
I mean, they have this week at the LA Chargers. That's a little scary for Baltimore. The Harbaugh, and then they have the Eagles themselves, and then Houston, of course, after Pittsburgh. So it's a long shot. I mean, we're not trying to be pie in the sky here. I mean, it's a long shot, but there is a path. The funny thing with the Texans schedule, like at Kansas City, Baltimore, back-to-back, we know the story. Those are the games that are going to define where you are in
a
the
very short span of games where you're having, 3 games in 11 days or something to that effect.
But Miami all of a sudden is looking a little scary before that.
Yeah, so the record is will fool you, but
they're getting a little.
I've been saying that for a minute, man.
I'm a little scary.
I'm like, man, I know they probably out of it.
Yeah.
But man, they got their quarterback back.
They got the quarterback back. Texans are going to be coming off their bye week, so there's different ways you can react from that. You'll feel better, but are you going to be maybe a little bit, not a little rusty or whatever it may be? And Miami coming here, still healthy and slinging it around. They showed a little life. All of a sudden, that Miami game's looking a little scary.
Yeah, don't look at that record, man, and think you just going to roll out of bed and stomp them.
Mm-hmm.
Secondarily here, because I think we've established, right, real long shot, but there's like some very narrow possibilities that get you to the place where maybe you can have that. On the other side of this, is it possible that the Texans look at like clinching the AFC South really early to the point where those big games that we're talking about become, games that you want to win to try and be playing the right style of or the right caliber of football that you need, but are ones that you're kind of writing off when it comes to just like actually positioning and stuff? Because clearly the Texans have a couple of winnable games this weekend versus the Titans, next weekend versus the Jaguars, right? Before you head to your bye in week 14. Yeah. The Colts, who are your nearest opponent, they have 4 wins, right? You win these 2 games, how many wins do you have?
You'll obviously have 9.
You'll have 9, right? The Colts have 4 wins. They have the Detroit Lions this week, which
4 wins.
Right, 4 wins. Then they play the Patriots on the road, a Patriots team that I'm not going to sit here and try and gaslight you, but Drake May is playing better football. Like they might have something there in the Drake May experience. What happens if Drake May messes around, gets a win there as well? Right, that's a 4-win team with, at that point, how many games remaining? Four games after that?
Yeah.
Like, you could clinch this division before you even get to the challenging games in the back half of the schedule. I'd be real interested to see what happens there and how DeMeco Ryans and this organization plays it at that point.
I think they're just going to play it. First of all, I think there's going to be a path, Christmas Day game, some sort of path for them because that's just the way it works out. And if it's not then, maybe certainly the week before against Kansas City, there's going to be some stakes there that are still on the line. So I don't see anything changing really until the last game of the year might be the one where you can, but it is a rivalry game against these same Titans.
Where you got to win. You just
got to win.
You can't let these jokers have any of that, which is the way that I feel this week as well. Just win, baby. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on as we had Ocho text in on the text line. I just had a friend text me. Apparently Kendrick Lamar dropped a new joint. So,
yeah, come on in here so we can listen to it as a fan.
Oh, is that what you're doing right now?
That's what I'm gonna do now. Okay. I haven't listened to it yet. A couple people, our producer Byron text.
Oh yeah,
text me, said Kendrick dropped. I was like,
that's the Super Bowl halftime performer. Maybe we'll get some of this music.
That's funny.
If you want to prepare yourself for that. But coming up next in the loop, let's get into what's popping, including the MVPs in baseball were announced. Plus, a baseball insider has revealed what he thinks is happening with Bregman. We'll talk about that next.
Texans.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
$29.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com. TheMen'sClinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I guess if you are, one, interested in rap music, or two, interested in the NFL halftime show, you are interested in the news that kind of got dropped on both myself, Figgy, John Lopez, during the course of that last segment, I think.
Yeah, I actually had some misinformation, man. I thought he just dropped a song. Kendrick Lamar dropped the album, man. He dropped a full-blown album called GNX. And, yeah.
That's all we know. That's all we have right now. Thank you for the news from the Figgy News Desk.
Yeah,
that was very thorough and insightful. Thank you very much, sir. I imagine that you will be listening to it, and I will be envious over here. Although we get to talk sports, I'm excited.
Yeah,
but
I listened to a snippet of it, but I can't. Yeah,
you got to dig in.
You better than me.
MTV just tweeted this out. To whom it may concern, Kendrick Lamar just released his 6th studio album. Your employee will no longer be able to work today. Thank you.
Can you forward that to the PD, please?
Yeah. I'm sure Parker probably listening to it.
Yeah. Parker probably is.
He a big fan of Kendrick Lamar.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. In non-music elements, what's popping?
Get back to sports.
Yeah, let's talk sports.
I'm interested in doing that very much so. MLB unveiled as they have been, releasing their various awards.
Mm-hmm.
AL and NL MVPs were revealed.
Shohei, baby.
Let's go Dodgers.
There he is. You're not beating the allegations. You are not going to beat the allegations.
We gotta get Lopez a Dodgers hat. Maybe for his birthday or so, on Christmas, give him a Dodgers hat. It say John Lopez on the side.
Get him a jacket.
Y'all are the worst.
Jersey with his name on it. Yeah.
Let's go Dodgers.
What number would you want on your jersey, Lopez?
That'd be 17, right?
Yeah, 17.
Like Shohei.
Or just get him a Shohei. Don't even bother. I was going to personalize it for him.
Shohei Lopez.
Yeah, but Shohei Ohtani wins his third MVP. This in the NL. He wins unanimously. And then Aaron Judge wins his second MVP. Yes, Aaron Judge. Remember, regular season award, ladies and gentlemen.
He shouldn't even accept it.
All right.
No, I'm good.
I'm taking that.
Yeah.
Like, worst case scenario, you get out there like, you remember that time that Tim Duncan won MVP except they got beat?
Yeah.
And he was out there in the sandals and everything. Just looking like, do that maybe. But other than that, you definitely accept that. So I guess congratulations to them. Upwards inflection.
I guess.
Whatever.
How'd that work out?
I don't know. But in the baseball space, John Heyman, New York Post, wrote about Alex Bregman. We knew that the Astros did the thing that you have to do, gave him the qualifying offer. He denied it. And now, according to Jon Heyman, the Astros have reportedly extended an offer free agent-wise.
Legit
offer to Alex Bregman. So we are in the game now. What is the offer? They didn't tell me that.
See, that's the scary part to me. Is it hitting you the same way? Like, because we would, if it was like, a legit, Boris would have leaked something. McTaggart would have something. Maybe Chandler Rome would have something.
I don't know. I go the other way.
Really?
I think that we get numbers when there's negotiation in the media, as you're saying, which, well, that could go one of two ways. Either one is just patently out, like off, which I think you would also get some information on, because then then Boris is trying to shame the team for they're not respecting our guy. I think that this might be within the realm of negotiation because we are not getting leaks. Spillane has pointed us many a times to the fact that when they were dealing with Correa and they were clearly not being serious with it, was when they were puffing their chest out and letting us know that they was putting money on the table, just to kind of CYA in some ways. Right? That, no, we are negotiating, when in all reality, were you actually being serious? This feels serious that all we're getting is there's an offer there. But we're figuring out. I don't know ultimately what actually gets done there. And the speculation is that the rough estimate is on the market is $200 million, and it might be.
See, that's why it worries me, because Scott Boras is in the business of leaking contract information. That's what he does. It's how he gets his clients more money. And on top of that, the Astros famously have never offered more than a 6-year deal. So Scott Boras, let's say it's
There's
really
a first time for everything, Lopez.
There is, but let's say this is a really good 6-year deal. It would still get leaked. Because Boris would be saying, hey, Mets, 7 years and he's yours. Hey, Yankees, 7 years and he's yours.
Yeah, but you can do that without leaking it, right?
But if you leak it, it's easier. Because then it becomes public and the Yankees are like, oh, we can go 7. Or whomever, Toronto. I'm not reporting anything here. I'm just saying.
No, this is all reckless speculation. Reckless speculation.
Like if the Astros stayed with their 6-year, but it's a healthy offer, it still would get out. Because then he would want the 7 or the 8 or whatever.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends what Bregman wants too. I know Bregman wants the most, but I wonder if he's in that space where he'd be like, man, I just want to be here.
Yeah.
Let's try to make it work. Whatever you want to do, I just want to make this home. I want to stay here.
Yeah, we'll see. And look, this is still relatively early on. Heyman, I think, put this out either yesterday or earlier today. And so this might be a thing that within a little bit of time that all of the journalists, capital J journalists around this, find out what the offer actually is. They get into their sources, and then we know, and then we can talk about it at a more advanced way. Jon Heyman, who's pretty good in these spaces, Astros have an offer on the table.
Yeah, I believe that
they're going through the process, and we continue to roll along. However, what happens if they don't make this happen, right? If they don't ultimately sign Alex Bregman back, he ends up playing for a different team other than the Astros after 9 years here in Houston. What is the replacement? Because that's always been the question, and it's honestly been one that's hanging like a anvil over the top of the Astros because there's not really good options. But how about this? Sporting News throws up the possibility, this is Dane Perry of CBS Sports, puts up the possibility of maybe, are you interested in a 33-year-old Nolan Arenado?
Given where the Astros are, yeah. If you don't get Bregman, Nolan Arenado has declined a little bit.
At the plate for sure.
Hey, at the plate for sure. Still damn good on defense.
Very much so. And that's one of the things that the Astros that you really always bring up when talking about Bregman is the defense that he's been able to bring, winning his first Gold Glove at third base, at hot corner. Right? Like, I think that is one of those things that you look at, especially with an infield that defensively wasn't stellar this past season. Having a replacement that absolutely can bring some defense in addition to some offense. I understand that, like you mentioned, he has declined offensively. And one of the things that is a little unsexy about this is that you would have to trade for him, although it seems like the Cardinals have an appetite for trading. But he is on an 8 years, $260 million deal.
Yeah, but it ends in 27.
It ends in 27.
Yeah.
But, the yearly number is still pretty high there. And what is the thing that we've talked about with the salary? Crane has mentioned it, right? Like they don't. They're.
What do you say? Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy. And he made sure to remind us that they were top 5 in salary this past season. That's clearly something that they're cognizant of. I'd be interested to see if that would be something that they actually do. But at least now we can probably put Nolan Arenado on the table here as a potential replacement if you don't get to that.
I wouldn't mind it because you're operating as if, and not as if, you're operating with the thought of the window is still open. Well, if the window's still open, bring in a guy that can, still hit a few home runs, play great defense, and you're done with him in 2027.
All right. We'll continue to follow that. And it really is. There's not really a set time or rhythm to this free agency thing for baseball right now. So we're riding with it as we can. But yeah, there is an offer on the table for Alex Bregman. All right. Some other things that are popping. LSU in college football. LSU, Brian Kelly had some bad ways. They lost this past weekend in a way that they probably should not have to the Florida Gators, a team that it felt like was on the verge of firing their coach. He will stay, Billy Napier, for another season. But there was reporting that came out this past week that, Brian Kelly, he's got a lot of money and left on that contract. However, he might have gotten fired if not for this particular top quarterback prospect that they have. That quarterback prospect has now flipped his commitment to Michigan.
Well, the walls are, crashing right now. Number one player in the country, number one quarterback in the country, flips to Michigan. Reportedly for
Bryce Underwood is his name, by the way.
For a cool $10 million. How about that?
One of the things I'm always...
How about that?
And what's funny is, I think at one point earlier, he had been, supposedly it had gotten leaked that he had been offered something less than 10, I believe.
Yeah.
And he had put up on social media something that essentially intimated up the price.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm here, but up the price. And it seems like they did. 10 mil is what it seems like it goes. Although, again, one thing I always talk about in this college football space is that there's been so much talk about the money that's flying around in NIL, and there's no official reporting with any of this. So I don't know what to do with any of these numbers that are reported out there.
We don't know what their salary cap is. we don't know.
Well, there's no salary cap, but what's the payroll numbers? How much money do you have? And then also, are these reports true? Like, just the basis of he's going to get $10 million. Is he? Is that actually what has been?
He's going there for a reason.
No, for sure. But is it 10? Is it 5? Is it 2.5? I don't know what it actually is, but it seems like it's a big chunk of change if they're getting Michigan football getting Bryce Underwood, the number one quarterback, number one player, 5-star recruit, and he moves away from LSU. Brian Kelly. I don't actually put this at the feet of Brian Kelly. Funny enough,
really,
it's the money.
Oh no, it is the money. But it's Brian Kelly had him committed. It's his job to find a way to keep him.
Yeah, but that feels like that falls in the old construct of college football that we've talked about. In this modern era,
find the NIL money. LSU. No, that's how it works.
That's $10 million, though.
Don't act like LSU doesn't have money. They got all that talent for a reason, because that talent would have been somewhere else if the money was there.
Yes and no. LSU has some of the other natural advantages, but you're right. There is money there.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he is the guy to whip up money. And I guess this is where you can bring it back to Brian Kelly, right? If there are coaches that can get on their horse and call up boosters or whatever, even though I think that now it's a little nebulous how that process works because of the money and the fact that this is all still sketchy.
It's so vague.
I don't know exactly how that works or whatever, but he ain't the guy that I imagine that people would be willing to open up their pocketbook even more for.
Yeah,
that's the point.
He ain't the sweet talker. It's not like it's Nick Saban.
No,
where he could kind of get in your ear.
You're right, Figgy. But the reason I said that is because I think this is hell no, because they hate him right now.
Yeah,
they and he's trying to pass the hat.
I feel like you could probably argue fairly that they never really liked him that much.
They never really liked him.
But it was a marriage of convenience because in theory, not just in theory, he is a good football coach. One of the things that people got to him about, though, at Notre Dame, hey, man, he didn't recruit that well.
Yeah.
If it looks like the recruiting is going down at LSU, of all places, that might not be tenable,
But I think their big money is saying, why the hell should we give you money?
Well,
they don't like him. They don't want him to be the head coach.
But the tough part about it is,
but they are LSU,
right? If you don't like him, do you like really good quarterbacks?
Yes,
I feel like that's
exactly.
the moment.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you pony up the money is right. This dude said he is leaving if you don't come with the money. So I don't know. We'll see how that continues to play out. I have a strong feeling that the reporting that it's just the recruit that's keeping him is not going to stand up. Like I don't think that they're going to pony up all that money now, where they probably could have done it for the quarterback and now pay off his buyout and then pay a new coach to come in. I don't know that they're doing all that. As even though the price of the barrel is solid out here. And then of course, shout out to Gino Auriemma, legendary head coach of Connecticut women's basketball. Earlier this week, I believe it was the day before, he notched his career win, 1,217, to become the winningest coach in NCAA history. He broke a tie with Tara Vanderveer, who used to coach at Stanford. So there you go. Shout out to him doing that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, somebody said, do you think the prospect flipped because he was told something? You can never know, but I have a strong feeling that greenbacks speak. But coming up next, Bobby Slowick believes this offensive line is getting better. But this is the ultimate test, right? Like this Titans game. And if the Texans pass this test, have they turned the corner? We'll talk about it next.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez.
I know y'all don't care, but we just spent the last couple of minutes talking about this big game versus the Titans, and that's not the part that you don't care about. You clearly care about this game versus the Titans at NRG Stadium. Of course, pregame starts at 9. There on the southeast portion of the stadium, and myself and Lopez. Well, actually, I don't know. Are you going to be out there this week?
I'll be out there.
Where y'all tailgating?
I'm actually not sure. I have not done my research. I'm used to just popping up and having a good time. I'm of course one of the ones that's lucky that can do that. All the fine tailgaters they plan ahead, man. They plan well ahead. So I shout out them.
I'm gonna be out there with my family. My family in town.
All right. So we'll need to link up so I can say what's up for sure.
Yeah.
But I'll be out there unless disaster hits, which you will hear about in confession.
Oh, he ain't gonna be out there.
No, I know. I'm planning on it. In fact, I might want to run out there.
Another rat prank?
Stay tuned for confessions.
Okay. I was talking about, the idea of I love being out at these games early, but I can't scratch my soccer itch.
Yeah.
And my favorite team, Manchester United, is playing 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, so that's going to go back burner.
Yeah.
Tailgating, of course, the game. What is not back burner for this game, though? It is what is it? Pretext as opposed it is text as opposed to subtext.
Yes.
There we go. All right. Is Bobby Slowick, his play calling, and this offensive line. And so Bobby Slowick seems to believe this line is getting better, as evidenced by some of the things he said. Of course, the coordinators talk on Thursdays, so that's Bobby Slowick, Matt Burke, and of course, friend. But Slowick was asked about how big this challenge in particular is with the Titans for this interior offensive line going against that Titans defensive front.
Really good. I mean, their front five is probably for us, I would say, in totality, the best we faced this year. Obviously, Simmons is a heck of a player. He shows up all over the place. He does everything, rushes inside, rushes outside. They have him drop sometimes, and he's still a factor even when he's dropping. Like you always have to be aware of where Simmons is. Sweat's been doing a really good job for him. He jumps off the tape on the inside. He's a really, really big, strong man, hard to move, makes a lot of plays in the backfield. Their edges are solid. Landry is obviously a really good rusher, good in the run game. Arden Key I've been with in San Fran, obviously familiar with him. He can go play. And Joseph is still, a really solid interior player. Like they got people at every position. So that's a big challenge for us to be aware of in really both phases, and really the starting point of everything we talk about as far as game plan this week.
All right, so it's no secret, we started the show with are we missing anything here in terms of little things that might factor into the Texans struggling. But the main thing, the big story, the most important thing to watch this Sunday is Texans' interior line, which has struggled somewhat, versus the Titans' interior defense. Here's when I heard this, I started thinking, all right, so the Texans have played their game in a row, right? If they can pass this test, now it's not to say they're not going to have the occasional struggle. You just heard Bobby Slowick talk about they're really, really good. But if the Texans can, by and large, more than hold their own and pass this test with this offensive line, are you going to feel better about the rest of the way? Or is that going to be the ultimate test? Or are you still going to be somewhat, let's see, every week?
To me, it's a yes and no.
That's not a good answer.
It's a yes.
Let him cook.
Yeah, it's a yes
You
and
see
no.
him in the starter jacket?
Yeah. I think it would be a yes and no for me because I would feel good about the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But once the season ends, I'm worried they're going to be like, yeah, we figured it out.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Let's keep everything how it is now. We just going to roll into 2025. And, we got this thing going. We figured it out. That's the part. That's the part I'm kind of worried about a little bit.
Lopez, in order to upset you even more, yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
The no portion being this is not a great pass rushing team. Mm-hmm. They don't generate a ton of pressure. The Texans clearly one of the better pass rushing teams. They pressure the quarterback. They get quarterback pressures at the third highest rate of anybody in the league.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans do. The Titans are down at 17th. Just very middling when it comes to pressure. The yeses, now this is where the run stopping shows up because the Titans are literally the best at stuff percentage, where they don't let you get stuff. And Salon has done a lot. They've gotten a little bit better about this of actually getting these run blocks where they get up to the second and third level. Is they get their stuff's available, and then you see Joe Mixon making more happen. Will that be able to happen where he makes more happen in some of those instances if those big bodies obviously Simmons and Landry and such are getting involved here? T'Vondre Sweat, obviously the big bucket of dirt. Or big, not even bucket, big trash can full of dirt in there that's just not being moved in there. If they make some hay and really make it difficult on you. Plus, I've been thinking a lot, right? Because D'Amico Ryans also has had just the general sentiment about the entirety of this team, but obviously you can focus and really translate it down to the offensive line, that they're getting better. And I think that sentiment is right. I think they are getting better, as you can see. Like, they're picking up some of these of these assignments. And I think some of that, or a lot of that, has to do with Jarrett Patterson being at center, which is a conversation to be had, I imagine. Yeah. Compared to Juice Scruggs not being at center and not having the same level of miscommunications or what have you. But what is, how much better is a reasonable expectation? Because I go back to the Cowboys game, and it's one play, but I think it's indicative of more. The sack play. The play where C.J. Stroud is actually sacked. The one sack that's had in that game. And hallelujah, it was only one, right? Yeah. But what happens there is also Digizua, the defensive tackle for the Cowboys, really just gets a solid swim move on Juice Scruggs.
Basic swim move.
And it feels like he's able to get that because Juice Scruggs, relatively short arms, doesn't have a lot of the size necessarily of a guard. And I level offensive line expert or guru. That is not the case. But it did feel like that was a win on the defensive tackle's part. Wasn't because he did something extravagant. It was just like, okay, well, Juice Scruggs has a certain ceiling.
You're not as good as most defensive tackles.
What is that like? Are we going to be nearing that ceiling of what they can do if they're just getting the if they're getting assignments right and there's not somebody just blowing open? Yeah. Then what is the high water mark? You're seeing Titus Howard pick up the pass protection or Titus Howard and then Laramie Tunsil, the pass protection. Those things can be there. If the interior of the offensive line can at least get their assignments right, cool. But then where is the better there? Are they going to be able to really generate openings when it comes to the run game? Are they going to be able to hold up and pick up any pressure that's thrown at them? I'm not certain. And so I'm like, what is the growth potential for this offensive line here?
Look, D'Amico Ryans says they're getting better and seems to be confident in that. Take it for
and my follow-up is how much?
Yeah, take it for what it's worth. Bobby Slowick said yesterday, you just heard him there, and you're going to hear from him again in a minute, that they're getting better. If they show that they're getting better against the best test, by his account, not mine. Yes, the best defensive front that they've seen all year.
For fairest things,
my answer is going to be yes, and there's a reason for that. I will be much more confident going down the rest of these games about the offensive line because as much as they did allow some pressures, probably a few too many, it was only one sack. There are the run game with Joe Mixon staying healthy is going to have success. If they are against a team that is so good on the defensive front.
At stopping the run.
At stopping the
I feel like that caveat is necessary.
Yeah. I feel like they're not going to be, what a great offensive line. But I think they're going to be good enough for how the Texans are playing and what the Texans are doing defensively and what C.J. Stroud can do offensively when it does break down.
And I also think that's fair for the rest of this regular season because, of course, right, Titans, Jaguars, you really scared of anything they're doing defensive line pressure-wise?
No.
Not nearly. Dolphins, I think maybe you can talk about that. The Chiefs, funny enough, Chris Jones has had to play a lot of third downs outside because they don't have a lot of pass rush on the outside. Now, I know that they've been dealing with a little bit of injuries there. Maybe some of that can help, but George Karlaftis is solid, but he's not a crazy. I don't know. My point being, I don't know that there's a ton of pass rush pressure coming there. And then Ravens, that is one of those things that they have not always been great at, that they've kind of gotten pressure on by bringing blitzes, especially with the previous defense coordinator. Actually, the previous one before that, man. That's turned over. And then you get the Titans again. I don't know that you're looking at a lot of the more terrifying pass rush guys. So if they do hold up and they're finding some level of better on the offensive line pass rush-wise, that will make me feel better up until the playoffs. And that is the place that we've all been.
Well, you're facing playoff teams down the stretch. And this
some of them, you're not facing all of them.
Not all of them, no.
And the other ones in the playoffs are usually teams that can get after you.
And my thing on this is, look, I'm not saying, hey, what an offensive line. What I
heard that you think this offensive line
keep
is
the man together.
Wow, they're good. No, what I'm saying is they've played together now for a while. They've improved. They figured to get better the longer they can play together. And this was Bobby Slowick talking about exactly that.
Any group of 5 you have up front always is different. Like, guys have different strengths in different areas that you play to in both phases. I would say Juice having a lot of football under his belt, in particular at center, and then moving out to guard, like, really has enabled him to have a ton of command and awareness of what's going on, because he was running the show not too long ago, and now he's just as aware of all the different looks and things that could happen, but now he's at a position that doesn't necessarily need to make the calls, so he's just able to take in more, which has been really cool to see. Now, there's been a process going from guard from center. It's different. Still, some of the ways he has to approach the run game, the pass game, and the sets is a little different. He's done a really good job growing from the first week there to the second week there, and we'll just work to continue that. And then JP has absolutely owned all the controllables, like everything you could ask for as far as a center goes. He's knocked it out of the park. He's been great on communication. He's been great on the sidelines. He's been great talking to the other guys out on the field. And then he's really grown as far as his play style. Last year we always thought he was solid in protection. We were kind of growing into the run game. And that has not been an issue for him, like, whatsoever so far this year, which is a testament to him and the work he's put in.
You don't have to go. You don't have to think very hard. He loves Jarrett Patterson at center.
It's evident,
flat out.
Do you think this?
I think it is his job. For
the remainder of the season,
at least,
sure.
Yeah, at least until the offseason. So Jarrett he is. That's about as close to just raving about him that you'll hear from him. So what I'm saying is, like,
if there was going to be a person to rave about, remember, Bobby Slowick's job has been made infinitely more difficult by the offensive line being less than stellar and not being consistent as it was prior. Finding some consistency, which you absolutely did the first time that Jarrett Patterson came in before he got a concussion.
And then now at center,
the second time at center, like, I'd be raving about him as well.
Yeah, no, so a huge test.
But that also brings up a question that comes up on the 5-Hour Energy fan line.
Huge test. But if they pass it, I might feel pretty good.
The 5-Hour Energy fan line provides this text. Why didn't they start Patterson at center earlier this year?
Well, now that's a good question.
Good question. Good question. What was the evaluation process? Yeah. That is a fair question to raise. Yeah. But yeah, you know what? I'll acquiesce somewhat on this, right? When you talk about, if they are able to hold up against the Titans. I maintain the Titans, not an incredible pass rushing team. They don't apply a ton of pressure to quarterbacks defensively. And I'm like, you get to the postseason, that'll change. Now, the teams that are currently slated in the postseason, as we stand, Chiefs will be there, right? Buffalo Bills will be there. Pittsburgh Steelers, they'll be there, likely. Obviously, the Chargers, Baltimore, Denver. There are a couple of those teams that rush the passer really well. But outside of that, actually, some of these teams are pretty low when it comes to quarterback pressure.
Well, there you go.
And so you might be able to talk me into, if they're holding up solidly against a Titans team here, they needed to keep CJ largely clean. You might be able to sell me on the idea that this is sufficient for them to then go into the playoffs and do something.
Just keep the band together.
Keep the band together.
Keep the band together.
Hey, I ain't say all that.
At least until late February.
I didn't say all that.
Look, running back. Running back.
Running back. Joe Mixon is a running back.
Nobody is saying that.
Run it back.
No one is saying that.
Run it back. Run it back.
So, big test. Long story short, you pass this test. I think a lot of us, not all of us, but a lot of us would feel pretty dang good about going the rest of the way.
I'll agree to feeling better. I agree to know pretty dang good. I'm going to be honest. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 as we get ready for that particular test. Texans-Titans, Sunday Night Football here on Sports Radio 6. Or Sunday Night Football. Sunday Football.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
I don't know where it came from.
You used to these prime time.
I'm getting used to these prime. That was 3 straight.
We're the primetime Texans, baby.
Prime time. Go ahead and flex them in. Just because I said
I know, man.
It'll be Sunday football, noon football.
Let's make this weekly.
That was wild. Noon football. Obviously, pregame starts at 9 with Sean and Seth right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next is about that time where we get into our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
Yeah, and you're going to be tailgating this weekend.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday,
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I came to a revelation last night, and that is, because we all know this is the best rivalry now in the AFC South, right?
Sure, which is also
maybe a little sad. Maybe a little,
yeah,
but it is.
I got a weird feeling about this though, like this rivalry.
What is that?
I look at it like the Browns and the Steelers, where the Steelers always beating up the Browns. Like the Browns get some wins a couple times. You got to both ways for it to be like a really good rivalry.
Well, that's fair. No, that's fair.
This is more off the fit. This is like really hatred outside of the football.
Well, thank you. That's what's leading to my confession.
It's that type of rivalry.
Appreciate you.
Because Cleveland people hate Pittsburgh people, and vice versa.
Yeah,
and that's how I feel this rivalry is. But they're more like little brother to me.
But but what you said earlier is what my confession is. I never thought I would think this, but I think it's absolutely true. Hannah McNair is the best thing to happen to this rivalry ever. She says what she thinks a lot, and she doesn't always say what she thinks.
She thinks fun things for the purposes of what we're doing here.
She likes to tweak the Titans and specifically Amy Adams Strunk. That's why I like I like Hannah so much, because she feels the same way I think that I do about Amy, but maybe not as directly. but I think isn't that weird? Hannah McNair, I think Hannah McNair has had as much to do with the elevation of this rivalry as anyone.
Yeah, and I think about her too. She's like she talk a lot of cash-ish.
Yeah.
All the time, like just in general.
Yeah.
But with this team specifically.
Yeah.
She's
been great for the rivalry.
Yeah.
Like great. And that's so unique that, an owner in essence, but certainly, she has that vice president title or whatever it is. But like for her to step in, and clearly we all know the whole dialogue around the McNairs, the reason that this rivalry is elevated so much.
Sure. One of the weird things about this rivalry in particular, though, is I don't think it's fan versus fan, though. Or like I don't think that it really gets down. Does it get all the way down to the fan level?
Yeah, and I don't want to just look off of social media and be. And
no, I've seen some ugly things at the stadium.
But I seen a bunch of people, and specifically, and I'll probably get to this a little later in the mixtape. But it's a podcast. It's a Tennessee podcast that we are pretty familiar with, called the Tennessee Coliseum podcast. And they hate the city of Houston, man.
Yeah.
They hate everything. We always go back and forth when it comes to the uniforms and all that stuff. So it is out there.
But see, that's another aspect of Hannah. That's been like her baby is getting the H-Town blue and all that stuff. So it's pretty cool.
They really have leaned better into the culture of Houston as an organization, and she absolutely has been a large part of that. So salute Hannah.
Yeah.
Watch this.
I think I have to confess that my excuse is gone. We are reaching that time of year where you go to the store trying to get you a little something, right? You need to get some groceries, or you need to pick something up, or what have you. And, people are asking you to spread a little cheer by putting some in a bucket.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And what is one of the main go-to excuses if you just, not trying to have it right now?
I mean, I ain't got no cash.
I ain't got no cash.
I ain't got no cash, man.
Salvation Army got you covered.
Cash App.
Because, the Cash App is usually what some people will say, but they've made it even easier for you. Lopez, I'll show you this here since you're readily closer to me. Can you describe what you're seeing next to this red?
Oh, they got a tap to give.
They got the tap. Man. They got the tap to pay. You got your phone on you. You got
Salvation
your card?
Army. Is that Salvation Army?
That one is Salvation Army. And they got the
it's
tap.
All right, man. Just tap this right here.
You ain't even got to do all that, bro. Just tap right here.
Nah, we got you now. We got you now.
Just tap right here.
Oh, you don't have any cash? No problem. No problem. Just tap right here with your ATM card.
And look,
with your debit card.
I do when I can, donate to things of that nature. Maybe not specifically the kettle, but various things, particularly in this time where it feels like it's a time of giving. I think people are more apt to do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie. It feels like you're trapped in some ways.
That
being the case.
Oh, you are cornered.
And now you're even more so cornered because I ain't got no cash. It does not work.
Because then what do you say? Oh, it's cool. Just have your debit card here.
Oh, yeah. My card doesn't have the tap.
I don't have any debit either.
Yeah, I actually didn't bring any.
Well, why are you walking into the store?
I didn't bring any currency in order to walk into the store. I'm just looking around.
Just window shopping. I'm just window shopping is all I'm doing.
Oh, man. It ain't no way around it. I was sitting there trying to think, it's a slick way I could do it.
Yeah. Nope.
If you got the slick way, so somebody said might as well add a tip button to the Salvation Army. And then if you could fill out this, it's going to ask you a question right after that, too.
Oh, God.
And see, yeah.
It's funny. My uncle did something so funny back in the day. They got, whenever somebody outside the gas station always asks for money or something like that. One day, this dude walked in the gas station with his pants pockets.
Oh, yeah.
Inside
with
out.
the dog ears or whatever?
Yeah, he just walked in like that. So the guy didn't even ask him.
Like, don't bother. I ain't got it.
I ain't got nothing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got to give a special shout out to my family. They just came into town.
Hey.
So I saw them yesterday. Shout out to my sister Trina, my brother-in-law Corey, my niece and nephew Lil Corey and Nene. So
the whole gang's here.
The whole gang. But I got home kind of late from the show because I went to get a haircut and all that. And so I came in, hugs and videos and all that good stuff. And this is so funny because my sister posted the video of me walking in and kind of dapping people. And so her caption was, "My brother finally home." And I saw it. I'm like, dang, you trying to make it seem like I just got out of prison.
Yeah, like you just did a bid. That is absolutely what I thought when I saw it.
So if you go to my Instagram at @TheFickyFick, I reposted it.
Yeah.
And so it's literally a little caption that said, "My brother finally home." And it's me walking in, like dapping somebody up and hugging everybody. And Ron just came in today. He like, "Hey, I saw your family in town. Did your brother just get out of prison?"
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. I'm like, no. I'm like, okay, I'm not tripping.
Yeah.
Because prison,
it's a big meal. Everybody's there.
Yeah, everybody. I'm walking in. Everybody like, hey, my brother finally home. I'm just like, man,
that is awesome.
Like, treat me like I just got out of prison, man.
So
but what it was, she was just there for a couple hours, and they was about to leave.
Okay,
so she needed you to get back to the house.
So she said, "My brother finally home after we've been waiting on him."
It's been.
I
like
the first part, the first story better.
Yeah, it's been forever, man.
Yeah.
But he finally out.
How'd you do in there?
I do in the joint.
Yeah.
Like I just did 10 years, man. He finally home.
Finally.
Always come home in the jogging pants and the hoodie.
Yeah.
All right. I've got a lot of experience in this, but I'm a little nervous starting today. I'm not sure I remember how to take care of babies.
Oh, man.
You got
to babysit?
My middle son and his wife are going on a trip to New Orleans.
Oh,
okay.
It's their first trip away without the baby or the dogs since she
I
was.
know they gonna have a good time.
Since she was born, yeah, they're gonna have a good time. So the baby is staying with us all weekend long.
Oh, man.
Now keep in mind and we were talking about this before the show. Like all three of my kids, we kind of split all the duties. You know, like I've done more than my share of literally. I've done more than my share of diapers and feeding and putting them to bed and all that. So when it kind of hit me today because they dropped off the baby at 8 o'clock this morning on their way out. And I'm like, oh, crap. Is this like riding a bike? I sure hope it is like riding a bike. I've occasionally changed a diaper or two, whatever, if I had the baby. But this is all weekend, man. This is all baby crying, all this other stuff. I can't. I don't know if I remember how to take care of baby 24/7.
It'll come back.
I'm usually just like play, maybe change a diaper if I have to, and then leave.
And then hand it back to its parents.
Yes.
And you are responsible for this life. I am not.
I wonder how Lopez going to treat this though, man. Is he? Are you going to get home? You watch him this weekend?
All weekend.
Okay, so you're going to come home for a little bit and be like,
maybe going to be tailgating?
Well, maybe. Oh no, probably not.
Lopez going to be like, all right, Jan, I'm going fishing.
No.
Be back Monday.
I wouldn't do that. But they did ask me like. what's your strategy? I said, not on my watch. That baby is going to be protected, man. Ain't no scrapes, ain't no coughs, ain't nothing. Yeah. I mean, not on my watch. I don't want to be blamed for anything.
This is the condition that you gave me the child in. That is the game plan, apparently.
Just return it safely.
He's gonna bubble wrap the baby.
Yeah, well, not literally, hopefully, but yeah.
I mean, you leave the baby room to breathe. Sure, you can swaddle.
I do wonder, watching the baby now in 2024, like how different is it from watching the baby back in the day? Or is it the same? Is it?
Oh, it's a million times different.
Is it?
Like they have stuff that like this Brezza thing for the bottles. Like
is it a warmer?
You just put it on like a little microwave kind of thing.
You don't got to put it in the microwave and then put it on the back of your hand to see if it's too hot.
It mixes it. It warms it to the perfect temperature that you set and all. And even you turn it in from a car seat to a stroller to a bassinet. I'm like, that's my biggest worry. I don't know if I'm going to be able. I need an engineering degree to kind of take the baby from the car seat to a stroller. Like, man, we used to have 5 different things.
Well, here's the nice thing about it, right? If all the newfangled technology eludes you, you can always just go back to what you know.
Old school.
Just go back to what you know.
Old school, baby.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, fellas, I got to confess. I am going to try. I'm going to try and actually watch college basketball this year.
Okay.
It seems like there's some really good teams, and obviously one of those right here at home, University of Houston Cougars. They got Hofstra tonight, if you're so interested. But last night, Baylor, number 13 Baylor, played number 22 St. John's, which, by the way, did not realize St. John's was back doing it like this. Shout out to y'all. That's to the Red Storm. But they played a double overtime 99-98 thriller.
Well, you got me on that one.
And I didn't watch this live. Don't get me wrong.
You got me on that
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying yet, right? But I saw that, and I went and watched the highlights, and I was like, okay, this is fun enough. Plus, I think the college game it's advancing as well.
I love watching college basketball.
One of the things with college basketball previously is you can see the difference, not just in the talent, but then also
shooting.
The shooting has gone up. With the game being so much shooting oriented, guys are getting a lot of that development at the prep levels, and now the college game is even advanced while still having so much of that focus on team ball. I'm like, I might need to watch some more of this basketball. It's really fun if this Bahamas championship game was any level of indication.
Well, that's right. We're starting all those. That's when I really start to watch some. The holiday tournaments, the Thanksgiving tournaments, Christmas, all that stuff.
Yeah. I will try.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm not guaranteeing anything because we still got Texans and Rockets and all these things, but I'll try.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the NBA be doing some I guess the referees do that thing where they explain the missed call.
Oh, the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, at the end of the game and all that stuff. And they kind of admit, oh, yeah, we missed this call, missed that call. They did it with the Rockets on Giannis' foot being out.
Yeah.
And I got to confess, I don't like that at all, man. I feel like we have to hold these referees accountable. It should be they should get penalized or something like that. Don't tell me you missed the call after the game.
I don't know if I like it or not.
I don't care.
I go back and forth.
Just don't even, to me at this point, don't even say nothing, man.
Yeah.
Just move on. The game is over. Ain't nothing we can do about it. Don't sit there and say, oh, yeah, we did miss that travel call.
Yeah.
Or we did miss this foul, and especially if it impact the game.
I think mixed emotions is where I am on
this. That's fair. And I think that's probably the best you're going to get because I sincerely appreciate the admission, right? I think that is the transparency there is good. But you're right, you're getting to, Figgy, there's not much that does for me, especially when it's one of those things that changes the game late. Because that's not going to give me another win. I'm not going to be able to change any of that. Now, where it gets interesting is that I've seen people football, that's going to go bad. Yeah, that's going to go very bad.
That will not end well.
Yeah, don't even say nothing, man. If you missed the call, you missed the call, man. Don't even say nothing. And the crazy part is whenever a player mention it or say something about it, they get fined for it.
Yeah.
So, if we going to do this, we should, I'm not saying they should lose their job or anything like that, but it should be some, we can't keep doing this, man.
Yeah.
Just admit how they messed up this big call and this big time.
Because you kind of go like, okay, now what?
Yeah, like what do we get out of it?
Exactly.
Now we feel worse.
Yeah, and I don't know that the pound of flesh is going to come to the place where it makes fans happy, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, they do have some level of system internally where they rank and they grade these guys, and that affects assignments. So there is some level of accountability, but it's not public.
Yeah.
And I don't think that. I think some of that has to do with like the collective bargaining that they have with the refs. And I don't know if any of that is going to make the fans any happier.
Also, too, I feel like it kind of messes up the barbershop conversation, too, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because you think at the barbershop they're referencing the last 2-minute report? No, the talk is going to happen.
His foot wasn't on the line.
They're giving them the game.
Just imagine that play with Jordan and was it Russell?
Yeah.
That push off. Just imagine if after the game the referee, we missed
that call.
That's an argument, man. Like Jordan even said, "Hey, did they call it? Did they call it?
Yeah.
They ain't call no foul, so that wasn't a foul."
Yeah. I don't think they bringing up the last 2-minute report in the barbershop. We just talking.
Yeah.
We just talking
exactly, man. Let's keep this argument going, man.
All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610 713. Lopez, they got a little advice for you. Tell Lopez he doesn't need a safety pin for diapers anymore.
Hey, my kids aren't that old.
Oh, damn.
I am, but my kids aren't that old.
All right. You're in the loop. Coming up next, this is the college football weekend coming right back at you. Week 13, if I remember correctly. What's Lopez's college football headline? We'll do that next.
Oh!
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We're battling through a football Friday here.
Boy, you are.
Yeah, I am.
It's got the sneezies.
Yeah, let me know. Don't make it sound like that's real. That's real.
I'm getting in my mood in the mood
for the babies.
For the baby.
The babies. I was about to say
sneezies.
I was like, come on, man. You gotta talk to me like that.
You got a boo boo.
I'm a grown man.
I'm getting in my zone.
I've been alive for 32 years. I'm not old, but damn, man, don't talk to me like that. No, but yeah, let me know if you are also dealing with allergies and when they started.
Here,
you in there?
Oh,
like I'm wondering, and of course, I probably should just do the thing where you look it up because there's allergen reports everywhere. But it was yesterday, and it wasn't yesterday during the show. It was like in the evening, all of a sudden, boom, sneezes. And I was like, where did this come from?
That's how it got me to the point I thought I was sick.
Yeah.
And everybody walking around like, hey, walking pneumonia is around here. So it scared me. I went to urgent care, and the doctor was like, oh, no, it's just allergies. Like, I ain't even going to prescribe you nothing.
Hey, man, just like I was talking about with, like, college basketball, and sometimes you talk about with, like, these middle schoolers that are real big. Like, man, these allergies, they different than they used to be, huh?
Yeah.
They are different.
They get you all of a sudden.
It's so bad. I was kind of hoping I was sick.
I went decades without having, luckily, without getting allergies in Houston. And then the last 5 years, just weird. It changes.
Yeah.
Maybe the allergens, I don't know.
All right, enough allergies talk. I want to talk some college football. College football is getting going, and so we turn it to newspaper man himself, John Lopez, for his sappy college football headline.
What's the sappy? I loved one. You scared, bro?
Ooh.
You scared, bro,
That's
Saturday?
aggressive. Hold on.
You scared, bro, Saturday. That's what it is.
I feel like you looking at me, man.
Well,
I know,
I
right?
am.
Oh, well.
I think all the big games.
Do I look scared?
All the big games have a very, very much a you scared, bro, Saturday. Let's start with that one. Indiana at Ohio State. The winner gets into the Big Ten title game. Virtual lock for the playoff. The Hoosiers' defense is really good, especially pressuring and confusing opposing quarterbacks. But the reality is they haven't seen receivers and a quarterback this good yet. Let me ask you, Figgy. You can speak for Buckeyes Nation, as they say. You scared, bro?
I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared. Hey, I'm doing the LeBron meme when he was doing like this. Look, no, for real, I'm a little bit nervous, man.
It's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
And it's the early one.
Yeah, I do think Ohio State will win this game, but I don't think it's going to be like a normal Indiana-Ohio State game, man.
It's far from normal.
It's going to be, it might be looking like possible the Penn State game, where it's a little close, maybe 24.
Scary.
Yeah, 24-17, or, it might be somewhere like that. But, nah, this is going to be a scary game, man.
And Big Noon, man, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah.
I really am. Ohio State, like, metrically has been, the best team in the nation, and they have a little bit of a gap in that as well. It does not feel like that when you actually watch some of these games. But
they have a really good defense,
but they
though,
do.
Man.
They
good red zone defense.
And they've been Sean Dickens is there, and he's delivered. So, that should be fun. We'll see if Windiana the official show of, or the official team of this side of the show.
Yeah.
If I don't want to do that to you, Fig.
Yeah,
That's
you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it, man. This is the first time they had a good year like this. So
yeah, you mind it a little bit.
He minds it all. He doesn't mind it at all, except for this weekend.
Now, if this keeps going on for the next year or two, then I'm gonna have an issue with it.
All right, look.
Sally on the YouTube is also a little scared.
Look, you scared, bro? Yeah. But that theme fits with a lot of these games. BYU was undefeated until last week, and they got by KU.
They sure did.
And now the best story in college football that's not named Indiana or Army is Arizona State.
Yeah, man. Dillingham has a good thing going there. And you look at Cam Scatterboo, running back for Arizona State, is tough.
Yeah.
He is tough. Like, I think that he's gonna have a fun day ahead of him for against BYU. And God forbid BYU lose again. What does the Big 12 actually look like? Like, are we immediately going to come into the 12-team playoff?
Arizona State could get into it.
Yes. Are we immediately going to come into the 12-team playoff and then go, hey, this 5 best champions? Actually, we could end up in a place where the Big 12 does not get because it's like the
champion.
5 highest ranked.
Oh, that's right.
Highest ranked conference champions.
Yeah.
Could the Big 12 find their way to not be one of the top 5 highest ranked?
Yes. I think you're onto something there. But BYU at Arizona State, is BYU scared, bro?
Should be.
They should be. How about this one? Army versus Notre Dame at Yankee Stadium, obviously in New York. Irish have just been pummeling people lately, man. They've been getting it done. Army's still Army, man. They still haven't lost. Are they scared?
Yes.
Notre Dame?
I don't know. I feel like they should not be too scared because this has already been like, hey, a good year for them. Like, definitely one of the service academy years all the way across. But, Navy has kind of been put out of the opportunity at that American championship. This would be huge in doing that and in putting the Army in that place. But I think Army will be fine for conference reasons, and then also for Army Navy. That really is the cream of the crop when it comes to their season.
Notre Dame can stop the run. And they showed that already, actually, when Navy was undefeated. But there's probably a little bit of reticence there in terms of facing a team like Army, which obviously everybody knows the service academies. They don't die until it's over. I mean, they just keep coming at you.
That's the special part about that. That particular, because like all of the football culture things are not just made in the football culture. Like it is also all of the academy things that then help with the football culture, which is nice, I imagine, on the coaches that you don't have to instill that by your lonesome. And then also like the weight requirements mean that you're going to have a team that does different things. Notre Dame ain't seen nothing. On the schedule similar to when they play service academy. So there's just that curveball element that always shows up to
This is going to be a sneaky, really good game, I think. Back-to-back weeks, Ron Hughley is in back-to-back weeks. Teams that were kind of predicted or expected to contend at that point to win the Big 12. Well, Colorado is going to Kansas. Are they a little scared?
Yes. Colorado or Kansas?
Colorado.
I don't think so. I have so much respect for what Colorado's put together this year. And that's in part because I was a little down on Colorado, especially first year. Just like the expectations were high. And then offensive line, I was like, you don't portal on offensive line, which actually I think I might have to retire that because in this era where the portal also includes a paycheck on the other side of it, you're seeing some teams do a little bit of something offensive line-wise. But the thing that I did not give enough credit for is this defense has come on so strong.
Yeah, it has.
So very strong.
Line's better.
Line is better, but it's still not great, I'll be honest.
I'm telling you what, though.
They're doing plenty with the defense of Shador and, of course, Travis Hunter, Heisman candidate, Heisman frontrunner. Yeah, man. I enjoy what Kansas does. I don't know that they're consistent enough.
Back-to-back, Iowa State, BYU, and here comes Colorado. Which quarterback Jalen Daniels are you going to get?
It'd be fun, though.
If you're KU.
Give me a game to watch because that'll be a fun one to look at.
Texas A&M at Auburn. You can ask me this question when I'm done here to kind of laying it out. But
T-Mill coming in? Is T-Mill going to come and get on this microphone?
Here's the thing, man. It's a real thing when you start looking ahead. Hell, the same could be true for Texas this week, but we're talking about A&M because it's only a 2.5-point spread that they're favored by at Auburn. Everybody's looking forward to next week. And people, they had over 1,000 tents at A&M lined up for the student ticket pull.
Figgy, was it you that was showing me the prices?
Yeah.
For A&M Texas?
No,
I can't remember who, but the prices.
I showed you the price for that Beyonce concert.
Beyonce
They had Monday, 2 weeks before the game, they had 1,000 tents lined up. Everyone is
They camping out for a week and a half?
A week and a half. Everyone's looking forward to A&M in Texas, but Auburn is no slouch. They got a really good running game. Fortunately for the Aggies, the Aggies have a very good run defense and two of the best defensive linemen that you can find. But you know what? Real good run game on the other side. Night game on the other side. Sounds a little bit like the South Carolina game to me.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm just saying. It's scary. Ask me.
Are you scared, bro?
Yes.
Hey, we got two scared motherfuckers in here, man.
Luckily, I don't got nothing to be scared about. My squad been out here acting like some jokers.
But if they can get through it, what a week it's going to be next week for the Aggies and Longhorns. The Longhorns got to get through Kentucky. That's no gimme.
They do, but
they probably will win. It's at home.
They have a defense that is really solid, that Texas team. And now I am interested in Texas A&M, obviously, because Texas and Texas A&M. I was like Texas and A&M.
Yeah.
But yeah, their offense, that Quinn Ewers thing, he does not look like the same quarterback as before the injury.
No.
Like before that time that he missed, there's definitely a gap in that level of play, and it felt like you needed the level of play that you had at the start of the season from Quinn Ewers for this thing to go for this thing to be a national championship contender.
One more here for you guys, and this is a classic SEC matchup. Ole Miss has 2 losses. They're going to Florida. DJ Lagway, the Florida quarterback, has played much better. Has played much better. Jackson Dart and Ole Miss has just sliced and diced people. But going to Florida with 2 losses, you stub your toe, you are done. Right now they're still in it. I think they're playing the best football maybe in the country, Ole Miss. But that's not a gimme. I think Ole Miss. We don't have anybody from Ole Miss in this studio, but I think they're a little scared.
I'm sorry, there's a sneeze that just is going to stop me from
your hot take.
Yes. Yeah, and shout out to the 281 pointing out that Austin in Austin that game is a 20.5 point spread.
I get it. No,
no scare there.
I expect them to win. Kentucky, didn't they beat Georgia this year?
Was that this year? Yeah, there was a Kentucky. There was at least one Kentuckying early in the season. This season has been filled with so many like shenanigans on, especially because the teams at the top have not been like that elite quality. There's been a lot of losses in there where we've had a couple of Vandyings, and I believe we had a couple of Kentuckyings as well during the course of this season. So I'm sure that there was somebody got Kentuckied. I don't remember. Was it Georgia?
Ole Miss?
It was Ole Miss that got Kentuckied, right?
Kentucky beat Ole Miss, which I just said is probably playing about the best football in the country right now.
Yeah, but not now. There you go. That's your college football headline for the weekend that is coming in college football. Big noon is the place to be. Ohio State, Illinois.
And beat Ole Miss.
That's right. They had Georgia on. That was what was that, like week 2 or 3?
Yeah, it was week 2.
Where Georgia was like, that was when we immediately were like, this Georgia thing is not. Yeah, that's not the way.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about 1 o'clock. It's about time to get into our final discussions about Texans-Titans. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the reasons that the Texans will win or lose on Sunday? Let us know. 713-572-4610, and we'll discuss them next.
It's Titan.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, happy Football Friday to you. You're In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We just had our guy T. Mill walk in the studio, A&M fan himself, alum. And following our segment, our college football headline, the You Scared Bro Saturday that is coming up tomorrow, where Lopez, also an Aggie, y'all both a little scared about this game.
Is Tyler scared?
Against Auburn.
I asked him flat out. I said, "Are you scared, bro?" He said, which is probably yeah.
I'm like, man, I ain't scared of no. I refuse to be scared of a team that has Peyton Thorne playing quarterback. I'm sorry. Maybe that's disrespectful, and if it is, so be it. But I guess I'm not an A&M fan, and I'm not coming off a South Carolina loss.
Well, obviously they won after that, but the road night game, SEC against a team that loves to run the ball, That sounds familiar. That sounds a lot like South Carolina.
Yeah, but it's Hugh Freeze don't look nothing like no Shane Beamer. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
No, he does not.
All right, let's get a little bit of Texans win because, Texans lose because. Big time matchup. If for no other reason than it is the one this week. But yes, you're facing off against that team that stole that place that stole your team.
Yeah.
The Tennessee-Titans on Sunday, noon kickoff. 9 a.m. is when the pregame gets started with our fine guys, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, right here on your home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the things that determine a win or a loss. Or actually, before we do that, I should let you know, practice took place inside of NRG Stadium on the field that the game will take place on. A few notables are that Kamari Lassiter and Will Anderson Jr. both practiced again. So that's all week practicing for both of them, which means it's highly, highly, highly likely that they play. On the other end of the spectrum, Danico Autry misses the third of the 3 practices this week. Highly, highly unlikely that he plays, I think.
Yeah, I think, and yet I still somehow feel more confident that Lassiter is going to play for sure than Will Anderson Jr. I think they're going to kind of make that sort of a game time question.
Oh, definitely imagine that. But that makes sense, right? Kamari Lassiter was a concussion thing where it's like, hey, you're getting out of the window.
He's 2 weeks removed, and whereas more of a physical injury for Will Anderson, so they'll probably see how he feels during warm-ups. But still good, still very good.
All right, let's get a little Texans. One more note. L'Jarius Sneed for the Titans was placed on IR. So that is a cornerback. He hasn't been playing for the last, 4 or 5 weeks, something in that range. Mm-hmm. So he's not been factoring in on the field, but that's a big name, a big time free agent addition that they had this offseason at cornerback. And of course, that's one of the things you watch out for in these games. Yeah. Is someone like that going to play? The answer is definitively no, as he goes on to the injured reserve.
Well, that's good.
All right, now for real.
This time we really mean it.
Texans win because, Texans lose because, and we already got people factoring in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Again, that number 713-572-4610. From the 832, Texans lose because hell freezes over. I like that.
All right, that's confidence. That bro ain't scared.
Not scared. Not scared.
He's not scared.
What represents hell freezing over with this Titans team? Because I feel like
that ties in with my Texans win because.
Please go.
Will Levis gets NRG'd. Like so many other quarterbacks that have come in here. We mentioned this, and it's sort of a very subtle, nobody's talking about kind of thing. Will Levis has played pretty damn good. He's played pretty well the last couple of weeks. 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, I think 102 quarterback rating. He's sort of a punchline, but he's been pretty good the last couple of weeks. That said, NRG is it's a house of horrors for opposing quarterbacks.
A house of what was that?
A house of horrors.
Okay.
We're not talking about. No,
well, don't do that. Hey, I know you don't like the owner, but come on, brother.
That's a little whorehouse in Texas.
House of horrors for opposing quarterbacks, no matter how good they are. No matter how. So I can't imagine, as well as he's been playing, that Will Levis isn't going to just spit it up.
And to that end, right, Texans win because Danielle Hunter continues on the run that he's on, especially getting his rush mate back, right? If he gets Will Anderson Jr. back and he's on his shenanigans against the 30th ranked offensive line, and then Danielle Hunter gets back out here Euro stepping and spin moving like he is some level of NBA on NBA street or whatever.
Yeah.
Now you're in a world of pain for Will Levis. Last week, he had a world of pain against Brian Flores' Vikings defense that generates pressure. How much more this Texans team that does that at a high rate as well? Like he's going to be in hell. How about this? Texans win because the likes of Dameon Pierce, Robert Woods, and whoever else returns kicks does their job. I was talking about this earlier in the show, and but I can't remember who I got these notes from, but I found them to be really interesting. Tennessee has the 6th most punts of all teams in the NFL, which makes sense because the offense is the offense. They are the worst in average net yards per punt. They're not getting the field position battle very well, and they're giving up 17.3 yards per return.
Yeah.
So, like, on punt returns, and then even on kickoffs, they have the worst average starting position of 33 yards on kickoffs. So, like, shorter fields should be in play for the Texans, provided that you don't have, some dropping the football or anything. Get the ball and go take your due yardage, your birthright of yardage versus this Titans team, and give the offense shorter fields to work on.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that's a huge factor. Now we got to be honest, and I think we can all say this one almost at the same time. Texans lose because that interior defense just wrecks the game. Like when you look at this game, I always say this, but forgive me because I think it's appropriate here. Check the box here for the Texans, check the box here for the Titans.
Correct.
There are so many checks on the Texans side that it should be, on paper, just an absolute, walk in the park. But the big check mark on the Titans side is that interior defensive line against the Texans' interior offensive line. That looms very large. It accounts for a lot of check marks that the Texans have,
Sure.
Because they can just wreck this game.
Literally, when you talk about the check marks, I think Next Gen Stats does this a little bit as well. And you see
look at that.
And one of the ones that shows up is rushing efficiency, which the Texans not the greatest at. The Titans do. Like, they have a high stuff percentage, and it makes sense. They got the big old, I like calling them the trash can of dirt, and Tavondre Sweat, obviously big guy, not easy to move. Then they have those 3 down linemen that Sebastian Joseph Day will get in there, and then you get the outside linebackers like Harold Landry, and Simmons is involved in there. Like, they've got guys that's one of the lose because, right? Like, if they're able to make the run game a lot harder, and they put the Texans in a place where that first and second down are not as successful.
Yeah.
Then you're back in that place of playing third and long,
but really, it's just those inside guys. For me, like they can just they'll ruin your day. They will ruin your day because they can be that. Because the big question is the Texans' interior,
100%.
As we talk about often, and you got those guys that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and the Texans win because the answers are there, right? You are picking up your assignments a lot better, and this thing is in a more workable place than it previously was. Another Texas win because I will take low-hanging fruit. Nico Collins plays more snaps. He is another week removed from that hamstring injury, and I imagine that gives him confidence, although he felt like he looked confident as hell. I think that also will more importantly give the coaching staff and the play callers confidence to utilize him and give that Titans defense hell, a Titans defense that technically on paper has been good against the pass, but I think that could be a little bit misleading, especially when you don't have Chidobe Awuzie, you don't have L'Jarius Sneed, as I mentioned. Like, you don't have some of the bigger name guys that you would imagine that a team would want to put up against a guy, a top wide receiver like Nico Collins. How much more do you think that you should be able to get against their second tier level guys that'll be playing out there?
I got to also just kind of respect D'Amico Ryans, especially having the discipline last week, because after that first play, I would have said, "Screw it, just keep him out there, just keep him out there." Let's. But he only played 47% of the snaps, Nico Collins. So respect there, because I'm not sure I would have had the discipline. Texans win because that. And you started this well before they really got on a turnover run here. But the Texans are on a big turnover streak here.
Turnover defense. I have a friend who listens.
And when you said it at first, they really weren't a turnover defense yet. And now, dude, they're just getting the ball at will almost. And they had 2 more drops last week.
That is correct.
That was Kalen Bullock had one and Lassiter had one, right? Stingley.
Yeah, Sting had one. No, Stingley had
he had one and he dropped one. And then Bullock had one he dropped.
You're right.
And so they're just if that continues, you can say Texans have a chance to win because in every game the rest of the year.
100%. Like that's going to be huge, right? That's the turnover battle factors in on wins very, very frequently. So I think you're right in that regard. Turnover defense keeps showing up. That also means that Will Levis is not having a good day because he is under duress and maybe showing the bozo gene a little bit, as I like to call it. Let's hit the 5-Hour Energy fan line one more again. 843 says Texans win because D'Amico doesn't want to piss off Hannah. You better not. If there was ever a game, I can't imagine that there's a lot of pressure that comes from ownership to the field level. It seems like there's a lot of support, a lot of leeway given for the folks that do their job to do their job. And I don't think that this, I'm not saying this to say that it's different and there, but I feel like if there was ever a time where you feel the impact of the ownership really wanting to win one.
We sensed it on Monday. Like we talked about it Tuesday. That Cowboys-Texans game just had a different feel. I don't care what anybody says about you only play them once in a while. I'm telling you right now, everybody in that locker room from the head coach to the training staff, they know how important this game is to the McNairs. And does it help? Is it a win because factor? I don't know. Maybe.
Yes.
Do you think that's it?
Yes.
Like the rivalry. Cal and Hannah want to beat Amy Adams Strunk so badly. Do you think that is a factor?
Yeah, I think so. Not only that, I think you gotta win, man. Like you gotta win.
That's what they're feeling.
Yeah, you got to do it for Hannah.
For Hannah.
You know how sometimes whenever organization go through something like a death or something like that, it's like, all right, we got to get this win for this person.
Mm-hmm.
They got to get this win for Hannah, man. She talked too much cash. You know what?
I love it.
Y'all can't let her down.
Yeah,
man.
don't leave her out here exposed.
We'll need Titans fans sitting there talking mess about our own, our person. So, yeah, we got to do it for her, man.
Let's go. Do it for Hannah.
Do it for Hannah. You going to print up the shirts? You print up the shirts?
Right there. Do it for Hannah.
Yeah. Win for Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, Gus and Katie mentioned, don't forget about the inside linebacker they picked up from L.A. That's Kenneth Murray, who's the inside linebacker. Yeah, man, I guess also Texans, I can't even go as far as Texans lose because, but like, the kept the damn ball, but I just I don't feel great about that. Our offensive line isn't strong enough, even though Tyjae Spears and Tony Pollard they've done some interesting things this year. Like they're respectable running backs in this league.
They're not bad. That's not a bad tandem with Spears and Pollard.
Texans win this football game.
They're going to win this game.
What you got? Do you want to put?
I actually put a lot of thought into it.
Okay, because I haven't.
Normally, I just kind of go, it feels like no.
That's exactly what mine is. So you don't even have to worry about whatever I say.
I could feel a couple field goals on both teams. Just sort of sputtering drives. That seems to be the case. But Texans get this, with the defense, with another big turnover, maybe even another turnover for a score. But of the interception variety, mark that. I'm feeling a pick six. I'm feeling a pick six. I really am.
Touchdown?
I really am.
Is he going to be in the 30s?
27-13 Texans.
I was going to see if
nice tidy win, nice cover, nice win for Hannah, nice win going into Jacksonville.
By the way, the over/under is 40.5.
What's 27-13? That's 40.
There you go.
Wow, I'm good. I'm just like Vegas.
40 would be the under, though.
Yeah, but it's right on it.
It is right around there.
Yeah.
The Texans are an 8-point favorite. If I am going to reverse engineer an answer from there, it would be right in that same,
27-13 with a pick six.
Am I just going to ride his answer? Am I going to ride his answer? No, I'm going 31-13.
Okay.
I don't feel great about that, but, you got the likes like Calvin Ridley out there. Maybe he does something, has a flash type thing. And, yeah, shout out to the 832. It's a city thing. We beat Dallas and everything. But here's the thing, right? Is there a Nashville-Houston?
No, it's a Titans-Houston. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Specifically that.
Mm-hmm.
Can your Texans move to 8-4 against the 2-8 Tennessee Titans? All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, it's about time where we hand it over to our guy, Figgy Fig, for the mixtape. Fig, what we got?
Yeah, so we got the game coming up against the Titans, and the conversation always pop up about how they took the Oilers away from the city and all that stuff. I think Tennessee took something else from us too, man.
Oh, wow.
Not just the Oilers, but I think they took something else. I'm going to make a case for it. Plus, I got some tips for you if you hosting Thanksgiving this year.
All right.
Okay. We'll talk about that next.
Where has C.J. Stroud improved most in year two? Nick Cassell.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is. Figgy's Mixtape on the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. I'm super excited for the game on Sunday. I'm going to be out there tailgating. I'm going to bring the fam out there.
All right.
To tailgate. That's the one thing. That's the only thing they want to do, to be honest.
Good.
They just want to hit up a tailgate, and we're going to have some fun, man. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of Oilers stuff out there, and it's going to be a little confusing because I'm not sure if they're a Titans fan or are they born and raised in the H. So it's going to be a little confusing, but
maybe both.
It could be both.
Yeah.
It could be both, but it's going to be fun. Speaking of Tennessee, pretty much stealing our team here.
Stealing, thieving.
Yeah, they stole it. I don't care what y'all say. They stole it.
Yeah.
I think they stole something else, man. And I'm gonna make a case for this. I want to see if y'all down with this or not. So Tennessee go by the slogan "Tighten up."
Yeah.
You see that pretty often, and honestly, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's kind of fly when you say, "Hey, all right, tighten up, tighten up." I kind of like that.
I think I think Archie Bell and the Drills.
You're darn right. You're darn right.
We're going to get there pretty soon.
My bad.
No, we're going to get there pretty soon.
My bad.
Somebody in this room has done the tighten up.
Okay. We're going to get there pretty soon. So here is a diehard Titan fan right here, Morocco T. We played his clips and his pregame speeches on the show before. But this is him, and this is how he used tighten up.
You know what time it is? Hey, 2 for 1, and these damn bad. So you know what you need to do. Treat these accordingly and defend the mother house. Now tighten the up. It's game day. Let's go.
Right.
That's Morocco T, man.
Pretty aggressive.
He usually do that for every game,
That's
like
good.
right before. He haven't been doing it lately, man, and I understand why, man.
Yeah.
It's hard to get hype behind that team.
And Derrick Henry's gone. Remember, he used to be all about Derrick Henry.
So it was a little hard to get behind Will Levis and all that.
Yeah.
But it got me thinking, so I think this was really stolen. Y'all brought it up. Y'all brought Archie Bell and the Drills.
Yes, sir.
I want to play this song because I was listening to this song the other day. And I was just like, wait a minute. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. It all made sense to me now, man.
Yeah.
I think they stole this from us. So here's a song called "Tighten Up" by Archie Bell and the Drills, who is, by the way,
Houston, Texas.
From Houston, Texas. And
Hi, everybody. I'm Archie Bell of the Drills of Houston, Texas.
From Houston, Texas.
Correct.
Okay, salute.
We don't only sing, but we dance just as good as we want.
All right, let's go, man.
In Houston, we just started a new dance called the Tighten Up.
Oh, the Tighten
The
Up.
Tighten Up.
Oh, wait a minute.
Tighten Up.
Called the Tighten Up.
The
Yeah,
Tighten
it
Up.
is.
This is the music we tighten up with.
All right.
First, tighten up on the drum. Come on now, drummer. I want you to tighten it up for me now.
Tighten it up, man.
Oh, yeah. Tighten up on that bass now. Tighten it up. Yeah. Now let that guitar fall in.
I think they stole this from us, man.
Definitely did.
They stole this from us. Not only did they steal the Oilers, they stole Tighten Up, man.
They sure did.
Is this fair? Am I on to something right here?
It's not fair, but you know what? I'm going with you anyways. As Slim Charles once said, if it's a lie, then you fight on that lie, but we got to fight, and I'm fighting on this lie. They stole it from us.
Hey, he said
We've been aggrieved.
He said, I'm Archie Bell. I'm from Houston, Texas.
And this is
he said, we gotta dance. We call it Tighten Up, man.
That's right.
I got to tell you, man, you shocked me. All these years, I never put it together. I never put it together.
And I heard that. Shout out to my pops.
Yeah.
I heard that song a bunch of times,
I've
man.
heard that song.
It
I've
wasn't-
danced to that
It
song.
was weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he said, "Hey, I'm Archie Bell. I'm from Houston, Texas." I'm like, "Oh, he from Houston."
I'm kind of like,
and he said,
I'm shocked. And I'm a
we
little
do a
upset
dance
now.
called the Tighten Up.
You're more mad now?
I'm a little upset now. I mean, I'm even more upset than I was before. I never put it together, Figgy. I'm glad you brought this up. The Tighten Up is Houston.
Yeah. So whenever Houston always, or whenever Tennessee always say, "All right, tighten up,"
Yeah.
that came from Houston.
Man. Now I'm even more mad.
It's spelled different, though.
It is spelled
Hey,
different.
tighten up, man.
It's a play on words, Reggie. It's a play on words.
Yeah, man.
I blame Amy Adams. She's of the generation that would know.
I mean,
she's of the generation that would know the Tighten Up.
I mean, I understand you, and I respect what you're saying.
I know it goes.
I'm about to cut Reggie's mic off. Man. We don't need no actuallys and all that stuff.
No, my point was going to be.
He said, "I'm from Houston, Texas, and we got a dance called the Tighten Up."
That's right. My point was going to be, even if she wasn't from the generation, you'd have blamed Amy Adams anyways.
Oh, for sure.
There you go.
Yeah. And honestly, Amy, she's from Houston, right?
Yeah.
She's from Houston.
She still has a house in Waller.
She loves Houston. She's obsessed with the city.
Are you doxing her?
No, she's crazy ex-girlfriend.
I'm just being a joke.
She's crazy ex-girlfriend.
See, Amy loved the city of Houston. She's obsessed with the city of Houston.
Yes.
You know what?
Blame her.
My third eye is open, Fig. I see what you mean. I'm with you.
Yeah.
She want Tennessee. She want that team to be like Houston.
Yeah.
But just
if she could, she would turn Nashville into Houston.
Yes. She's obsessed.
Yeah, but I'm kind of mad at myself that I didn't realize she took this away.
I am too.
I think they need to change the name from Tennessee Titans to the Tennessee Thieves. Maybe they should go as the Tennessee Steelers.
Oh, wow.
They should take Pittsburgh's name and go by the Tennessee Steelers since they like to steal everything. But I can believe it, man.
Man, now you got me even more riled up.
Shout out to 713. Yeah, Reggie, we don't need no action on a Friday. My bad. I'll go ahead and I'll shut up now.
Yeah, but salute to Archie Bell and the drills from Houston, Texas.
That's right.
Where we do the Tighten Up down
Somebody
here.
said their father-in-law wrote the Tighten Up song.
Are you for real?
Oh, word.
That's fire.
832.
Hey, salute to you, 832.
Yeah.
Hey, you are legendary, man. Salute to you, man. So next week is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving coming up, and I'm not sure who doing the hosting around here. By the way, did y'all get an email about like a potluck or something?
Not yet.
I don't know if we having one. We usually get that kind of early.
We do. We should have it by now.
Yeah.
No potluck?
I don't think so, man.
He's so upset.
Man, God dog it, man. I was hoping I want to get some of that T-Mill mac and cheese, man.
Oh, God. Now you're just trolling.
Hey, I might be the
He's
only.
smiling.
Hey,
He's smiling.
I might be the only one defending that, man. I'm defending that mac
You
and cheese.
set that up well, though. You set that up so well. I got to give you credit.
All right, so
okay, here's the story. For those who don't,
tell us the story,
who
yeah,
don't
clearly
know,
not me, but for the
year, we had fill in. It's like a doc, an interact. What's the doc? It was an Excel. It was an Excel.
Excel.
So fill this in so everybody knows what they're bringing and we don't have any duplicates or whatever. T-Mill put in my legendary mac and cheese, or his mom, whatever it was. Legendary mac and cheese.
Legendary was the operative word here.
And before it even happened, we were talking about if he puts legendary in the description before the Thanksgiving potluck, it better damn well be legendary.
What was funny about it, a lot of people put whatever they had.
Yeah.
Some people put apple pie,
Yeah.
pumpkin pie, green beans.
What did I bring last year? Ribs? Did I bring ribs last year?
Nah, you ain't bring green.
I think I did.
No, you did not.
I thought I did. One year I brought ribs. Maybe it was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I brought some. Anyway,
yeah,
I didn't call it legendary.
Yeah, everybody putting these regular names, and he put, I'm bringing the legendary mac and cheese.
And here's the thing.
I'm like, oh no, man.
When you do that, the bar is so high.
Yeah.
It was good mac and cheese. It was good.
Yeah, I will defend him on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he cooked it last night and then just brung it in,
Mm-hmm.
but I think for him, he had to make it that morning,
hot.
Bring it in hot, man, because I think it did have some potential, but it was cold. Like whenever something like that stay overnight and get a little cold and all that stuff,
it was good mac
it
and
won't
cheese.
hit the same.
One legendary.
Damn. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least it was good mac and cheese. I mean, we're talking about an office potluck with all due respect.
14 minutes.
There's a lot worse. There's a lot worse that can happen than good mac and cheese. cheese that was not with
That's
meat.
true.
Yeah, so I guess we not have no potluck this year. Sad to say, man. I know you're gonna miss all that good food.
I sure am.
God dog it.
Yeah.
But I got a list of things. If you are hosting Thanksgiving this year, I won't be hosting Thanksgiving.
Not even with the new house?
Nah. Ain't nobody coming down here, man.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody coming out. So my wife going up there. I'm staying back to kind of chill with the dog and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I got a little list of things to do if you are hosting Thanksgiving. A couple tips. So the first tip is don't mess with success. Meaning, don't try nothing different.
No, this is not a training ground.
Yeah,
you do not change up the game plan in the Super Bowl.
correct.
That's not how that works.
Correct.
Stick with the classics. Don't try to do no special type of root beer turkey, or don't try to do all of this.
Root beer turkey.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't try to do nothing crazy.
Now you got me thinking.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Oh my God.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't try to switch up the.
No, you're right.
Don't try to switch up the sweet potato pie. I did this with it this time and all. Just it's cool.
And if I can add something to that, have the same person that kicks ass with that dish bring it every year.
Yep, just keep doing it,
Don't
man.
switch. Oh, now so and so's making the sweet potato pie or whatever. No, go with the studs.
We going
go with the studs.
Hey, we going there to get the same food,
Yeah,
man, every
yeah.
single year.
Play your stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, play your don't get in your head and put the 6-man in.
I kind of want to
because
make
you want
the
to match up.
potato.
No. Don't worry about matchups.
Yeah, I
play
kind
your
of want to make the
stars.
mashed potatoes this year. Well, you ain't.
Yeah,
Play your
No,
stars.
yeah,
We'll get you on Easter.
Yeah.
You'll get in there, but no, we playing a star Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Don't try to add a special spice this time and all that stuff.
No.
Just go with the original, man. We coming there to eat the same thing every single year.
Yes.
Don't try nothing different. Number 2, make a game plan for the fridge and oven space.
Doesn't matter how much you game plan. Ain't gonna work.
I was like, I don't think I've ever thought about that.
It ain't gonna work.
You got to try, man, because
You can try.
The worst thing is trying to stuff everything in the refrigerator.
Yet still you do.
Well, the fridge thing is the game plan is just, hey, let's clean this thing out.
That's
Right?
it.
That's the only
that's
thing.
it.
Besides that, we'll figure it out. Now, the real game plan, the other game plan is you do need to figure out how you're actually getting all these things cooked. Otherwise, you end up as the family that ain't 8 until 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys start tonight. Oh, not tonight, but start the night of, and just get everything together. So by the time people come over, man.
Public service announcement. Put your turkey in the refrigerator tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, let that thing start going
tomorrow
out.
Tomorrow
afternoon.
afternoon. Well,
Okay.
if it's like 15 pounds or more, which most of them are, tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Public service. We are a full service show.
Yeah, man.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Hey, do what the OG say, man.
Yes.
Yeah, when it comes to cooking meats, I would heed that advice.
Yeah. Couple more. Start with an empty dishwasher.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't
call.
have a full dishwasher, man. Put all that stuff up. That way, once the night start ending, you could, put some in the dishwasher and all that stuff. It won't be a sink full of dishes and have nowhere to put this and put that. Empty it out, man.
Yeah.
Do y'all families have the designated dishwasher as the cooking is happening? So that
changes, but yeah, you gotta stay on top of that stuff.
Yeah, stay on top of it so it won't be a long night for you. The next one, I don't know if y'all actually do this, but set up a buffet.
Oh, 100%.
Get a little buffet line. Like I
Too many things.
I grew up in a smaller kitchen,
Yeah.
so it wasn't like you could set everything out on one table, but
Yeah.
kind of make a little assembly line. Like, all right, the meat's over here, the sides over there.
Yeah, it's too much.
Dessert over here.
It's too much to put on the table.
Yeah, but try to set it up as easy as possible. So
yeah, Hollywood has made it seem like we could set this whole table up and have the whole thing. And
you can.
If it's cool if you do
got
that.
the right type of house for it.
But even then, it's kind of hard for you to, put your elbows out and really get into it.
Yeah. But
plus, people want to move around. The football is on. Some
Exactly.
people want to
Yeah.
eat. Hey, just set the food up. Make your plate and take it to where you need to.
Exactly. The last one, and this is a little cheesy right here. I'm gonna end it off on this. but-
About this mac and cheese.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is it
about
legendary cheesy?
Nah. But
Okay, my bad.
remember, Thanksgiving is all about family, guys.
No, it's not.
I thought it was
Just
about fighting.
It's about family.
It's not about that.
Everyone being under one roof.
Isn't it
Just
about
sharing
arguing and playing
It's
football
about-
and getting in a fight?
It's about sharing a special moment with grandma and grandpa and your uncles and just vibing together.
That's secondary. Like secondary is about thanks and all those things and enjoying the people that you love and all that. Yeah. No, Thanksgiving's about food.
I
Don't
thought
get
it was
twisted.
talking about your nephew's new girlfriend every year that
Yeah.
shows up.
Yeah, but I will say
You have crossed into the age threshold where that is what it's about. Isn't
Every
it?
year. family has a family that has a different girlfriend he brings Thanksgiving every year.
Well, yeah, that's part of family.
That's kind of swag a little bit.
Good. Good for him? Question mark? Where's inflection?
I will say the one.
It is tamale time.
Yeah, it is.
I will say the one thing you got to do though. You got to brag to your uncle, your cousin about them Texans whooping that Cowboys ass. You got to, man.
You got to.
You got to come in with your Texans gear. Be like, hey, we them boys. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? That's the one that gets them.
How about them Cowboys? Come on, Unc.
Hits them right in the sternum.
What's up? What's up with them Cowboys, Unc?
Yeah, let's talk. I want to talk, baby. Let's talk.
You got to come in like Stephen A. Smith.
With the cowboy hat and the cigar.
Yep. You got what about them Cowboys?
281 lets us know the 3 F's of Thanksgiving in order: food, football, family.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
No, I'm just that segment was great, but it just made me hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
So you know what? If you are hungry, how about you go to Big City Wings and
Hey, transition.
Yeah.
They're broadcasting.
Transition king right here.
We're about to get it to him here in a second, but coming up next, we got to draft the weekend. What are the big events that we have our eyes on for the weekend before we get it to the guys of the drive? We'll do that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joined Payne and Pendergast.
Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
US only. See store or online for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studio, John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah. Is this instrumental? Oh, yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
Tighten up, baby.
On a Football Friday. All right, he means that in the way that Archie Bell will let you know. That's right.
Of Houston, Texas.
Now you're going to make me tear up a little bit, Iggy.
As good as we want. In Houston, we just started a new dance called the Tighten Up.
That's right.
In Houston.
Tighten Up with.
In Houston.
Shout out to the 832 who said their mom once dated Archie Bell, so they're going to send us a video of her doing the Tighten Up.
Let's go.
Man,
Let's
he
go.
was out in these streets.
Archie Bell was, look, man, he said they was doing the Tighten Up. He was not lying.
Hey, that brother was swanging on West
They
Town,
were
man.
really out here.
Just stay away from this and that.
Really, really out here. And then shout out to somebody from the 713, or what's the 713? 409 said that Figgy, they really agree with you on the mixtape. If one person does it right, they're the only one that needs to do it. They said their aunt tried to mimic her daughter's deviled eggs, immediately they were like, "These deviled eggs are an imposter."
Imposter. I love that.
So yeah, man, that is a pitfall to avoid at all costs for Thanksgiving, as it's coming up next week. Always fun doing a mixtape. All right. But right during this time, we typically, before we head out to the Big City Wings in Katy, where the drive is broadcasting this evening, or this afternoon, I should say, we got to draft the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe to the man in the starter jacket that says Oilers on it, my man, Figgy Fig, in the balaclava. That is what it's called, a balaclava. Figgy
Is that
Fig.
what it is?
Yes, sir.
Pooh Shiesty mask.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't call it either of those.
Or ski mask.
Ski mask without the mask.
All right, Fig, you're up.
I'm starting with the Ohio State University, taking on Indiana. Shout out to Adam Spillane. And I'm a little nervous, I ain't going to lie.
Yeah.
But I'm locked in on that game for sure.
Big noon kickoff, 11 a.m.
Little Big Ten action.
Yeah.
By the way,
best conference right now in the country.
Okay, you were on a roll until then.
Hey.
Oh, y'all about to leave?
Hey,
We need to move some furniture?
Hey, we got like 4 teams in the top 6.
Yeah, and the SEC has 7 or 8 in the top 20.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Y'all just gonna keep bragging about how the playoffs
we talk about that top 10 though, man.
You're just gonna keep talking about how
a bit like a barbershop now.
Yeah, it really does.
Big Ten's trash, man.
But yeah, that game's gonna be really interesting. OSU 11-point favorites right now. We'll see how Indiana actually plays that one out.
Boy, that's the game of the week.
Top 5 team?
Period.
Especially as a lot of the teams are
Yeah.
kind of getting a little bit of a breather non-conference schedule. That one is a collision that we've kind of been waiting weeks for on both sides. So that'll be fun. All right, I'm up.
Yes.
And I will go to a conference that my favorite team resides in, that you guys are not going to give a whole bunch of love. In fact, they're not doing themselves any favorites. The Big 12, but let me get BYU ASU with championship vibes. I want to see what's happening.
And I thought I was going to steal that one later.
I know you do. I'm in your head, and of course, it doesn't help that you give out you do the college football segment on a Friday.
Yeah.
And so it probably didn't help, but I wanted this one and I got it. BYU ASU, Cam Scatterbull. Show me what you got. I love watching him run.
Yeah. Man, the NFL slate is just sort of
the known part of drafting the weekend is that obviously everybody is invested in Texans-Titans. That one is at noon on Sunday.
But we can't draft that one.
But we can't draft it. Everybody wants it.
And then it's just, okay, okay games. So I'm just gonna
there's one on there that I would draft. I don't know if you are going to draft it.
Well, there's a couple of decent games here, but nothing spectacular other than maybe Niners and Packers. But
really,
Eagles and Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks. Those are the three that are sort of back in. But I'm just going to go full homer and say A&M and Auburn. Big implications. Win that game. Texas will probably win, and we have got ourselves a week next week with A&M versus Texas.
Okay,
I'm going with Colorado and KU.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
I want to check that out. I feel like a lot of people been a little quiet when it comes to Colorado now, man. People was loud last year, but now I feel like they've been a little bit quiet. I'm gonna have to actually check these guys out.
Well, I think
see them ball.
I hear you on that, and I think the implication is, man, y'all not keeping that same energy. You also have to remember they started with like the 4 wins early on, and that's what helped the hype after. That didn't allow for the hype. If they had started undefeated in the same way, I think the hype would have been right, or maybe not right back, but it'd have been closer.
I just ain't like the way people was talking last year. Like, he about to crumble, like it's over.
Yeah,
this is the first year. It's the first year.
I just thought the expectations had gotten way too big for year
and they
one.
did. They proved to be way too
Colorado.
big. Yeah,
right. A place where I think previously they'd had 4 coaches in a very quick succession. Yeah, that's not a place that is fertile ground, but he's done some good things with it there, Deion Sanders. All right, I am up, and I am going to. I told Figgy I think I'm going to do something that's a little unprecedented in this segment that I think is fair. Give me the premiere of the movie Gladiator.
Oh, wow, we're doing that?
Oh, okay.
It is the weekend. And, technically.
The name of the segment is Draft the Weekend.
That is right.
Not Draft the Weekend's games.
That's a good call.
This is opening weekend for Gladiator.
I want to see that, man.
Denzel is in his vibe where he's just like, I'm taking things that I really want to do.
Yeah.
And I have seen nothing but good things about this Gladiator 2. Yeah, let me see that, man.
Man, you've opened up an entire new world for me.
You're welcome.
An entire new world. Because it's kind of like outside of the ones that we've already drafted, it's kind of So, now I'm just a college football freak.
You remember, Cougars are playing Hofstra tonight, so
I'm just a college football freak. And so,
you get some help. 281 says Lopez. How about Atascocita versus Pearland round 2 of the playoffs?
You know what?
Okay.
That might be on the list somewhere. But I can't wait for college football. Be a nerd and watch a little. Oh, wait a minute! I can't. Notre Dame and Army is the same time as A&M and Auburn.
You'd be able, you flip back and forth, or you'd be able to watch them both at the same time.
I am not going to do that.
Multi-TVs.
I am not going to. I got to call an audible here. I'll go to the NFL after all, and I'm going to say Cardinals Seahawks.
I wanted that one. I thought I'd be able to get back to that one.
That's going to be a good one, man.
Yeah. It really is.
I ain't watching that
both
Army
those
Notre Dame. Come on. I would, but not then.
So this is my last one because
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna probably be a little tied up with the family, but I'm gonna watch this one. Monday Night Football, the Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Harbaugh, man. I can't stand them dudes, and this is a healthy hate.
I can't stand them.
Hey, this is a healthy hate because they've been so good where you just can't stand them. But I want to see this, man.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see this. I want to see if Baltimore they're gonna step up this game, and I want to see how real the Chargers are.
All right, friends. There's still some good games out there. You mentioned Army, Notre Dame, and I keep lying to myself and saying I'm going to watch more Notre Dame so I know what's happening, and every time I forget because they're like on Peacock or something. However, I'm kind of doing a bit here, but it's a bit because I feel like it's my responsibility. Did you know that the Rockets are playing tonight in the NBA Cup Game 2 for the Rockets? They got Portland on a little baseball mini baseball series. They got them. Actually, it's not tonight. It's tomorrow night. It's Saturday, and then they'll get them again on, I believe, Monday night as well. So, or no, I got that wrong. and they'll have like a direct back-to-back tonight and Saturday is what I was going for. So,
okay.
Yeah, I was like, I knew it was an NBA Cup tonight.
Yeah.
So, Houston Rockets playing a little basketball against Portland, a team that they should absolutely beat the mess out of, if we're going to be completely honest. But there you go.
I'm a big college football fan, so going to be all about college football.
Army Notre Dame
this weekend.
Go
I'm not going to watch Army Notre Dame.
Okay,
I'll keep up with it on the phone.
Good. With the baby.
With the baby in my lap, hopefully not crying.
Oh, you ain't watching nothing.
Yeah, you ain't watching nothing.
Kids, man. You ain't watching squat.
You should have taken that high school football game.
Yeah.
Watch some
Atascocita, baby.
All right, that's the weekend as drafted by In the Loop, and we're about done here, but we got some work to do still because we got to send it out to Big City Wings, where Clint and Ron are hanging out for the drive on this Football Friday. Fellas, what it looking like?
It's looking all right, but hey, Clint's mom better calm down. I tell you that much.
Oh, she's already on.
You can say that pretty much any time.
Hey, mom's in the house already, and word on the street is she's over there roasting Ron for something.
Good. He needs it.
Oh, me too?
She getting both of us.
Oh, wow.
Hell, I'm used to it.
I'm trying to be respectful during this holiday season.
Yeah.
All right, but
speaking of,
I'll finish it, Linda.
She said, "Don't start it. Don't start nothing new now." She said,
"Sit down, Linda. I'm just playing."
Calm down.
She always so serious.
Oh, let's have us a day, y'all. What do you say, baby?
Well, it sounds like you are.
Yeah, it sounds like y'all are already going.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. We're at Big City Wings, out here live here in Katy. And it's a good time. Get
that heifer a Coors Light on me, man.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Oh, are we live already?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, my bad.
Loud and clear. In fact, I think that you guys are selling the Big City Wings experience on this Friday very well. Go out and see what
Big City Wings. Kingsland is where we are. I mean, how easy you've always let heifer roll out in reference to your mother is something that has always
boggles the mind.
It gets me.
Yeah, the phrase that comes to mind is "couldn't be me." God bless you.
Yeah, I call Teresa a heifer when she ain't around.
Not Teresa. Oh my God.
See here, no man. Hey, we didn't come empty-handed. We got a lot. We got a Bud Light cooler to hook people up with, and it's a nice one. You got the bottle opener on the side. It's nice. We got a couple of gift cards to Big City Wings, any of the locations. We got, of course, $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And also, we've got several pair of tickets to U of H as they host the Baylor Bears. So we got a lot to get out.
Oh, and as usual on a Friday, boys, you can sign up for that Academy Sports and Outdoors Ultimate Tailgate Package and hang with our crew at the Baltimore Ravens Houston Texans game in the suite and get a $1,000 gift card as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, man. Hell of a deal, baby.
What more could you want? Everything is coming to you on a Football Friday.
And Linda's here.
Exactly. So go hang out with Ron and the Stoerners. All right. So we're done here in the Loop. And you're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. I leave you in the capable hands of Clinton, Ron, and T-Mill, as now the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. And as we said, again, live here at Big City Wings here in Katy, right off Kingsland Boulevard. So get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And as I'm seeing right now, many people are being smart right now. There you go. Flex on them real quick. They're signing up, putting their names in our raffle box for a chance to win countless prizes that we'll start hooking people up with in the 3 o'clock hour. Got to be here in attendance to win it. My man out here checking out the Bud Light.
Yeah,
man. Checking out the merchandise.
Check out what's all up for grabs, man. Might as well.
Yeah, he's going to be pissed when he get that $25 gift card to Big City Wings. No, but come on out. Have a good time. Hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock on this Football Friday. A lot to get to as we prepare for the Texans to take on the Tennessee Titans coming up. As we said, Clint's mom is in the building. As Clint said before also, when you walk in the building, and there's only a few weeks left for you to enter in to the ultimate prize pack there from Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yeah, only a few weeks left, and it's a hell of a deal, man. Like I said, two tickets in the suite. Which is the second largest suite in NRG, and we got a good crew, man. Always food, drinks, everything. things there. Beautiful end zone view of the field. You can see the all-22 right there live pretty much. And so that, obviously, and then the $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That if you lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know what the hell Academy Sports and Outdoors is about. And you damn sure know what $1,000 is about.
That's right. I got my full jumpsuit from yesterday.
You get you a tracksuit. I mean, you get you one of them half zips. You get all kind of stuff over to Academy Sports.
That's right. So a lot to get to here. Come on out. Great food, great drinks, great spot out here in Katy. So come join us. All right, Clint. Before we get rolling, by the way, last night, fellas, that was the most Jameis Winston thing that we saw last night.
It was beautiful.
I'm to hell with the game.
I love that, man.
I'm talking about that man went face first on the snow angel. Who in the hell does that? Right? Like who go like that is that, if you could say what is Jameis Winston? Let me show you. My man
damn
got
national treasure.
He led his whole team out there with him almost. They ran out to celebrate the game, and it's snowing like hell, and he goes to do a snow angel, but he goes face first, face mask into the ground, and does this. Like, I never, like, you got to be a special type of dude to go face first. I've done many a snow angel. I ain't never turned and said, let me put my nose and face in it, and then do it like this. What am I going to do?
And it's just so genuine, man. Like everything he does is genuine. Like it's gleeful.
It's like a little kid.
Yes.
That had to be his first snow angel, right?
I was going to say, he from Florida?
That's got, like, you don't go face first. That has to be.
Look,
somebody had to say, hey, fool, turn on your back.
He's a little bit older, so he don't bend like he used to.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, and unless he
bent on that Russian touchdown.
Yeah, unless the defense bends you, you don't bend like you used to, and he probably ain't done. The only thing he's ever dove into is probably water. He ain't never hit those snow angels.
He probably dove into a few things.
Well, yeah.
Water has no soul.
I meant literal. I guess you are too.
Yeah, I am too. He's going head first a few times.
Right.
But no, that just done me in. Like, yeah, we'll get into that game. But I just said that fool is on his face.
Yeah.
Doing that damn snow angel. James.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
He's a wild boy.
Cleveland needed Jameis Winston more than Jameis Winston needed Cleveland. That's for damn sure, huh?
I'm telling you, boy. By the way, any of you, 713-572-4610, you can text this in. I wonder with you two as well. Have y'all ever been in that type? Have y'all ever physically been out and seen that type of snow?
Yeah.
A couple times.
I never played in a game.
But you have been.
Yeah, it snowed
you've
like
been
that.
around, obviously.
Yeah, Arkansas, it snowed like that.
Okay.
Not a ton, but it snowed like that. Yeah, I've been around. I've been out in it.
I've talked to a couple of people, including our guy from our promo staff. He said, I ain't never seen that snow before in my life.
Sweet Breckenridge. Not next week, next month.
Yeah. I wonder how many people in there because them fools, the Steelers out here, they making snowballs and throwing them at each other after touchdown celebrations.
Hey, the best part of that last night for me, other than the football, the action was off the charts. But I don't know if everybody hung around and watched the Amazon Prime post-game show.
So good.
Where Jameis Winston joined them.
Yes.
Ron, he gets off the set. He done played a full game. I mean, he tried to do the Saquon Barkley for a touchdown. He has to be sore. He gets off the set, runs, dives, does more snow angels, full uniform still, gets up, and Ron, it's not joking, it felt like 20 minutes, but at least 5 minutes worth of snowball fights with the whole crew. They all got off and did snow angels, and he was running around hiding, throwing snowballs at
he's having a blast.
What's his name? Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I mean, he was.
What's her name on the set said, we're all going out here. Let's go.
That's Carissa.
I'm thinking Carissa went. Carissa went a little too hard though. Did you see her in the background when she did her dive?
Oh, yeah.
It was one of them like, whoa.
She's been waiting on that all night, baby.
It looked like she was running and somebody shot her from the press box. I mean, she just laid it down.
She was living.
I can't believe Jay Williams messed that up. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carissa.
I'm going to tell you, man, the fact that buddy in that weather started and played as physical as he had to play to win that game, and then was out there like a little kid for 5 minutes and couldn't get enough of it.
No, he couldn't.
Snowball fighting after the game. And then we want the And I we want folks to buy into this. Oh, these short weeks are impossible. You know, these guys can't possibly. Come on, man. Jameis Winston just showed you what it's all about.
I might have to buy a Jameis jersey. Like, I really might have to.
Let's not get aggressive here.
No, I love this guy.
All right, I see people on the 5-Hour Energy Fan text line, 5-Hour Energy Fan line, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. As I see somebody text in, and somebody check in on this, is Jameis and D'Amico from the same hometown?
That is correct.
Did they produce
same exact town in Bama? Yep.
They produced those same two products.
I'll be damned.
Goodness. Wow.
Just treasures.
They probably both got streets named after them in that town.
They should. They should.
All right, real quick on that game, as Pittsburgh had won 5 in a row, they are actually now just one game ahead of the Texans, but a team in the running. They had a shot. Actually, Clint, going into the game, they and the Chiefs were the only teams that controlled their own destiny to the 1 seed in the AFC. Now that changed after that loss, and I want the people to react and respond to this as well. Did that game in which the 2-8 Browns took on the 8-2 Steelers? Did that make anybody nervous for Sunday? That make anybody nervous for Sunday with the Texans in a spot going up against I mean, you could look at and say they've got some talent over there. You know, you got Myles Garrett, you got Jeffrey Simmons, and you got Landry, and you've got some guys on that defense. Ward is a good player in the secondary. Jerry Jeudy looked like the Jerry Jeudy maybe that people thought he would look like Nick Chubb. They've got some dudes over there. The Titans have some guys over there. Ridley and Simmons and Pollard has done things in this league. Did that make you nervous, or did that make you check up a little bit about this game Sunday?
It didn't make me nervous, but it damn sure was a stark reminder of what can happen on any given Sunday.
Look, yeah.
You know, you get a little bit of weather, you get some matchups that you struggle with, which now this part of it, I think we can directly tie to what we're facing this weekend with the Titans. Is, you know, clearly that defensive front for the Cleveland Browns was a lot for Russell Wilson and his offensive line to handle.
Especially that one guy.
Yeah, well, it starts with, it's always one head of the snake, right? But you look at that, and that just was a stark reminder of how quickly, you know, a defensive front can change the game in a big way. And so I think there's some parallels to that, to what the Texans are going to see this week. But the only thing, and I know you're not asking for details, but the only thing for me is I don't think Will Levis has got Jameis Winston in him.
Yeah, are they that far off?
No. Look,
you know what I mean?
They approach the game the same way, and they're both guns trapped and get in trouble that way. But Jameis has got the ability, Jameis has the ability to go out there and put 400 on you and have an unbelievable game, and everybody go, well, where's that?
He's certainly done it more.
Yeah, I don't think Will's got that. I don't think Will has the ability to do what Jameis did last night. He's done
it, he's had a couple of, his first
I know
game.
He doesn't have the ability to get his team to rally.
I don't think they believe in him, but does he have it to go out and do something? Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. As I said, did last night make you nervous or make you in any ways rethink your thoughts about this game? Because it's a similar situation, you know, a team and it really even worse because you're at home.
With nothing to play for, but
that
pretty talented.
Has talent and has a quarterback that –
the Jets.
I think I would put the Jets a little bit ahead of them.
But it's just fair. I'm not comparing the Jets and the Titans in terms of where they would rank, but in terms of a team that doesn't have a good record but has some dudes that could mess around and make it a 4-quarter game.
Yeah, a couple of people texting in. Black Greg, nope. Any teams don't fare well on Thursday nights. Away teams don't fell well on Thursday nights. Texans at home handle business. Also, Bill says they already had one of those games. Jets, anyone? Listen, I'm not going to say I felt Cowboys confident this week. They're the Cowboys. I told you we were in this conversation last week. I don't see the scenario that they can lose, barring injury. I'm not to that point, but I felt pretty comfortable. about the game for the Texans, this did make me take a small step back. And I think maybe more in line of what you're saying of it is a reminder of what could happen, right? Like there is a situation where, yeah, you're right, like Jeffrey Simmons and Landry could just ruin the game. Now, I don't know that the Titans are going to be able to score enough, but like you could see, Calvin Ridley, going off a little bit. Like last week, he had a long touchdown pass against the Vikings. That Will Levis, about 70, 80-yard touchdown pass in the game against the Vikings. So they've got some dudes. I still believe the Texans are going to win. It did lessen my thought of like, yeah, man, because I promise you, before that game, I thought this feels like a 27 to 10 game. Feels like a game where I would never ever think that the Texans were in any danger to lose. I pull back. Let me slow down a little bit here. Let me give the Titans a little bit more credit after kind of watching what they did, because Jeffrey Simmons against this offensive line is definitely capable of having moments like Myles Garrett did.
Well, I mean, he's got the thing is, even if you allocate, several guys and really direct your protection and focus your protection on him, they've got dudes other than him that can hurt you. I mean, yeah. they've got dudes other than him big way. So this is a scary front, man. It's a scary front for the Texans, no doubt.
And let's get into that, because Bobby Slowick talked about for him what is like, at least offensively, the big matchup, the big thing that they have to take care of in order to have success on Sunday.
Really good. I mean, their front five is probably for us, I would say, in totality, the best we faced this year. Obviously, Simmons is a heck of a player. He shows up all over the place. He does everything, rushes inside, rushes outside. They have him drop sometimes, and he's still a factor even when he's dropping. Like you always have to be aware of where Simmons is. Sweat's been doing a really good job for him. He jumps off the tape on the inside. He's a really, really big, strong man, hard to move, makes a lot of plays in the backfield. Their edges are solid. Landry is obviously a really good rusher, good in the run game. Arden Key I've been with in San Fran, obviously familiar with him. He can go play. And Joseph is still, I mean, a really solid interior player. Like they got people at every position. So that's a big challenge for us to be aware of in really both phases, and really the starting point of everything we talked about as far as game plan this week.
All right, he said it right there, that this is the toughest front they faced. And that includes teams like the Jets. That includes other teams they played, the Bills, who can have a good front up there. This is the best. So this is the game offensively for the Texans.
No question about it. This is the matchup. This is the staring you right in the face. It could be an issue. It could be it's a prove it game for the offensive line, in my opinion. Because we got to remember, if in the eyes of the offensive coordinator, this is the best front that the Texans have faced all year. For 9 weeks, your quarterback was, if not he was in the top most pressured quarterbacks in all of football. Bobby Slowick said it in his audio yesterday. He says, we were in third and long more than any other team in the NFL. Right, that's what was going on up front the first 9 weeks of the season, and now you're telling me this team has the best defensive front that y'all played, and he's strongly referring to the 5 D linemen that they can roll through there. Yeah, this is a prove-it game for the offensive line. That is definitely the matchup of the game, and I think it's going to tell us a lot about the Houston Texans moving forward. Again, there's layers of C.J. Stroud is playing a different brand of quarterback, and I like the direction they're moving, right? You look at Bobby Slowick, he's calling a different game schematically. I love the direction that they're moving. The offensive line has been better for 2 weeks. Now the OC went out there and put it on Front Street. This is the best defensive front we've seen. Can the O-line, with the adjustments that were made, can they continue to play a brand of football along with Bobby and C.J.? Now, a lot of it's on them. They got to realize that this front is as good as they are as well, right? But can they put a package together, Bobby, C.J., and this offensive line, to where we're talking of really good O-line play, or do they get exposed again by what Bobby Slowick is calling the best defensive front that they played? We shall see, but I think that's the matchup of this game across the board.
Real quick, do you agree with that? Do you agree with Bobby's assessment that the Titans are the best front because they're rolling with Sweat and Simmons inside, as he talked about, Arden Key, Joseph Day on the other side.
Landry's the other one.
Or Landry's an outside linebacker, but
he's an edge.
Yeah,
he's
coming.
An
edge, yeah.
The other one is Linval Joseph is over there. I think Joseph is in the defense. Older defensive lineman that can still go get it. So yeah, look, I think there's. Yes, I would say this is the best. I would say this is the best defensive front that they have faced to date. One could argue the McDonald Jr. or McDonald IV, I guess, and Quinnen Williams front in the New York Jets could be more top heavy. But when you're talking about 4 or 5 guys rolling through there, I would probably say Tennessee. Simmons is a monster inside, man.
Yeah, the hope that this isn't like, some of the games, and in particular the one that comes to mind, especially is the Detroit second half, that they don't just take you out of being able to run the football and pass it, right? Like that they don't take you out of being able.
Well, the strange thing is this is a middle of the pack defense against the run, where they're killing it is against the pass. So it's, and I'm not saying that the Texans are going to go in there and have an easy walk in the park running the football at all, but it is interesting. You would think that defensive front, with again, the strength being your 4 to 5 down linemen that are rushers, let's call it that, that being the strength of your defense, you think they would rush the passer well, but also they'd stop the run. The thing is, teams have ran the football well against them.
Yeah. All right, that is clearly, and I agree, the matchup, at least in this game. If the Texans have to kind of fight in this game, I think it would be telling that matchup was a big one. But another thing that I think we should keep our eye on, and I'm definitely keeping my eye on, we will talk about coming up next as we continue live on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings here in Katy.
H-Town, I'm back.
It's Titans Week. The Texans host Tennessee in the Salute to
Of the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Rock and roll, meow.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, brand new Big City Wings. Come on out here in Katy. Good time. Sam and the gang will take care of you. I see people already out here. And if you're in the building or you're on your way, make sure you sign your name and put it in the raffle box. I've seen multiple people do that already. You got a Bud Light cooler, a real nice cooler there for you potentially to win, not to mention a couple of gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, $25 a piece. You can win that. You can win $25 right here to Big City Wings. Hell, you hang out, you might be able to pay for your meal right here if you're so lucky to win. And also, we're people up with five. We have 5 pair of tickets for you to win to go see Houston host Baylor.
By the way,
they are
those Houston-themed jerseys that the NFL and I almost said Oilers, the Titans didn't want them wearing that jersey. U of H said they threw them the middle double rides and are going to wear that jersey. That jersey's clean. That jersey's clean now. I did say a couple of days ago I was through talking about that and over it, and I ain't messed up about it. But them unis that U of H is wearing, them are clean.
I just wonder, and I don't mean to spend other people's money. But I wonder, could the McNairs just take a fine? Could they come out and design a jersey and just wear it anyway and take a fine?
That's a good question.
Now I'm sure Amy and them would say, "Get off the field, don't play."
Those are ours.
But I don't mean to spend your money, Cal and Hannah and the McNair family. But it's because there's a thing you played where. There's uniform things where I know guys were just paying fines for their socks every week.
Hold on, Joe.
There are guys who are paying fines for the type of whatever.
Let me tell you who wasn't. If that line was supposed to be mid-calf, mine was at mid-calf. I wasn't giving up none of my money. But, yes, them jokers was they'd get on you. I had a Nike deal, a Nike contract. The only thing I could wear other than shoes.
You ain't never told me you had a Nike contract.
Well, it's not like that. It's not like
wow.
It's not like it wasn't like several guys had them. They didn't come to Clint and be like, "Hey, man."
Lynn, did he give you a pair of Nikes? He didn't give you nothing. You had her in Pumas.
Hey, let me tell you what. If that one right there's got some clean shoes on, you know who picked them out and who bought them joints. Who bought right? That's right. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Granny.
Wash your mouth out with a little bit Coors Light.
And so I wore a Nike hat on the sideline.
Oh, you always did.
It came to a point where they said, "Oh, you can't wear the Nike hat no more. They're gonna find me." It's got to be NFL equipment.
You took it off.
Hell yeah, I took it off.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be a hell of a fine, and I feel like it would probably be. I bet they wouldn't let them play.
Well, that would be the key. It's like what do the officials do? Because what you talk about.
And I'm just saying, if the Texans just said to hell with it, we're coming out here and we're wearing these.
The money's a non-factor because whatever it would end up costing them in fines, they would make up in advertising. Like the free advertising they would get for doing it.
Yes.
Would offset whatever the fine is, probably times 10. But
I think this is a great idea.
I think it is.
I think this is it. Like, just take the fine. Because when Jordan came out with his first Jordans, that had too many colors on it, and they just said, "No, we'll just take the fine."
Yeah,
we'll take the fine. That would just one time.
If they came out in, oh wow,
just one time. Let's do it. Just one good time.
That would be nasty. Just come running out in it and go, "Hey, we're going to eat whatever the fine is."
John Lopez would lose his mind. John, oh my God, John is losing it right now.
I wonder what the NFL would do.
I wonder what the fine is.
Cal's just not the rebel, though. I don't know if Cal wants the rebel. I don't know. I think he's got a little bit in him.
Hannah is.
There ain't no doubt. If Hannah was making the final decision, she'd have done that last year. She would have at least. She'd have had David Culley running his ass out there in some baby blues.
I will be shocked off my
Jesse.
I will be shocked off my ass if Hannah at one point in these discussions over the last couple of years didn't just say, "Well, what happened if we just weren't?" I would be shocked if she didn't come in there and say, "What happened if we just weren't?"
Yeah, that'd be ballsy.
That'd be something. All right. They're not going to do that. They're going to wear their version of the H-Town jerseys, but that'd be something if they just waltzed on out there in them damn colors. That would be a fun thing. All right, I do want to get this out right now, and this is some good news, and we'll get the full injury report, but. If Will Anderson don't play, it'll be a surprise to him because Will Anderson, he has come out already and said, "I know I'm playing." That is being reported already. Pro Football Focus has it out. Will Anderson said, "I know I'm playing versus the Titans." So he will. It looks like he will be back. It looks like Kamari Lassiter will be back too.
The arrow's pointed up.
Two of your most important starters on defense will be back in this game. And this is coming off of this team doing a number on a Cowboys team last week that they did without those guys.
Yeah, Ron, it's just we talked about it a few weeks ago. What 2 weeks ago against Detroit, you make the shift on the offensive line with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. Before that, a couple games before that, you got Danico Autry back. And Nico back, and now all of a sudden you're getting Kamari Lassiter back and Will Anderson back in the fold. It just if they can continue trending in the right direction offensively and continue to get guys healthy and end up at the right time. Let's say the bye week 14, when the bye week hits, they're healthier than they've been all year long as a team, and you've got a bye week. And it's so late in the season that the back half of your schedule is not as it's not as long and tenuous as the worst is behind you kind of deal. That would be a beautiful spot for the Texans to be in, man. And this is just the most recent get back guys, if you will, with Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter to make that happen.
And by the way, the injury report is officially out, and there are 3 designations, only 3. 2 are out. Foley Fatukasi is out. He's going to miss his second straight game with that foot issue. Hadn't practiced all week. Blake Fisher, they've ruled out. He has not practiced all week with that concussion situation. Kamari Lassiter, no designation, neither with Will Anderson. He was full today. The only other one, Danico Autry, who has not practiced all week with that knee and oblique situation, he is listed as questionable.
He's got to be I don't know how things ended in Tennessee with Danico Autry, but you got to believe he's chomping at the bit to get on the field.
He's lobbying real quick. Let me get.
You got to think so.
Let me get through the weekend.
Even if he's the most mellow, cool, calm, collected guy, they're going to let you hit free agency. That if you're that caliber player, probably doesn't sit right. So I would imagine
that you had double-digit sacks for last year.
I go give you 11.5 sacks, and you just let me walk for Arden Key. Are you kidding me?
Hold on, man. Why you do that to Arden?
I like Arden Key. I like Arden Key.
Yeah,
I do.
But you think that's how what Danico
I'm just telling you, if I'm Danico Autry and I'm coming off 11.5 sacks, Arden Key, he's special teams.
He wear a number in the 40s.
Yeah, no, he's not on my radar. So I would imagine that he feels some kind of way, at least a little bit, about Tennessee. So he's probably petitioning pretty hard to get on the field.
Yeah.
And hopefully he is. Danico Autry is. I mean, when he's active, when he's ready, when he's healthy, my man goes out there. No matter how many snaps he gets, my man goes out there and changes the game.
Yeah, I don't trust Arden Key. When you're a defensive end lineman, you're gonna choose 49 as your number. I don't trust you. That's something wrong with you. That's like people with little teeth. I don't trust people with small teeth.
Well, that's
never have.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
I did that serious. Like people
like little chiclet teeth.
A lot of gums, no teeth.
Yeah, I don't trust like that. What you
I know the people you're talking to. I'm not co-signing the trust issue.
Yeah, but you've seen them like that. Just I don't. My man, you got good sized teeth. You got good regular ass teeth. Linda, good sized teeth. You've run into some people where it's just like, damn, all them gums. Your teeth just stopped growing.
What happened to you?
Well, hold on though. Is it the bad gum to teeth ratio that does that to you, or is it just the small chiclet teeth?
You just as a feel of
what did somebody with short teeth do to you?
Nobody's done anything yet, but I just look at them and I'm like, what? Like, why would the good Lord just stop you there? What's the problem there?
Them short teeth folks probably had a couple questions about you.
No, they might, and there may be some things that
they're free to ask.
They're free, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not trusting you. Don't look at my kids. Little
it's that
teeth.
kind of deal.
Oh, yeah, I can't. No.
You worried about the kids?
I make them walk to the restroom with me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, them little teeth people. I can't deal with it.
I'm glad. I don't think I have any in the family. I'm good.
No, you definitely ain't got little teeth. I'd rather you have big-ass teeth. That right there.
It look like Mr. Ed?
Yeah, I'd rather it look like that. All right, coming up, as I said, something I'm keeping an eye on, and I want to see continue here for the Texans. And, Tyler.
You got everybody in the building go
checking their teeth.
They don't even want to smile. They're going to go to the bathroom and check
your teeth. But listen, what my man right here, he's my man just threw up a sign and said, "Go Eagles," and dropped it off. There he is. There you go, man. When I get that old, I'm going to tuck my shirts in every day, too. Just like that, baby. They kick it. But no, and Tyler, a lot. And Tyler had himself a moment last night that we have to discuss, and I think it's going to continue to lead to Clint, who has tried to have an intervention with Tyler for the last month. This is the latest with Tyler Milner, late night last night. But before we get there, I do want to talk.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. man who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
(833-SCALE-25). That's 833-SCALE-25.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. If you're on the way or you're in the building, man, you ain't proud to wear that shirt, man. Calm down. You ain't proud, man.
What's the shirt?
Cowboys. He ain't. Yeah. That's I respect it, man. Keep wearing it.
You haven't been able to be proud of that since like the 90s.
Well, at least last year they won 12 games. But letting you know, coming up here at is we will start hooking people up with our prizes here. So you want to get your name in our raffle box before we get started there coming up next hour with your chance to win. Real quick, I told you about the Texans injury report and the guys they have out, the big names there. Foley Fatukasi is out at this point, and then Blake Fisher. For the Titans, they're going to be without, as we said yesterday, they're going to be without L'Jarius Sneed. He's actually been put on IR today with a quad issue. Tyree Spears, kind of their change of pace back. It's a guy that can hurt you out of the backfield. He is out of this game as well. So those are the two major ones there that are out. Roger McCreary, one of their corners, is questionable in this game. So that is the latest there, as the Titans are going to be without a couple of their guys that help them a lot there as well. So I do want to get to this, Clint. One thing that I'm keeping an eye on, and you spoke about this a little bit earlier this week, and it's made me, I've been thinking about it since, is when you talked to this player, and you said, I think he has the ability where he just kind of flips the switch. And he kind of picks it up and picks and chooses when he wants to pick it up. And you're talking about Derek Stingley. And what I want to see coming up Sunday, because Monday night, Derek Stingley played as if he was the best corner in football. That's the kind of game that he played. Just don't throw it to his side, or you're playing with fire. Right, he picked off one. Hell, he almost got it. He got his hands on a couple of others. He was tackling. He was the best player on the field and looked like the best corner in the game. But that's the only time he has looked like that this year. the previous games, there have been some like, yo, what's going on with Derek Stingley? Like, he's been getting beat some. Like, I'm not saying he's been awful, right? This isn't a Tavier Thomas situation, but it's not at all what you figured. As we've said earlier this week, Pro Football Focus has had him between in the 20s, right? 19 to the mid-20s in terms of corners in the league. And this is a guy that the thought is he'd be a top 5, top 3 type corner. I want to see that guy that played Monday night, I want to see that guy keep coming out. I want to see him, like, don't flip the switch. No, just keep that sucker flipped. Because, like, I mean, clearly we have seen, like, you're not, like, there's some big play opportunities if you don't have that thing flipped. There's some opportunities where teams could have hurt you and have hurt you this year. That's what I'm looking at. I want to see that Derek Stingley every game out, that level of focus and what he was doing, because if you get that guy every game out, then that obviously, as you said, when he first got drafted, he is the key to this defense. That changes things. I don't want to see no flipping of the switch. I want to see that guy every week.
Yeah, well, I agree wholeheartedly with the point. I fear that it's not going to be the case, and to me, that's the step that Derek. I can't answer the question of why, but I think he's just a player that right now. I think when the coach comes to him and says and puts a challenge on the table, hey, CD Lamb's coming at you.
You got CD coming.
It's all they got. It's the only way they're going to be in the game. We're going to shadow you a good chunk of the game, and I need you to take him out of the box score. Like, he needs that challenge to be a get-in-your-face, lock-you-down type of guy. But moving forward, at some point, to me, that is the step that Derek Stingley Jr. has to make, right? We talked about the Green Bay game really sticks in my mind. Like, I don't care if, like, forget the whole game, because if he's not asked to shadow, he's not going to stand out as much as he did against the Cowboys, right? So what I'm looking to see is
but you're talking the Green Bay game, that can't happen.
Correct, but the step is, in my opinion, the step is with Derek Stingley of, like, I don't care what the plan is. I don't care what the call is. You cannot be 8 yards off and pedaling at a time when you're down 2 points with 2 minutes left in the game, and allow throws underneath you, allow free releases underneath you, allow offensive coordinators and quarterbacks to choose to throw the football your direction. At some point in those moments, he's got to be the guy that teaches them a lesson of, I told y'all not to come my direction. Go pick on Lassiter, go pick on the rookie, but don't come to my side of the football.
Yes.
That's the next step for Derek Stingley Jr. is, I think there's a real, I've been there, done that, championship-type mentality with him to where he needs that challenge. But we need him in critical moments to make it really difficult on opponents to throw his direction. And there's been times this year when he hadn't. I think that's the next step for Derek Stingley Jr. Yeah, I've said it before. Derek Stingley Jr. and C.J. Stroud, if they take the next step of, like, what I do is not solely dependent on the offensive or defensive coordinator and what they call. In the moment, I got the play call. I see what's going on. I know the situation. Hey, man, I can't be eight yards off and pedaling. You know what I mean? I got to get up in his grill. I got to sit. I got to whatever the adjustment, the instinctual adjustment is, those two guys at some point have to take the next step, and this team gets significantly better when they do that.
A couple of texts here on the 5-Hour Energy fan text line. Slow down, Ron. It was beating down a Cowboys squad. Another text. Come on, they played the Cowboys. A one-legged cornerback can be an all-pro. Miss me with that. That was CD Lamb that he was going up against. And I don't even, take the quarterback stuff out of it. He was Velcroed to him. This is a guy who has hurt everybody. This is a guy that was arguably the best receiver in football last year. Yeah. This is a guy that signed a new contract that made him the second highest paid player in the game, and he had to interfere with Derek Stingley. That this is I understand the quarterback play wasn't great. I'm just saying you can't go from playing that way on CD Lamb to where he couldn't get away from you and then getting burnt by Boutte in New England.
Yeah,
down the field, or you
Spot
get
on.
Those two things can't And so that's the thing. You done messed up and shown us what you're capable of doing. For 4 quarters, you've messed up and shown us. Yeah. And the expectation is that you do that.
Well, he's out there running routes for CeeDee Lamb on where almost the near second pick on the sideline over there. Now, I don't know if that's did Derek Stingley Jr. give you that level of effort and CeeDee Lamb quit on the play, but either way it goes, Derek Stingley Jr. is running a route for him. As you said, he's drawing offensive PIs, chasing him across the field and being a big-bodied tackler to tackling short of the chains. That was big-time ball last week from Derek Stingley Jr. And to be fair, I don't think he's ever going to be a week-to-week shutdown, lockdown.
So you don't think he's coming in this week and saying to himself, Calvin Ridley's not getting nothing?
I think he's going to be get in the big moments throughout the season. You can bank on me.
Except for against the Packers.
I agree. I hope this is the direction he goes. Is big moments, I got you. Playoffs, you're going to see a different animal.
Right now, I'm coasting.
Coasting's a negative. I'm not as negative about it as it sounds. I'm cool with if I can depend on you when I come to you and go, hey man, I need you to lock this cat down, and you take your game to another level. I can get with that. And the alternative, by the way, is just being where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there and playing hard. I can live with that.
All right, coming up as we continue here on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings out in Katy, what are we going to be saying about Bobby Slowick after this game? He is the #1 lightning rod conversation right now with the Houston Texans. What are we going to be saying about Bobby Slowick after this game? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
It's a football Friday 6 live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome in. Make your way on out here. Again, if you are in the building, make sure you sign your name and put it in our raffle box so you have a chance to win a prize like our first winner did earlier today. We've got plenty of prizes. Yeah, my man, you got it. Go ahead, put your name in. We've got Houston Cougars. I almost did it.
Yes!
Houston Cougar tickets as they face the Baylor Bears coming up. We have a bunch of those that we're going to hook somebody up with. We've got another Big City Wings $25 gift card. We've got $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and then you can take home a really strong cooler from Bud Light. I mean, this is a real one right here. It's durable. It's got the bottle opener on the side. That's it. You got a chance to win.
Yeah, all y'all out there using your teeth. Yeah, right here, you ain't got to do it, man. You ain't got to tear your teeth up. Yeah, take the bottle.
Long as they ain't little.
Or your ring or your cabinet, countertops, whatever. Just quit tearing stuff up is the point. You got a little bottle opener.
Well, yeah. Little teeth people can't do that.
Now, y'all got to
no
get
chance.
Hey, for the record, everybody listening, if you got little teeth, I ain't got no problem with you. No problem.
I don't have I just don't trust you.
Well, you got a problem.
It's adults with little teeth, though, right? Kids' little teeth are fine.
Kids, your teeth ain't little.
I mean, trust it ranks just below respect for me. I mean, hell, it's like I don't even care if you like respect and trust are up there.
The difference is like the trust is they can't control it. Yes, they got little teeth, but they still not like Sam. Good sized teeth. Right here, runs the joint. Good. Look at them good-sized teeth. That's a trustworthy teeth. Sam run into some people with some small teeth. It's a damn shame. Speaking of somebody else who don't have small teeth, good trustworthy teeth, Bobby Slowick. What we're going to be saying about Bobby Slowick after this game? Because to me that's one of the big talking points every single week. It seems like down the last, I'd say, the month is Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Sure. And this was Bobby Slowick kind of giving thoughts to how things went and how it looked in terms of their production against the Dallas Cowboys, both running the football and throwing the football.
I hope for whatever wins. We always we look at balance really as keeping the defense off balance. There's times that winds up being fairly close run pass splits. There's times that winds up being a lot of passes. We've gone into games. I think we had a few games this year. We ran the ball less than 15 times. If that's our mindset going into it. So that really is for us our mindset every game, and then beyond that, it's really a function of how do we stay on schedule. We've talked about it a lot. We've had more third and longs than anyone else in the NFL. When we start going backwards in the NFL, life gets really hard, and when we stay on schedule, when we're ahead of the sticks, we play good football, and we were able to do that last week.
So they were balanced, as he talked about there. Joe Mixon was rolling. We saw the passing game look as well as it in recent weeks. For you, Clint, I'm a little nervous because I don't think you're going to like what's going to come out of this game. I think we're going to see more down the field stuff than you, or big drop back or long drop backs than you want. More down the field than quick game stuff, because you could see it, Clint. The return of Nico Collins, to me, also showed the return of aggressiveness. I think he saw that, and maybe he will take into account their playing against this front, as he acknowledged the toughest front they played. We'll see. But I get the feel, Clint, that they may not have the game plan that you're hoping they would have. I think we'll see more. Because, right, you would say, I bet you would think you saw a little bit more deep drop backs, play action down the field, putting your quarterback in jeopardy of getting hit than you liked against Dallas. I think that a lot of that has to do with the return of Nico, and I feel like with the return of Nico, there's a thought that we could run our offense. We could run our regular offense.
I mean, against Dallas, I think there were two series where one of them early on, they just kind of vacated the run, which I thought was silly, and then the up 3 scores and holding the ball and putting your quarterback at risk, I thought was iffy late. But overall, I thought the quarterback in the OC did a similar job to Detroit. I think it would be a shame if we see that out of the gate. Now, if the game dictates it, if they try to run it, if they throw the screens, they defend the screens, if they're covering down and not letting CJ get the football out quick, if CJ's not processing, hey, man, the shot's not there, let me just go ahead and get this check down out, then, then the game dictates that you do some different things. I don't have a problem with that. But if the first quarter consists of a bunch of holding the football, that's going to be a crying ass shame.
And I do. I wonder, as I said, what what are we going to be saying about Bobby? Does he continue with kind of the game plan you've been talking about and what you saw against Detroit? I think we see more Nico in this game because I think he was definitely on account. I think we see more Nico in this game, which to me, I believe we see more play action. We see more hold it.
I disagree. I just think, as I've talked about the last couple of weeks, it seems like Nico coming. Like when Nico's in the game, they're throwing more screens like they started last week with. And now you've got the option to throw it down the field. You can do some different things, sure, but I think Nico actually impacts the game in a way and impacts the offensive coordinator and the play caller in a way that what I've been asking for. Hopefully it doesn't turn into more shots down the field and him holding the football. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, it still has to be, even with Nico, it has to be we're going to take what they give us. We're going to bait them down to their eyes are supposed to be, or they press. Then we're going to get Nico over the top, and we'll take a little bit more risk holding the football at that point. But if you're just doing it because you want to do it, and if Bobby Slowick comes to us and says what he said a couple of segments ago, if he says, "Oh, this is the best defensive front that we faced, in particular the best down 5 rushers that they can rotate through there," and then goes out there and calls a bunch of plays where his quarterback, again, calls those plays and his quarterback chooses to hold the football, yeah, that would be a backslide and a real problem.
Do you think that this is now a change to how this offense is going to run, as you said, kind of the more quick stuff that they have done a little bit more the last 2 weeks? Or do you think this was just they were kind of forced into it because of the personnel they had, the change on the offensive line, not having Nico as much? Do you think they're in their mind they're like, all right, this is our offense now. This is what we have to do now. Well, I'm not 100% sure that that's the thought.
Well, that's my concern about the team and about the Titans. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the Titans. It has everything to do with is Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud willing to slide back into the way they were doing things the first 9 weeks when they were in 3rd and long more than any other team in the NFL, when their quarterback was pressured more than anybody. I mean, there's so many blinking red lights, neon lights that say keep doing what you're doing. Look at every good offense, and I'm not talking about just the explosive offenses around the league. I'm talking about offenses that consistently win. Look how their quarterback plays. Look how their quarterback plays. I mean, if you look at Pat Mahomes, it don't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter across the board. Look at these quarterbacks, and every single one of them, whether it's Mahomes or it's Lamar or it's just Josh Allen playing the way he's playing now versus the way he was playing, which, by the way, was very much on the track that CJ and Bobby Slowick were on. It's what winning teams do. It's what winning offenses do. Is they take calculated risks. And whether that risk is how long your quarterback holds the football or how far the ball travels in the air, it's a calculated risk either way. You don't just go out there and roll the dice and say, well, hell, let's go. Hey, you want to throw that old 18-yard dig route right here? You want to see if we can get that in there? Well, you want to run that clear out with the crossover where it takes an extra 2 seconds for your receiver to get over there, even if it's Tank Dell. Hell with it, man. Let's run it. Let's see if we can block Simmons and them boys, and hell, let's run it. Like, if that's what they're going to do, man, it's going to be a hard show. It's going to be a hard reaction Monday.
So what do you, in your mind, how do you think we're going to be talking about Bobby Slowick? Monday?
I got faith in D'Amico, Bobby, and CJ. That we've seen enough now. They got away from all the silly stuff for 9 weeks. They've got two games of film where their quarterback was upright. Their O-line is getting praised because of how good they play. They scored 40 points in the last 2 games in the first half. There's no reason to get away from what you do. And that's a game like the Cowboys where you were running it really well, or a game against D.A. in the game. 23 points in the first half. Now, you got all the turnovers and everything, but there's no reason for them to get away from that. No football reason, no good football offensive football mind, or D'Amico, who's a defensive mind, looks and goes, yeah, let's go back to what we were doing just because Nico's back on the field. No, ain't no chance. Ain't no chance.
They were. I will say they appeared to be, especially from the Detroit game, they appeared to be a bit more aggressive in that game. Now, maybe the Cowboys dictated it, but when Nico returned, it did seem like, yes, there were the screens, but it did seem like we saw more holding it. We saw more play action, like the deep route that he hit Tank to cross.
Yep.
Some of the routes they hit Nico to get down the field. It did seem like they were more aggressive than they were against the Lions as a whole. And to me, the thing that changed was Nico. And he didn't play as much. I think he'll be on less of a pitch count, which I could see them being a bit more aggressive. But we'll see. We'll see if that works. I hope we are talking about Bobby in a positive light, like we were.
Oh,
for the
I trust
most part
it, man.
last week. You trust it. I
trust it, man. I'm on it. I just the football head in me will not allow me. I mean, I can't see. Ron, I can't see if you said, Clint, give me one reason why they would go back. I can't think of one. I can't think of one reason to justify why they would adjust what they've been doing. It has come out. Better pass rush, heavy screen game, heavy quick game. Commit to the run and see what you can get accomplished, and then adjust from there.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think with Nico, they'll definitely throw more screens. But I think also with Nico, they're going to try to push that sucker down the field some. All right, you just start talking about some of the quarterbacks. I have a genuine question. I don't know, and I'm talking on the field. I'm not talking about off it. I don't know what Jameis Winston is. And I'm talking his play on the field. Because when I look at him, I'm like, is he a guy that is a starting quarterback in this league, or is he a backup? Like in my mind, I look, and there are times I look, and I'm like, that could be Geno or Sam Darnold. And then there are other times I look, and I'm thinking, that's Gardner Minshew. That's he's in that lane to where, hey, the more he plays, the more he gets exposed. Right, if he's in short spurts, it looks better. But, he's beaten the Ravens. He's now – you saw moments yesterday against the Steelers in the snow, what he can do. He can make
good yesterday.
He can rip it, except for that horrible interception he threw. But
he's still that guy.
But, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I can't – we've seen rebirths, and we've seen the Genos, and we've seen the Sam Darnolds and what he is doing. But then we see, like they tried to rebirth Gardner Minshew on a couple of occasions, and he's a backup. I can't what Jameis is, because he's got so many qualities that could go either way. As you said, he's still going to be the guy that turn it over. But then for some reason, no matter what his personality is, his teammates will run through a wall for him and with him for some reason. They'll do snow angels with him after the game, probably face first if he requested it. But then he has the other stuff where it's just like, if you gotta have 17 starts out of him, is he gonna give you what Geno gives you? Is he gonna I don't have a feel of what he is.
I think guys like him. I don't think they follow him. I think guys like I think in a situation like Cleveland where it's just a breath of fresh air. Like, give me something other than what the hell Deshaun Watson is. I think the city loves it. I think the team loves it. I just don't I don't think that stick he has plays full time as a starter. I just don't. I don't think it plays, man. You got to address you got to address things a little bit differently when you're a contender, which I think is what all teams are aiming to do. This is a really good look. There's a lot of money to be made with 2 and 3 and 2-win teams, 3-win teams around the country that need a guy like Jacoby Brissett bouncing around playing for every team that's in the middle of a rebuild.
Yeah, it's another one.
And you bring a lot of joy and that's. I think that's possible. I don't think the starting. Now, to be fair, I think he's a lot more talented than those guys that typically are journeymen that play for 2 and 3-win teams that are rebuilding.
Now listen. He's better for the 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. He's gotten better in terms of turning the football over. He's more careful in his time with the Saints, with Sean Payton and crew, and then obviously with the Browns. I look at him and I can't tell. Is this a guy that the Browns could roll with next year?
Oh yeah.
As a starter, is he a starter? But is he?
What they should do right now.
But is he a starter, Clint? Though, or is he
for a team that's got $70 million a year wrapped up in Deshaun Watson and salary cap hell because of that deal? Hell yeah, he is. He's taking the playoffs.
Yeah, someone just texted in, Ron, in your opinion, is Deshaun Watson a starting quarterback? If Watson is, then definitely Winston is. No, I don't think Deshaun Watson's a starting quarterback.
Right now he is not. And I don't know that he ever will be again.
Yeah, I think we clearly we see Jameis is a better quarterback than he is.
If I were the Browns right now, I would work out a skinny deal for the next 2 or 3 years with Jameis Winston. I'm going to commit to you wholeheartedly as my starter. I can't pay you, $30 million a year. Yeah. But I'm going to commit wholeheartedly to you as a starter. The city's yours, the team's yours, and see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm watching him out there. I said, man, he like there are moments where I'm like, he may trick you. Like this dude could this dude do what Geno's doing in Seattle? And then he throws that pick where he airmails somebody for about 10 yards, and I'm like, hold on, never mind with that. All right, coming up. We get time to really dig into this because Tyler apparently had him another one of those late night moments, and I can't wait to get to the bottom of this because I've got so many questions off of the information that I have. We'll figure this out coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader.
Damn, Tyler.
Day on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Congratulations to our latest winner. Daphne wins a pair of tickets to see U of H take on Baylor. I went ahead and just took out that potential speed bump and just went U of H. There you
go.
And she'll take that in. But more prizes
to
win today. There it is. More prizes to win today. Still gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors, Big City Wings. You can pay for your meal here. More tickets and a really, really nice cooler from Bud Light. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in our raffle box. And I know this is a Football Friday, but we gotta get to the bottom of this. And we haven't heard this in a while, Clint. Tyler
in a bad spot.
Well, then I don't know if he was in a bad spot, but we haven't heard in a long time that Tyler goes late night DoorDash, and it's been a minute. And we tend to know in the history of this show that Tyler has gone DoorDash and has had orders that would resemble from McDonald's a 20-piece nugget, chicken sandwich, fries. This is all at once. Many times they have ended up on his body and on his clothing, on his couch when he woke up. So these are things
once.
Okay. Right, just talking about the history of things.
You're right.
Late night DoorDash, right?
You're
so
right.
We've seen this. He tends to get aggressive on the orders with his eyes, and it never finishes it. But last night, what happened with DoorDash? Because this took a bit of a turn, huh?
Yeah, and it, I could have let it ruin my evening. I could have gotten real cranky, real not pleased with the situation, but I didn't have that happen. Instead, I had like some good feels. I felt like I was connected to some neighbor I have somewhere up there on the north side where I'm at. I feel like I connected with some dude named Trent somehow, and that felt good. So, I got the wrong order. I got Trent's order delivered to my house.
You got Trent's order. Now, hold on, I got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
What time did this come about?
I placed the DoorDash order, I know it was after midnight.
We all know it was after midnight, too. We're just
probably about 12:30.
Yeah, so it arrived around 1.
Got Trent's order around 1. Finally got my order around 1:30ish.
Oh, so you got Trent and your order. Did you have to give Trent's order back, or you just kept all that damn Taco Bell?
Yeah, that was the other cool part. I got to try some new food from Taco Bell I'd never had because Trent's order was not at all what I wanted.
So that's not your order. So you and Trent's order never overlap in this thing.
No, and I mean, what are the damn chances
by the way, those
of
scoring at home, we're looking at Tyler getting to bed around 2:30 or 3 o'clock at this point.
Yeah, that's about right. Watching it a bit.
Sure.
But what are the chances of like someone in the very near vicinity of where I live on that late on a Thursday night? They also had a hankering for some Taco Bell. It's like me and Trent were Taco Bell bros.
What was because this sounds like $34. What was your order?
My order that I got later on?
Yes.
It's one of my go-tos from the old Bell, from Taco Bell. So I go beefy 5-layer burrito, first of all. That's my heavy piece. Then I get 2 soft taco supremes.
I just want to let you know you're being judged here at Big City Wings by your order right now.
That's okay.
A few people looked at you like beefy 5.
I mean, I'm one item in, people. Why don't you just take a
beefy
effing chill pill for a second on a football Friday, all right? Go ahead.
This is costly with the DoorDash, by the way. Go ahead.
So I get the beefy 5-layer, 2 soft taco supremes. Of course, got to have an order of cinnamon twists. That's my sweet tooth right there.
This one, I want to know from the people on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Do you agree with Tyler with the, of course, you have to have an order of cinnamon twists?
It's a great fast food item right there, man.
That you have to, my man right here has got a thumb down right here in front because you made it seem like you cannot order from Taco Bell without getting the cinnamon twist. All right, go ahead.
And last item here, I always throw in a little them chips and cheese. I'm a sucker for hot cheese with some tortilla chips.
Now, what was Trent's order? Because I want to know that anything overlapped.
So it didn't. Trent only had 2 items. Grilled chicken something type of burrito that I'd definitely never had. It wasn't bad. I had a few bites of it. And I'd never had these. I wasn't opposed to it. They were really good, actually. Trent also got those Taco Bell fries that come with like the hot cheese. It's like nacho fries.
How much did you eat last night? Because I feel like you at least ate half of both of those things.
Well, Friend, I was under the influence and it wasn't alcohol.
Okay. So I feel like you ate both of those items right there.
I was under the influence and it wasn't alcohol.
I was a bit hungry.
So you ate all of it. You just
almost.
I know you ate all those cinnamon twists.
Those never stand a chance. No,
those were gone because. Did you hear him state the dessert before he still had a portion of the meal?
Forgot about them chips and cheese.
Desserts last.
I work them throughout the meal. I have, cinnamon twist here, cinnamon
Tyler,
twist there.
that is a move that I would make in terms of, I guess I'm going to go ahead and eat this other meal, too, that somebody messed up and forgot here. Let me go ahead and
I had to try it. I didn't want to be wasteful. Like, there's hungry people out there,
And by the way, I believe I'm right on this. Taco Bell is the least healthiest fast food restaurant that is in all of America right now. So, I mean, Tyler,
why do I feel like Clint's disgusted right now?
He's been very quiet. He's been writing.
He's been super quiet, which just screams he's disgusted.
No, well, I mean,
I'm
y'all
not
over here discussing what ordered, and I'm like, bro, it's 2:00 in the morning. Go to bed.
I did.
It's 2:00 in the morning. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Clearly, he was in a different space. He said he was under the influence.
When was the last time? Well, regardless, when was the last time you were in a spot where you were door dashing something at 1:30 in the morning to the crib?
Well, I'm going to get in the car and find it because I'm not going to spend that extra money.
When was the last time you did?
But I mean, it's been a while.
I was binge watching The Penguin, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still stuck on that. It's
been a while. Yeah, I don't sit there. See, yeah, that's a difference between me and you. Like, you're sitting at the crib, chilling. Like when I go and do that, it's me coming home from somewhere. You sitting
I've been known to do that.
You sitting at the crib, chilling and saying, you know what tastes good?
Got a little hungry.
Sound good? Let me get this Taco Bell, man.
I'd already gone through my bag of beef jerky. I had to do something.
I just know you got some bread and some turkey at that house.
What time did you get vertical this morning?
Vertical,
this afternoon?
9:30.
Oh, come on, Tyler. You ain't got a line to kick it. Come on, man. This feels 10:30. This feels like a 10:30.
I was in Baytown by 10:30.
Oh, my God. As our engineer, Aaron, who is misidentified as Tyler a lot, it lets us know, I thought I was Fat Tyler.
Hey, man.
Wow, man.
That green will make the eyes big,
Yeah, I mean.
Tyler, I just want you to tell me, what is the percentage of all that food you
93.
Damn, I was going to say 75.
Yeah, it's going to be part of our sleep is going to have to be part of our intervention.
I got plenty of sleep, dude. I got like 6 hours sleep. That's about what I require.
Put the monsters down and get more sleep.
I get the perfect amount of sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead, man.
Yeah, well, that ladder is going to come sooner rather than later if you ain't careful.
At some point, yep.
Text line coming through. How come Tyler didn't get a Baja Blast? Also,
good call.
Don't go to. Don't go in the bathroom after Tyler today. You ain't lying.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
That sounds like
it's already been taken care of, and it was.
I bet he's murdering that studio.
I'm about to tell you right now. I don't think Tyler, it's done. Don't tell me it's already taken care of. I think there is still some left. Yeah, Tyler, boy, there's got to be something in that refrigerator that you could have gone to besides going.
It's a great evening.
No,
and I just want to know.
Go to bed.
But I'm just saying, if you go
wake up and go get breakfast.
But I'm just saying there were a lot of things that could have happened before Taco Bell. I do also. We don't have time, but I would like to know how he settled on Taco Bell and which was the other one that he was thinking about going with, because I know he had to make a decision. What was the other restaurant that he was thinking about going to?
Cane's.
They don't do it that late. Cane's, do they? I don't think they do.
Oh, yeah, maybe not. Good point.
I'm about to say, they ain't doing it that late. All right, coming up, it is a football Friday, but let's go to college. This is a big day in college football tomorrow. Some potential top 10, a huge game in the Big Ten. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all check this out, man. I just found out that Daisy Sour Cream, that company, they launched French onion and ranch.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There are people who were rolling with you, Tyler, on the Cinnamon Twist. It had been 20-plus years since I've had that.
Yeah, nostalgia is a part of it.
I can't remember the last time. To imagine the place Tyler was in, Clint, to be looking over that menu and say, oh, God, the Cinnamon Twist, can't go past them.
Oh, every order. I literally do not DoorDash Taco Bell without some of them delicious Cinnamon Twists.
There you go. All right.
Clint still disgusted.
Honest to God, I can't tell if Clint's serious or just funny disgusted.
About what? I can't either. I can't tell if you're actually like,
Tyler's
oh my
late
God,
night.
this guy.
Go to bed. Just go to bed.
Well, I'm worried about Tyler. Like, at some point, we got to turn the corner and go to bed at a decent hour and get up and be productive and not be door dashing at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not productive every damn day.
Well, don't take it personal. It's not about whether you are.
I will
or
if
not.
you attack my character and my productivity.
You are less productive than you could be if you are eating Taco Bell at 2:30 in the morning and waking up at 9:30.
This man's talking out his ass.
Yes, 100%. Trust me, I've been that guy.
At some point, we got to turn the corner.
I'm just
and
worried.
I'm not hurting nobody,
man.
being safe, watching a little TV show, eat a little Taco Bell, and this guy.
I mean, I didn't say you were out.
The adjustment,
putting people in danger.
The adjustment I think's got to be made is I think you got to start getting stuff in that fridge that you could.
No, go to bed.
With it.
No, absolutely not.
Sure, that's
I'll never
one
go to
option.
bed.
There's one option, but he's not going to do it. He's not ready for that. So and put it in the fridge.
I guess if you are, that's a great idea, Tyler. French onion,
bring
ranch,
me some,
creamy
bro.
ranch.
Make you a sandwich, right? Me, I'm up a little late doing some things. What do? I put a cinnamon applesauce in the freezer. Wait till it gets halfway frozen into a slushy, and then I eat it. That's what I do. I did that last night at 1:15 watching.
I'm a night owl, man. I'm not like you're going to go to bed early.
How about this? Get you some bananas and peanut butter. Get you some almonds.
Sure.
Get you some pistachios.
I don't think
I
he was
eat
in a
all those
place.
things.
I don't think he was in a place. When you talk about the
asked me, man. I was taking the high road and being quiet, man. Y'all don't get mad at me.
When you just talk about the influence that he was under, I don't know if almonds and bananas would have done it, but I do think the Daisy Dips would have.
Oh, my goodness.
You give me that French onion. By the way, the ranch, I think, is a little bit better. But you give me that French onion, give me some Ruffles.
On the ranch.
Well, both of them are hard to quit.
They really are.
Ruffles with ridges. Yes. They're hard to quit.
You ever been desperate?
Not on my menu right
You ever been desperate and run out of the Ruffles and just had to turn to?
Oh, yeah. You put anything in.
Grab a spoon.
Absolutely.
No, you had to turn it. You had to turn it to like you got queso.
Absolutely.
Someone texted Ron and Clint are perfect, I guess. No, I just told you. I'm up too. No, I'm not perfect.
That's a solid defense mechanism.
There it is. There you go. There's a good one. All right, throw me that CBS music. Let's look at it another big week. Next week, huge week in college football. This week feels like an upset potential week that we can go with. Tyler, let's jump in yours. What's the game? I think we all have an understanding of what it is probably. Well, what's the game that you were really looking at this week? What's your game this week?
It's the maroon and white. You know it. Texas A&M Aggies going to Auburn. Jordan O'Hare. Auburn not very great this year, but it's an SEC matchup, and this is the week before Texas. Take care of business.
Do you feel like this is an upset alert game, Tyler?
I don't.
I don't either.
I really don't, but I just, for my fandom's sake, for my sports mentals, my mood, just go in there, Tyler, get your stuff taken care of, and get back to Kyle Field for Texas coming into town in College Station next week.
Tyler need a big start. Tyler need one of them 14-3 starts.
Put them away early
to feel comfortable. You think they're on upset alert?
Absolutely. I think that the SEC is on upset alert this week. You got Auburn A&M, which I think is my number one upset alert. You got Tennessee, Kentucky. I'm sorry, not Tennessee, Kentucky. Texas, Kentucky, the real UT. Texas,
2-point spread on the Aggies right now, by the way.
I don't think they're on upset alert.
Kentucky went in and beat Ole Miss, who's in the top 12 already right now. It's got to be upset alert.
Where is that game at? Is that in Austin?
It's in Austin.
Okay.
It's in Austin. It's not. Again, that's third on my list, but it is upset alert. The second one on my list is Ole Miss goes to Florida in the Swamp. So there are 3 what I would say are upset alert games that are going to have that could potentially have major implications on the college football playoffs and what I think is the biggest game in the state of Texas in years, potentially, if an 8-2 A&M matches up against a 10-1. Is it 9-1 or 10-1? UT.
Yeah,
that would be
10-1 if they win.
So I think it's those 3. I think those 3 are the. So absolutely, to answer your question, yes, I think what Tyler said is absolutely an upset alert.
Yeah, we'll see. I think they should take care of business. If they let Patrick Thorne and company go and mess up their season, that's a tough one. Clint, I want to go with what many people look at as the game of the day. We just had somebody on YouTube and Twitch text in about that game. Shout out to Sally. Indiana at the Horseshoe. They take on the Buckeyes. And this is a top 5 matchup, number 2 against number 5. Indiana, their toughest test thus far this year was either Nebraska or Michigan. They have not played a great schedule. This is by far the toughest team that they will have played. It feels like Indiana, all they need to do is to keep this thing close to get themselves into the college football playoff. What's your thoughts about this game? Indiana, Ohio State. Indiana's double-figure underdogs in this game, the last I saw. And this is at noon. But what's your thoughts on this game between Ohio State and Indiana?
Well, look, I think we're going to find out who Indiana is. I mean, they have not played anybody, especially if you view Michigan a little bit different this year than you typically do, which you should. You look at Washington a little bit different this year than you did last year. Both 2 college football playoffs, Final Fours last year. But you looked up and down Indiana's schedule, and they've done what they're supposed to do against lesser football teams. They have blown the doors off of everybody except for Michigan last week. It was a 20-15 game right there. So I think the big thing, I think Indiana's in, even if they lose.
What if they get blown out?
I just don't know how.
An 11-1
I mean,
team.
everybody's got their warts this year. I don't know how you take an 11-1 team and say, well, the only loss you have is to who then would be number 2 or number 1 in the country.
Now,
that's their only loss. They've blown everybody else out. I don't know how you sit there and say they're not in a 12-team playoff, but some of these other teams are that lost to lesser teams. I don't see. I don't see how it happens. So, but I think we do find out who Indiana is.
I don't think they can get blown out. I don't think they can get blown out in this game because if they lose by 20 plus, I think they'll be left out because of how their schedule is. And as you know, Clint, that name is going to
the lack of brand. You're going to be stacked up against. Like Al having a better season than normal, obviously, but you're talking about one of the worst programs in college football for the last 25 years. I mean, that's you got beat by them. I mean, there's just, and Alabama's not the only one. There's several teams down the stretch here that just.
Clint, I think if Vanderbilt played Indiana's schedule, they might have the same record.
I think
that is.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. You're never going to catch me, beating my chest about a Big Ten schedule, even if you have added the Pac-12 schools that you have. I'm not going to defend the schedule. I just know what we're talking about.
You'll be shocked if a Big Ten team is 11-1 and doesn't.
What we're talking about right now with Indiana is no different than any other Big Ten team over the last 20 years. Or however long the college football playoffs have been around. That got respect. It's the same thing. Yeah. I mean, Big Ten teams have been getting respect for beating Michigan for 20 years, whether they're worth a damn or not.
Yeah.
I mean, Big Ten schools have been getting credit for beating teams that made the college ball playoffs last year, Washington, whether they're worth a damn or not. The buck shouldn't stop with Indiana. The fact of the matter is they've blown the doors off of everybody that they played, with the exception of Michigan last week. And I just think win, lose, or draw against Ohio State, they're in.
Ohio State's 11-point favorite in that game. A&M is a 2-point favorite in that game. And my game is Colorado. BYU loss has a chance to get themselves into the Big 12 title game and have a chance to get into the college football playoff. They got to go to Kansas. Kansas is a team that is many people would look at, think they're much better than what their record is. And the last 2 weeks, they have beaten a decently highly ranked Iowa State team. They just beat BYU, who was the number 6 team in the country, on the road. They just won those last 2 games. Colorado's only a 2.5-point favorite. That is a big game right there, because Colorado could knock themselves out of the college football playoff race if they lose this game. And then Kansas needs this game to stay bowl eligible. So it's a very, very talented Kansas team that has a poor record. And this will be an interesting game, because there is pressure on Deion and company to go ahead and keep winning.
Yeah, that's upset alert. Notre Dame Army is an upset alert potentially right there.
That's a good one too.
My upset alert that I mentioned earlier is Florida Ole Miss. DJ Lagway from right around this part, he is the real deal. And
a different team when he plays.
He much different team. And Ole Miss on the road in the swamp. Ole Miss they've tripped up a couple times this year. Does it happen again in the swamp with Florida? We'll see.
What you got coming up?
Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator. He spoke, y'all. Is Nico Collins on a pitch count this week like he was last week for the Texans? Jarrett Patterson working out. Plus, Bobby speaks on the biggest challenge for the Texans as the Titans come to town. We'll update you via the offensive coordinator next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Video games are the devil.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yes, sir. We got a nice little party going out here in Katy, y'all. Off Kingsland Boulevard in Katy. Come on through. We're at Big City Wings. Great location. It's a bigger location than normal. They did this one right, I guess.
I guess it for us.
Well, you know, the company's obviously growing when you double your floor plan and you got
show in the city.
You put more tables into place. And but Big City Wings is doing it right. Man, this is a big time place, and every time we come in, we have a great time. TVs everywhere, great atmosphere. The waiters, waitresses, bartenders, big time. Food's off the charts. Drinks are off the charts. I got one of them cold Coors Lights in front of me right now. So come on through, man. Whether you're drinking that top shelf spirits or you drinking this cold beer, we got, or anything in between, we got whatever you need. So come on through. Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for the Texans, has been a big topic over the last couple of weeks, and I think rightfully so. Good, bad, or indifferent, Bobby Slowick is going to dictate moving forward, given the situation, the issues that the Texans are having, or had early in the season, or for the first half of the season, pass protection. Bobby Slowick is going to determine whether this team has success moving forward and to what level that success is. And Bobby Slowick is just great with the media. I love how transparent he is in talking to the media, talking to the fan base. And he did it again, Ron. Several nuggets speaking to the media yesterday. So I pulled a few of them. And here's one of the big questions, concerns, again, rightfully so, with the fan base, is Nico Collins. Nico Collins obviously returned last week, was on some level of a snap count. He wasn't in on every game, played fewer snaps than he typically plays. And so I think that question is there for this game versus the Titans and moving forward. He was on pitch count last week. Is Nico Collins on a pitch count again this week?
We didn't really go into the game with any sort of snap count, but obviously anytime you get a player like that back, you are going to, you're taking notes of, all right, how do we want to use him? How do we want to make sure we're being smart? And if this game becomes very like a critical game at the end, like we want him on the field, so how do we make sure we're getting the best version of Nico when that happens?
Will that increase? Will his playing time increase within the next 2 weeks heading in?
Really the same thing, like we're always going to approach it as though we're going to try to be smart, but the more often you can get a really good player on the field, 100%, and not winded and being able to roll, we're going to do that as often as we can.
They did a good job last week, I think, of managing, load managing him. He said he wasn't on the snap count, but they clearly were conscious of the fact that he hadn't practiced full speed for a while and his conditioning.
As they should have been.
Oh, absolutely. It makes perfect sense, whether you're just trying to not tax the hamstring much and make sure he's available in the fourth quarter, or he's winded, he's not in game shape yet. You don't want to just throw him out there and then end up not having him at 100% in the fourth quarter, him being exhausted. So, it absolutely makes sense. I would imagine, Ron, that they're going to take a step forward this week with Nico Collins. I would imagine that he's back to full go.
He looked like he was on the first play of the game.
Yeah, he looked like he was all right. I guarantee you they were all holding their breath. I know I was when he broke into that open field
and let it go.
Oh, come on, idle it down a bit, but he was fine. So. The more games he gets under his belt, obviously, the better off he'll be. The closer to full speed he will be. I doubt this week, Ron, if we as fans and viewers even notice whether Nico Collins is on a snap count or not. Like I don't think if he is, it's very, very minimal, and I don't think we even notice it.
Yeah, if you do, I think we won't notice it because it'll be ramped up more from what it was last week. And I think they should take their time with him, especially in games. Like these are two games. Listen, they had the Lions on the ropes for 4 quarters, even with how bad they were in the second quarter.
Yeah.
They had him on the ropes. They were leading the game the entire way without him. They can they don't need Nico Collins to play 100% or close to whatever 100% of the snaps that he would play against the Cowboys and the Titans, right? They can slowly build up. These aren't games in which, they got to have him to compete.
Yeah. He should be at a spot where he plays as much as he can early, and if the game dictates he rests, the game dictates he rests. Last week, I don't care how the game was going, I think the goal was to have him fresh in the fourth quarter because he hadn't practiced enough full speed in order to have his wind back and get his body back into shape. That he should be closer to that at the end of the day. So Nico Collins, snap count last week, even though they don't want to use. They're managing him last week. He will be managed again this week, but I would imagine again that it's a lot more favorable to him playing more snaps. Now, also Bobby Slowick, he spoke about the offensive line formation, and here's, I'm not worried about Juice Scruggs playing guard. I am more concerned about Jarrett Patterson playing center. That's the big part here. He's going to start out, I think, talking about Juice Scruggs here, but really dial in on the Jarrett Patterson part of this.
any group of 5 you have up front always is different. Like, guys have different strengths in different areas that you play to in both phases. I would say Juice having a lot of football under his belt, in particular at center, and then moving out the guard, like, really has enabled him to have a ton of command and awareness of what's going on, because he was running the show not too long ago, and now he's just as aware of all the different looks and things that could happen, but now he's at a position that doesn't necessarily need to make the calls, so he's just able to take in more, which has been really cool to see. Now there's been a process going from guard from center. It's different still. Some of the ways he has to approach the run game, the pass game, and the sets is a little different. He's done a really good job growing from the first week there to the second week there, and we'll just work to continue that. And then JP has absolutely owned all the controllables, like everything you could ask for as far as a center goes. He's knocked it out of the park. He's been great on communication. He's been great on the sidelines. He's been great talking to the field, and then he's really grown as far as his play style. Last year we always thought he was solid in protection. We were kind of growing into the run game, and that has not been an issue for him whatsoever so far this year, which is a testament to him and the work he's put in.
I love it. To be honest with you, I'm glad the Juice piece was in there. To think about Juice going to guard and being able to have less mental strain and more just go play is big. But the Jarrett Patterson is the new guy up front that we need to focus on, Ron, because I think this is being viewed as it's the best that we have right now, right? Yeah. It's the best option we have right now. Let's see how it works. I'm not sure that this doesn't have legs. I'm not sure that Jarrett Patterson at center isn't a guy that just needed the opportunity and the circumstance to present itself for him to go, okay, now I got a guard that can play on both sides of me. I got 2 highly paid tackles, and now if I just get in there and I communicate effectively and I can be the best version of myself, get a little bit better in the run game, which Bobby Slowick obviously believes he has. We'll see this week, by the way. I'm not sure if he doesn't play well and this offensive line doesn't – if this line doesn't or does continue to get better with him at center, I'm not sure that this thing doesn't have legs to be the answer up front.
That's why I asked you and the people earlier this week, do you think that Juice Scruggs is like, do you think we've reached the point now where we've watched Patterson and now they've obviously had an extended period of time to watch Juice Scruggs? Do you think that may be over as long as Patterson's here?
I don't know why at this point.
If you're at this point, you're at your lowest point, and what you thought to do was to put him at center and move him over.
I just don't know. I don't know that you're going to do. Juice Scruggs is playing guard really well. Now we'll see this week if it's the real deal or is it smoke and mirrors. But Juice is playing guard really well, and if the communication piece is so much better with Jarrett Patterson, then you got to question whether Juice is better off at guard than center. Interior offensive line, I don't care. I look at this now and I think the next 3 games is going to could tell us whether we've got a center for the foreseeable future or not. Because if Juice Scruggs, if there's an option to move Juice Scruggs to guard, then clearly, he's not the leader, communicator that just can't be replaced that you like to have at center. So the Juice thing is interesting because I'm not sure he's not a better guard anyway. The play free, just let it ride. Road grade the way that he's built to do and capable of doing, I think is better at guard. And then you look at Jarrett Patterson, and if I told you, I noticed on film, there's a little different. The double teams are significantly better. He plays a lot more aggressive. If being honest, he plays a lot more aggressive than anybody on the front. Right? I mean, they're super aggressive. Juice has flashes of being super aggressive. And I'm not minimizing those guys. I like them. But when you watch Jarrett Patterson's film against the Cowboys, he's flat-ass trying to get after folks consistently in the run game and the pass game. He's coming off of, like, if he comes up in pass protection and he checks to his right side and there's nobody there, he's checking left and he's hitting somebody. He's not just keeping a hand on the shoulder pads. He's trying to let them know, hey, I'm over here. Don't come this way. I'm going to put my helmet in your ribs. I like his play style. Now, we'll see what Bobby is talking about actually plays versus the Simmons of the world and what the Titans are bringing to town. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but they're in a really good spot. That's the number one thing to watch this week is what does Jarrett Patterson look like. Speaking of this week, Bobby Slowick also spoke of what I believe is the biggest challenge for the Houston Texans this week, which is this offensive line versus the defensive front for the Tennessee Titans. Here's what Bobby Slowick thinks about the challenge that the O-line is facing this week.
Really good. I mean, their front five is probably for us, I would say, in totality, the best we faced this year. Obviously, Simmons is a heck of a player. He shows up all over the place. He does everything, rushes inside, rushes outside. They have him drop sometimes, and he's still a factor even when he's dropping. Like you always have to be aware of where Simmons is. Sweat's been doing a really good job for him. He jumps off the tape on the inside. He's a really, really big, strong man. Hard to move field. Their edges are solid. Landry is obviously a really good rusher, good in the run game. Arden Key I've been with in San Fran, obviously familiar with him. He can go play. And Joseph is still, I mean, a really solid interior player. Like they got people at every position. So that's a big challenge for us to be aware of in really both phases, and really the starting point of everything we talk about as far as game plan this week.
We're gonna find out. All that talk about Jarrett Patterson we just did, Juice Scruggs we just did, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard being a little more physical last week against them Cowboys. It's one thing to be the bully. It's easy to be real physical when you're the bully and you're significantly better and the other team doesn't punch back, the other team doesn't fight back. We're going to find out if what we watched last week against the Cowboys, as it pertains to the offensive line, appearing to be more physical, appearing to have more fight, we're going to find out about it this week because that defensive front, particularly
Simmons and Sweat up the middle, those two big bodies. And multiple people have mentioned those names. Multiple coaches. We've heard from D'Amico, and now Bobby has talked about those guys. Yeah, this is going to be a big task for them.
Well, I think it's what I'm excited about is the challenge because it's both in the run game and the pass game. Now, the stats will tell you that obviously losing teams have a hard time keeping opponents out of the end zone, so they've given up some points. Stats will tell you that they're better against the pass than they are against the run, which is interesting that their front is as good as it is. So I think the challenge here that I'm excited to see is this offensive line and how it stacks up against the Jeffrey Simmons and Sweats of the world in the pass protection game as well as the run game. So it's I thought I obviously knew who Simmons was, and I felt like this was a good front they were facing. I don't know that I felt like it was as good as Bobby Slowick mentioned it being, but now you start rattling off some names. They're either right in line with like Will McDonald IV and Quinnen Williams in New York.
That line is the one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean they're right in line with some of those dudes in terms of being able to get after the passer, and they're deep, and it's five guys up front that can get after it. So this challenge this week I think is going to be very telling about several things, but really is this offensive line combination with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs involved. Is this offensive line one that maybe one day Bobby Slowick can say, hey, we can take a little more risk with the play calling? C.J. Stroud can say, hey, I do feel a little more comfortable holding the football and taking some risks down the field. We'll find out this week if we're trending in that direction, or is it still the, we better stick to the screen game, quick game, and hope that works.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a huge matchup outside of the Texans-Titans after the Texans dispose of the Titans. This is one that you're going to want to watch later on because it feels like these are two teams that you're going to face matters. Discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, let's talk about these cold Coors Lights, y'all. I'm staring at one right now. Boy, ain't nothing like wrapping your hand around the old silver bullet with them blue mountains staring back at you and them red letters. Boy, I tell you what, it's a beautiful, beautiful packaging that Coors Light has here. They've done a hell of a job with it. Whether you drink the bottles, cans, or aluminum pints, Coors Light has the most beautiful packaging in the beer business. There's little mountains on that side of every can, bottle, aluminum pint, and when those mountains are bright blue, that beer is at a perfect cold temperature for maximum refreshment. I tell y'all all the time, man, you ain't got to like me.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis in session starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, clap it up as we are live here, Big City Wings, the new one here, out here in Katy, man. I love it. Love to see father and sons coming out there. Ozzy, tell your dad, thanks for bringing me in the building, baby. Yeah, man, it's a good time. There you go, father and son right there. Just here. Hey, man, you could be my friend, dog. You ain't going to be doing me like that, messing up my hair like that. No, man, come on out. Have a good time. Still big potential prizes for you to win. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. We still have Academy Sports and Outdoor $25 gift card. Still have a gift card here to Big City Wings. Also, the big Bud Light cooler right there that you can win as well. And I believe we still have U of H Baylor tickets as well. So still a lot to hook people up with. We're here till 6 o'clock. That's right. We're here till 6 o'clock, and it's a Friday night. I don't know about you. This feels like a good spot to get this thing kicked off. You can hang out in here and watch some football, watch some basketball right here with all the TVs around, and do your thing out here as Sam and the crew here at Big City Wings as well. All right, there's a lot of games this week that are some big games, but Clint, I think one, as we look at it, man, like when I say a collapse, the Texans would have it would have to be a major collapse for them not to win the AFC South at this point. When you start to look at the teams they have to play, and you look at where the Colts are, you swept the Colts the Colts are probably going to get the doors blown off of them this weekend as they host what Clint just said to a listener earlier is the best team in football. The Detroit Lions are coming to town. This thing should get even wider. There had to be a collapse. So it feels like the Texans know they are probably going to be in that 3 or 4 spot. The Steelers' loss yesterday helps them get closer to the Steelers. Right now they're in the 4 spot, and they would face the Chargers. Right now it's the Chargers, but the Ravens are a half game behind the Chargers right now.
Oh, no.
They play each other this weekend, Sunday Night Football, Clint. The Ravens and the Chargers play each other, and I think this is one to really watch because it feels like the Texans are on a collision course to play one of those teams. They'll host them. They'll play one of, whether they move up to the 3 line, they would maybe play the other one, or whether they stay there at the 4 line. It seems like that's where they're going to play. And I look at this, and when I watch this matchup, and I think people should watch it and pay attention to it, which one are you, the matchup that would be the best for the Texans? If they had to host it, who would you feel would make the most sense in terms of the Texans' chances to win in a playoff game, the Chargers or the Ravens? And right now, the Ravens feel different than they did at the start of the season to me. And the Chargers, Clint, feel different than they did at the start of the season. They are playing really, really good. Might I add, the Chargers have the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL right now. But we understand there's a little something extra with the Ravens in terms of what they did to this team the last 2 times they played last year. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the 5-hour Energy Fan text line, you can text in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, who would you rather face right now hosting a playoff game at home, the Chargers or the Ravens?
It's easy with me off the cuff, the Chargers, without a doubt.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I whether you look at them, take the logos off the side of the helmet, and you just look at them as, as football teams and say which one's better or which one's more dangerous. I firmly believe in Lamar Jackson and what they're doing, the physicality that they bring to the table. I don't care what the stats say, the physicality that they bring to the table in Baltimore, more so than what's going on in with the Chargers, in L.A. with the Chargers. They've beaten some bad football teams this year. I don't know that they're as good as their record says they are.
Sunday will be a big test. So I would look at the Chargers differently if they're able to play the way they've been playing all season against them.
I look at the Chargers right now, and here's their wins this year: Raiders, Panthers, Broncos, who have they played them week 5.
They've come on.
They've come on since. Saints, they played them week 7, which is after they started out hot. They fell apart. The Browns, Titans, and the Bengals. I just don't know that I believe in the Chargers being a 7-3 football team in the NFL right now as a team that folks should really be buying stock in. Got a real chance. I love this. This is Justin Herbert I can buy into. I've watched, gosh dang, he made some throws last week that were sick. I like this version of Justin Herbert better. I like what they're doing. I think they got a real chance.
Justin hasn't thrown an interception since week 2.
Yeah, and he
by the way, it's his only one.
And by the way, he's making, like I said, last week I watched him for the first time. He's making highlight reel throws damn near every quarter. It's impressive. But so I think while I think they're good, Baltimore for me is still just a much more dangerous football team. Now we get to a point where Baltimore. I've watched Baltimore. I vividly remember sitting in NRG Stadium during COVID when nobody was in the building and watching Baltimore just laugh their way through kicking the hell out of the Texans, and nothing has changed since. Like that, whatever reason, Baltimore is a team that seems to have a really good time and really enjoy just slowly choking the Texans. So that matchup scares me. No, I don't like it either, D'Amico. That matchup really scares me there. So give me the Chargers 10 out of 10 times.
Text line comes through the Ravens. The Ravens and the Chargers. That's right. They do play Monday night, not Sunday night. Sorry. Chargers all day. The Ravens are the real deal. Let's not get it twisted. The Chargers are always pretenders. I think, to me, the pretenders thing with the Chargers you can throw out of the window with Jim Harbaugh. In my opinion, that's a completely different group to me, a different foundation. I'm not going to just carry the Brandon Staley mindset Chargers and to say that because
they're a different squad.
They're a different team. What has changed is that defense. The Ravens defense is not the physical defense that we remember, and oddly enough, the Chargers, and I think what you're saying is very fair, Clint, of who they've played. You run down the list, there's nothing to defend who they've played. And, yes, that probably adds to them being the number one defense. But everything that you think about that the Texans struggle with, the Chargers this year have played, have shown that. Like, you start getting Mack and Bosa off the edge when they can play. They have guys up the – and they are physical, Clint. Like J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards is there now from Baltimore. They are a physical group, and you can tell that's the biggest shift with them is Jim Harbaugh has changed them into being a physical group. And Justin Herbert is a guy that can make plays in his way, the way that Lamar can. That can make plays.
It's impressive, man.
I think the defense is what – I think if I asked you this question 2-3 weeks ago, I think it's a dumb question to even ask. And some of you may think it is right now. But watch this game and kind of watch what the Chargers have shown this year. They have been a extremely physical team on both sides. And that Ravens defense, I mean, it's not even the same. And now Roquan Smith has a hamstring issue, and he's hurt. That's the difference to me. When you said not as much as changed, that defense, that Ravens defense is – I think they're the worst passing defense in football, like even worse than the Bengals. They're the worst passing defense in football. I think I would say the Chargers right now because I think the Texans, even with the struggles of their offense, can score and make hay on the Ravens defense. To me, Matabike is a problem in the middle, but I think they can make some hay there. So I think this is one to watch closely. If you've not seen the Chargers a lot, if you're watching Monday night, that's one because I think either one of these teams are going to be who the Texans face in the first round of the playoffs. It'll be either, to me, the Chargers or the Ravens. They are on a collision course with one of those teams. All right, coming up, I got a question. Fans, I know Tyler's been on this throughout the day. I got a question for Texans fans leading up into this game coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that as we return right here live on a Football Friday here at Big City Wings here in Katy. But before we
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This is my first time in this organization going against that particular one, and I understand the history, and I can see how it would absolutely mean more to the people that have been involved in it for a long time. And but to me, it's a big divisional game, regardless of who it is. It's the same to me as Indianapolis would be, as Jacksonville would be. But I do understand the historical context of it, and it does probably mean more to a lot of people. But for us, we're just going to go out there and see if we can find a way to win it.
All right, that's head coach Brian Callahan of the Titans trying to explain what I'm guessing he doesn't really know about, which is the rivalry between Texans and the Tennessee Titans. And I want to throw this out to the fans out there, Texans fans that are here. By the way, shout out, give them a round of applause. Let me hear you out here, man. Let's make some noise as we're out here live here at Big City Wings. Still make your way. There you go. It's a good time being had out here. And I want to hear. I want to see some thumbs up. I want to hear from you out here as well. those of you on the 5-Hour Energy fan text line, although also on YouTube and Twitch, does Sunday feel like a rivalry game for you? Do you get the feels like I know Tyler next Saturday? The next Saturday, the thought is, hey, we got the Longhorns, we got the Aggies. This is I'm gonna pay. I ain't gonna put your business out there, but I'm paying a whole lot of money to go enjoy myself because this is how much it means to me. Does Sunday feel like a rivalry game against the Titans? It don't matter because rivalry games don't matter. My man, all right, thumbs up, Tony, right there, thumbs up. My man, right here, thumbs up. Because rivalry games, it doesn't matter what the record is. Hey, they're 2-8 or whatever they are. Does Sunday feel? Do you get the feel that this is a game that means more? That's a rivalry game coming up against the Titans.
I mean,
no, that you don't. I got it.
Yeah. I say hell
but
yes.
I'm the wrong guy to ask about all that kind of stuff. I don't. I mean, I hate to get into the coach speak aspect of it. I'm literally a week-to-week guy. I don't. Like Adams in a negative way, and I don't like the teach their own. I mean, I just personally don't view it kind of through that lens, unless the topic gets thrown in my face. Then we can talk about it. But I don't look at it. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what I feel is going on around me because I got a lot of fans, Texans fans in my circle that are probably, I'd say, a little bit more passionate of just general fans than me, whether it's the Texans or their college or whatever. I feel like the Texans have getting better and having a legit shot at like Super Bowls and playoffs and things of that nature. I feel like that has taken a lot of the focus away from the quote-unquote rivalry that the Colts are or the Titans are. Yes, it's in division. It's in the division, and so, yeah, there's obviously means more, but I feel like the goals and the expectations and the standard for the Texans are so far beyond like the Titans used to be here kind of thing that it's taken away, which I appreciate. It's taken away from that dynamic. Does that make sense? Like, it seems to me like the fans spend more time talking about playoffs, Super Bowl, like much bigger goals than the Titans, and worrying about now when they walk out on the field, I'm sure there's going to be some venom, right? But like the thought of like that being a huge rivalry, especially when we're talking about like college rivalry week coming up here pretty soon. I think it's wearing off. The shine's wearing off.
I'm seeing F Amy Adams. Hell yeah, it's a rivalry. Hell no. It feels like more of a scrimmage game. I just can't. It feels like more of a scrimmage game to see where our offense is at now.
Really downplaying it there.
I always felt, and this one has come through twice. The Colts are our real rival. I've always felt the Colts were more of a rival, but I do love seeing the Texans beat.
You got more than one.
The S out of the Titans. I'll say this because last week did not feel like a rivalry game. Just the feel of it, and I would think the Cowboys are the team that, at least in the almost 5 years I've been here, God dog, in the almost 5 years, almost 5 years that I've been here, it has always felt like Dallas is the team that gives the most emotion.
What's your point?
And sports hate, Jerry. And I didn't feel like that. I felt like it was a business trip. I felt like it was another game. Now the fans were there and took over the stadium, but I didn't get that feel. And I'll be honest, and I would love to hear from you, Tyler. I have never felt like it was a rival.
The Titans or Cowboys?
The Titans. I've never. It has surprised me. I've gone off in the 4+ years of, and these guys took your team and bounced.
Yeah.
And left you without football for 4 years. I'm just usually the way fans operate. You would hate these jokers.
Yeah.
Like I think the people in Cleveland, even though they've had their team back. But do you get us? Does this have a feel to you? Does this have a feel to you similar to what you're feeling next week between Texas and A&M?
I really do, man, and I'll tell you why. Because to pull the carpet back here, as you would say, at least for me in my personal experience, growing up in Baytown, Texas, East Side H-Town, right here, grew up over in Baytown, I never had any kind of connection, any kind of love, any kind of feelings whatsoever for the Houston Oilers. When they were playing football, I was either non-existent or I was crapping my diapers. So my dad, however, my father...
Tyler, you did that last night after Taco Bell.
Not last night, but it has happened. Can't deny it.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. But my dad, my father, however, this guy was a diehard... with them through thick and thin. My dad was huge Oilers guy, huge Oilers fan, and he followed the Oilers to Tennessee when they became the Titans. And to this day, my dad is a huge Titans fan. So for me personally, growing up in Baytown, it has always felt like a big-time rivalry because that was really probably my first experience at Sports Ish Talk. Me and my dad, those Sundays when Titans-Texans were coming up, I mean, it was World War III in our house. My mom would leave the house because me and my dad would just get at each other.
Does it feel like that right now? Tony said, Tony.
I mean, to me it
Tony
does, but
I kick my ass.
Maybe not to that degree that we felt it in my home and we feel it now. Like me and my dad, we still have fun with it. But to me, it's always going to be some degree of rivalry. The Titans, man.
Text line coming in: since Bud Adams is dead, the game hasn't meant as much.
Yeah, screw the Adams family.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. That's aggressive.
They're petty little bitches. You know it.
I mean, but yeah, let's go with Amy. Like
petty little bitches.
Tyler follows up with, since Bud is dead, the game hasn't mattered much. He follows up, since Bud is dead, with screw the
I missed that comment. R.I.P., Bud.
Screw the Adams family.
I want to ask Hannah McNair if she wants to go wrap their house with me someday.
Yeah, I don't know, and look, and it means something to Hannah. Now we know that, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. It doesn't feel like you would think it is. Maybe it's because they're not good.
Yeah, they've sucked for a long time.
Usually it doesn't matter as much, but it's an interesting thought. I'm seeing some people roll through with, I'm 38 and I agree with T all the way. This is rare, but I agree with Tyler.
Why you got to say it's rare, bro? That just means you're wrong a lot of the time.
You ate Taco Bell at 2 a.m. They're nervous co-signing, Tyler.
that person, it feels like that person was saying that prior to the time that he went to that Taco Bell. Yeah. Someone, Rob on YouTube and Twitch said, if it means something to Hannah, then damn it means something to me.
I like that. You know Hannah cares, and I love it.
Oh, Hannah completely cares. All right,
I think she wrap their house.
Not much she's not passionate about, so yeah.
We're not going to egg their house because we don't want to cause property damage, but I think me and Hannah are going to grab some toilet paper and go after the Adams house someday.
Text line: look up at Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan. Yeah, I don't think Andre was thinking I hate the Titans. I think Andre had been wanting Cortland Finnegan for quite some time, and he had reached whatever point that a man reaches to where he just said, to hell with it. I'm done.
Just had to beat that ass.
My man made a conscious decision that I'm ready to release this money. I'm ready to give up money. I'm ready to get suspended. I'm ready to give up
buddy,
that's more than the Titans.
Old buddy had earned it. He'd been asking for it, so he went ahead and handled business.
Yeah. No, I think it does. It is interesting. Two people from Houston, where this thing goes from between you, hell, not just from Houston, both from Baytown, different areas of Baytown, but both from Baytown, that just kind of have different thoughts.
Well, I think we throw around rivalry way too frequently. Maybe because look, when in high school,
when you hear rivalry, what do you think?
I think Baytown Lee, Baytown Sterling, where they had to literally lock gates at the when I was playing, lock gates.
Great rivalry.
Halfway through the end zone, because the seats, used to in our stadium, you could walk from one side of the stadium to the other without going outside the gate, right? There was so much friction in the Lee Sterling game that they literally had to put gates across there and lock the gates so you couldn't go back and forth anymore because people were fighting.
Like the game's causing trouble.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it was. We south side of the track. We didn't deal with y'all's bougie ass. This is a little different deal. But but you look at the Iron Bowl. It don't matter what the records are.
Yeah.
To me, right now, this game doesn't last week's game. And maybe it's just the NFL, but last week's game, I mean, paled in comparison to what it would have been if the Cowboys were worth a damn, right?
Because that's what I'm saying. That didn't feel like what you're talking about, locking doors.
Like there would have been like Texas A&M. Like I'm glad the records are what they are, and there's a lot at stake in the game. But that game would be. I mean, there'd be fights in the tailgate regardless. You know what I mean? Like these kids are from all over.
I was surprised to hear Tyler say he has the same feeling from Texans-Titans that he does Aggies. Longhorns.
Oh, not quite that degree.
Okay, because you said that. I said, you get that same feeling. You said,
in the same arena.
Yeah, but I think Tyler's probably a little more unique in several ways, but definitely that way, right? No, look, like bro, his pops is a like diehard. So every time the Texans play the Titans, he's got to get up and listen to his pops talk trash, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Like it's literally in your face, in the family, in the moment. That's a different animal there. I mean, I can totally understand that. I don't know. I just it's and we didn't have rivalry. We didn't have a rival in Arkansas. Like they tried to make LSU the rival because we played on Thanksgiving. Y'all trying to make everybody a rival. You can't do that.
Yeah, it's years.
Like it's cute. I mean, people make money off of it. And you can get a little attention off of it. But like
when I think of NFL rivalry, is what I saw last week between the Ravens and the Steelers. Where there's hatred, there were fights about to break out repeatedly.
I think there's a natural the one other than high school, which is without a doubt the most rival of rivals that I've ever been a part of, multiple years. When I was in Dallas, we weren't worth a damn, and the Commanders weren't worth a damn. And these guys are fighting before of course I wasn't. Yeah. These guys are fighting before the game. I'm like, guys. It don't matter who wins. I mean, are we fighting for last place here or what?
Well, yeah, we are.
And these cats are still like that's a rivalry in football that I think is probably dying at this point, but at one point was a true rivalry. Like I don't know. I just don't. When you got one team like the Texans, who they literally are shooting for one thing, and it's a Super Bowl, I don't think they got time for a lowly Tennessee Titan football team.
All right, coming up, you got a couple of guys that are out for this game for the Texans and some guys out for this game for the Titans. We'll keep you updated on that. And big injury news in the NFL from a team that desperately needs to be at full strength. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Mokaram Law Firm, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas for 25
up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's my favorite position to watch.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, old Dirty, and the blonde tip baller is in the building, along with Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, and we'll get to Moneybags, who is rolling this week. I mean, as bad as it was last week, this week, baby, making that bread now.
When we get there, T.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. I got bad beat last night.
Oh, did you?
Bad.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. I thought all I could think about with Tyler is at the end, there was a chance where Russell was rolling out, and he could have run, and it would have been a better move to run out of bounds.
I know exactly.
And he probably would have got 5-6 yards, but he did just threw an off-balance throw into the ground instead.
That was the only bet I did.
And now
you're just pouring salt in the wound, but go ahead.
Because I knew where he was at. What was he at, 11 yards or 10 yards?
He was at 10. I needed over 11 and a half.
Yeah, it was easy for him to get. It was easy for him to get 8.
I'm gonna one up you, Tyler.
All right, let's save it. Let's get there.
I'm gonna one up you, Tyler. If you had it at 11 and a half, I'm gonna one up you.
Okay. Oh boy. God. All right, we'll get to that. Remember, 5 o'clock Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes, and we are live here at Big City Wings. Clap it up, folks. Clap it up. There we go. Live here at Big City Wings. I love it. I see dads bringing their kids out, having a good time. It's a good time to be had out here. Great food, great drinks. And, obviously you get to hang out with us. I mean, if that ain't enough, all right, I'll speak for myself. You get to hang out with me. If that ain't enough, I don't know why Clint's not confident in himself. But, no, it's a good time to be had out here. Still prizes for you to win. If you're in the building, sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Still tickets to U of H and Baylor, another $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and then a cooler, a Bud Light cooler, top-of-the-line cooler for you to win coming up here in the final hour. All right, Clint, the injury report is out for both teams. We'll get to the Titans and the important ones there in just a second. But here are the 3 guys with designations. I'll just say this. Will Anderson has no designation. He is going to play. Hell, he made it known that he is going to play. He was a full participant. Kamari Lassiter, who missed practice all week, he is also going to play as well. But 3 guys. Danico Autry, he is listed as questionable. He has not practiced all week with the knee and oblique. And then Foley Fatukasi and Blake Fisher, they are listed as out in this game, Clint. So there's some things there. They're going to get some pieces back and potentially lose some important pieces on that defensive line. What jumps out to you the most right now when we look at the injury report for the Texans?
Oh, look, I think Kamari Lassiter being back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge for the Texans moving forward. I mean, you want to talk about a way that one of these teams that they are significantly better than could sneak up on them is if you're down Kamari Lassiter and that coverage defender thing sneaks back up on you, and it's a team that's got multiple receivers and not just one guy that Derek Stingley can take out of the game. They've got their starting quarterback that can do some things that at least has been working, creating chemistry with wide receivers and tight ends throughout the season. I think that's the one thing with this Texans team right now that could cause major problems down the stretch is if Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley aren't both available. So Kamari Lassiter coming back right now is absolutely huge. Jalen Petrie is trending in the right direction in terms of getting better as that third cover defender. I don't know what they're going to do if they need a third true corner. I still don't know where they're at, what they're going to do, how much confidence they have in those guys. But with Kamari Lassiter and Stingley healthy and Jalen Petrie coming, it seems like they're all right. They're going to be able to overcome it. They're going to get through this thing. Injury report right here. It's all about Kamari Lassiter being full go is much needed, and it's big time to keep a team that you should keep at bay. The Colts I'm talking about. In a week when you've got a lesser opponent, the Titans I'm talking about. You need those 2 cover defenders.
I want to see if Will Anderson looks like the normal Will Anderson.
Sure, that'd be nice.
You know what I mean? And I mean, I don't mean like he's getting sacks. I just want to see him move because there's really no reason to put him out there until he's 100%. Yep. And I'm just guessing that he is, right? I mean, what they've done, because we initially heard reports it may be the stretch run.
Yeah.
That's when I want to see if there's if he looks exactly the same that he has.
Ron, I bet you that he is treated a lot like Nico Collins was last week. I mean, you're talking about a guy that with a bum ankle hadn't been able to do a whole lot of lower body cardio work, if you will. I mean, there's ways with the upper body cycle, whatever the hell they call that. There's ways to get your cardio work in, but there's no substitute for actually practicing hard, going hard, that sprint, rest, the recovery. There's no way. So I bet Will gets in, but I bet he gets half the snaps that he typically gets. Hell, if not as good as they are at defensive end, it may not be 25% of the snaps.
I think he will be on account. So that's one to watch. By the way, with the Titans, they've got two kind of major injuries there for them. L'Jarius Sneed, we talked to you about that yesterday. And then also Spears, the backup running back, a guy they use in a lot of different ways who can catch the ball in the back. He's kind of a big play threat for them. He is out of this game with a concussion. So those are two things that are going to help the Texans with those guys out of this game. So I think pretty good news there for the Texans, getting two big-time starters back for themselves. And then we'll watch on Danico Autry as he's a game-time decision.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Before we get to Thursday night football, Tyler, let's hear a little bit of Jameis Winston. Let's hear him as they pull off this W, which does help the Texans, as now they're a game behind the Steelers for that 3 seed. But this is Jameis Winston before the game, getting ready for the Steelers.
We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio, at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
Thanks, Jameis.
All right, go ahead and get that money.
Magical.
Huntington Beach. He's practiced that one.
He also said he got a picture yesterday morning to start his day of his kids in the snow, so he was really looking forward to eating some snow after the game.
Yeah, kids eating snowflakes at the home. So he was looking forward to eating some snowflakes too.
You know, some of y'all be laughing, but he's sound like a little stranger. But I could see CJ putting together the start of that sentence.
How do you start it?
It may sound a little different.
The cadence I can hear.
No. I'm just talking about the word choice. He's rolling right out there. He may not thank the Lord for the snow, but he's sure enough going to go right up into that where he's asked a question and then he turns the question to the way that y'all laughing. CJ be answering questions similar to that. I'll be honest with you. Maybe not put the snow in, but they're laughing at Jameis. They go, they'll quarterback like that too.
Look,
now.
You're not wrong. Jameis and Winston's got a.
Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, no. Look, I mean, here's the deal. There is a lot less goofy.
It's less
CJ,
goofy,
but yeah, that I could see CJ thanking the good Lord for the opportunity to play in the snow and rally with his team. And
yeah, because he said it. That's the message. That's the message, baby. I can see that. By the way, though, that game there, man, the Steelers were rolling high 5 in a row, and the weather probably had something to do with it. I mean, but it didn't. Like the Steelers were sitting there with a 43-yard. The Browns were sitting there with a 43-yard field goal on a 4th and 2. Down by 1, and they going for it. So the weather had something to do with it, but man, that looked. I ain't gonna lie to you. That looked like a fun game to be at.
Hell no.
That looked like a fun game to watch. The snow, baby, throwing that snow up. That looked like a fun game.
Would have been so much fun.
Come on, Tyler, you would have been there. Yeah,
you see, they flashed over to old buddy in the fourth quarter
because it was the 30s. It wasn't no like.
Man, you can't. They flashed over to old buddy that was all built up, all rocked up, been in the weight room, and he didn't have no shirt on, all rocked up. You can't tell me he been naked like that the whole game.
So let me get this right. You're like
I bet I would have been in there, and I would have been, yeah.
5 minutes into it, you've been, damn, my feet's cold.
No, not at 36. 36 I can handle. 30s I can handle.
I'm with you.
Now, we talking about now we talking about 15. There was a Miami Dolphin Kansas City Chiefs game where I turned to Ian and I said, Ian, man, I'm not making it to the half. Like this car, I tried the cardboard underneath my feet on that concrete. I'm like, dog, I messed up. I got on these J's, and this wasn't it.
This ain't it.
I said, man, I'm telling you, because I told him, I said, look, we may need to leave now because I don't know if I'm going to be able to walk to the car if we don't get this thing going right now. We catch the rest of this thing. We catch the rest of this thing at the crib. I wasn't prepared. I can do 36 in snow. That's throwing that in the air. That would have been fun.
Can I get this right? Let me get this right. So you're a soft ass if you like the AC and can't handle this Houston heat, but old widow Clint Stoerner can't handle the little cold weather game.
Yeah,
he's chosen violence today.
Well, yeah,
I'm just saying it's interesting.
I'm just telling you,
he's chosen violence today.
Yeah,
very fair point.
AC babies, AC babies, get your ass out the heat. The heat don't bother me. It's why I live in Houston. The heat don't bother me one bit. I get out there and get it done. Am I going to choose to go sit and watch a football game on some metal bleachers with snow on? I got to clean the chairs. I got to clean the snow.
You stand up, baby.
No, hell no. In Cleveland?
How did you turn them bleachers metal?
I ain't never been in no stands that wasn't metal. Where you sitting?
The NRG stadium seats aren't metal.
That's an indoor stadium. You think Cleveland? You think Cleveland's got the same seats NRG's got?
Yeah, Kansas City does. There ain't no metal bleachers. metal bleachers.
There you go. That tells you my ass ain't never sat outside.
Hey, they ain't Lambeau. This is a new stadium. They ain't building new stadiums.
It's got to be metal.
Frozen tundra.
Yes, Neyland Stadium, which is 108 years old, it's got metal seats.
Yeah.
Said metal seats.
It don't matter. It don't matter if you got a Verlo mattress. You can have bleachers made out of Verlo mattress. My ass ain't going if it's snowing.
Oh, my God. Hey,
if it's snowing, Clint ain't going.
Does this make you look at the Steelers differently, this loss, or is it?
Nah. Look, I mean, this is one of them where, it's kind of like, who was the team that choked up a little bit? Buffalo. Yeah. It's kind of like Buffalo for me, man. Like I don't think they're as good as Buffalo right now. Maybe I think Buffalo's got a higher ceiling, but at the end of the day, the Steelers are a team to me that they're going to slip up from time to time in the regular season. But when it comes, go get them time, they're going to be all right. Now I don't know if Russ is. They're shuffling quarterbacks in and out like that.
Yeah, that was weird. I thought he got benched for a second. I'm like, where the hell is Russ? But
send him right back out there the next drive. Hey, Justin went out there and led him on a touchdown drive.
Now there is something there with Justin to use his legs, but at one point it seemed like he was just out there for a whole drive.
Definitely in games like that, there's a spot for it. I don't know about in good, decent weather and normal weather if rotating quarterbacks is the answer.
Yeah,
it sure worked.
And we hadn't seen them do that all year since Russ started. He's come in for a little bit. Real quick, I do want to pass this along. The 49ers, who are in desperation mode, as they are 5-5 heading to Lambeau in those metal seats to play the Packers. And they're going to be without they're going to be without Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa in this game to go along with all the injuries they already have. They missed George Kittle last week. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is out. This feels like they're in must-win territory. They can go under 500, Clint.
Hope they bundle up.
They're in trouble, man.
Nah, they got a hog as a backup, baby. Brandon Allen.
I know.
Get him on your fantasy team, folks.
To set you up for that. Yeah, Brandon.
Get him on your fantasy team.
Hogs are winners.
You think Kyle Shanahan's going to create some go-ahead miracle?
Oh yeah. Brandon got about 8-9 years in the league. I mean, he's good, man. He's good. He'll be fine.
I think they in trouble here a little bit in Green Bay. I think they got to win this thing, man. It's time now. They blew that lead against the Seahawks. They're sitting here now in danger of going 5-6, and Kyler Murray does not appear to be slowing down right now with the Arizona Cardinals. They seem like they're on.
Arizona seems like they're for real. I'm telling you, if you're out there and you got a quarterback problem in fantasy, snatch up Brandon Allen. He'll be all right.
There you go. All right.
Serviceable. He'll be all right. Got a good team around. Got a good team around him. Shoot, he'll be all right.
Well, I don't know who's going to be out there around him,
right.
but we'll see. All right. Bobby Slowick, he expressed to you a true reason why there should be, if there is any, there should be some concern with this matchup with the Titans. We'll let you hear what the offensive coordinator had to say coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, if you're struggling with ED and if you have had issues
introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Congratulations to our latest winners. We have one more prize to hook somebody up with. We will do that as soon as this. If you're in the building and you have not signed your name, you might want to do so and give yourself a chance to win our final prize. We appreciate you coming out, having a good time here on a little Football Friday. Big City Wings here in Katy. Hey, we're still rolling out here. 6 o'clock. It's getting a little. It's getting nighttime, baby. Going into the weekend. It's time, baby, to come out here, have a good time, and enjoy your Friday night. You can do it right here at Big City Wings, which is a great spot to do it. All right, going into this game, this is a game that the Texans should win. This is a game in which they are favored. This is a game in which the line started at 9 and it has dropped to like 7.5 or so from the start. They're a better football team than this team. They're a better coach team. They have the better quarterback. There are teams that are going in different directions. But Bobby Slowick kind of put forth the potential issue here that if it could go the way that Texans fans do not want this to go, it would probably center around this potential issue. And this is what Bobby Slowick, as he expresses, maybe the biggest challenge for the Texans in this game.
Really good. I mean, their front five is probably for us, I would say, in totality, the best we faced this year. Obviously, Simmons is a heck of a player. He shows up all over the place. He does everything, rushes inside, rushes outside. They have him drop sometimes, and he's still a factor even when he's dropping. Like he where Simmons is. Sweat's been doing a really good job for him. He jumps off the tape on the inside. He's a really, really big, strong man, hard to move, makes a lot of plays in the backfield. Their edges are solid. Landry is obviously a really good rusher, good in the run game. Arden Key I've been with in San Fran, obviously familiar with him. He can go play. And Joseph is still, I mean, a really solid interior player. Like they got people at every position. So that's a big challenge for us to be aware of in really both phases, and really the starting point of everything we talk about as far as game plan this week.
All right, that is the latest there from him, and it does seem like, Clint, if the Texans have some problems on Sunday, which I don't think they will, but if the Texans were to have some problems on Sunday, front seven was so dominant. So that is to me the path that the Titans make this game interesting.
Yeah, look, here's the reality of it is overall all season long, this is the best defensive front, down in, down out, without having to get real schematical and doing all these, bringing pressures and changing what you want to do and taking a bunch of risk. This this is the defensive front, down guys that rush every play. Again, not trying to get all blitzy and dogs and pressures and all that, just the guys that come every snap. According to Bobby Sloak, this is the best that they faced to date. And the reality of it is they were not good for nine weeks of the season. And so lesser fronts were involved when your quarterback was the most pressured quarterback in football, and your offense was in 3rd and long more than any team in the NFL, right? So with that said, you're fixing to face a better defensive front than any of the fronts that you face according to your offensive coordinator. That is the case, right? And so that's what they're up against. I think this is the matchup of the game. Period. This is the number one matchup of the game.
I agree.
The interesting thing here is, I don't care if you like it or not. The truth of the matter is, this team offensively shifted gears 2 weeks ago. The Detroit Lions game and the Cowboy game, this offense has approached playing football a different way. Calling it, their quarterback playing it, and they've gotten results. 40 points in the first half in the last 2 games. We'll talk about the second half stuff later on, adjustments, whatever. That's fine. Whatever you think about that. But this offense switched gears and scored points. It became very simple. It became an offense that protected the weakness, which was the offensive line, or indirectly corrected the issue of their quarterback getting pressured. And they did that against the Detroit Lions, who overall are a better football team, but a defensive front that's probably geared a little bit more towards stopping the run and just being solid. Not without Aiden Hutchinson, they don't have a bunch of pass rushers. And it worked well against that team. And then it's a team that doesn't have much, but you do have one dog out there in Micah Parsons. Kept him out of the box score for the most part, right? Now that same offensive approach is going to be challenged, hopefully is going to be challenged, by a significantly better front as a whole and a significantly better interior defensive lineman who's one of the top 2 or 3 in the league. Can that same approach that the Texans are scoring points with early in ball games, can that same approach stand up to a much better defensive front? That's the matchup in this game, is what the Texans have done for the last 2 games, which is a major improvement. Can it now take the next step and help you overcome a really good defensive front? That's the key here. That's the matchup here.
And I think different than what they faced last week, as you said, Micah Parsons is a guy, but the rest of the Cowboys front is not a front in which you're like, well, they've got multiple guys to throw at you that can give you problems, especially in the interior of the defensive line. We saw a couple things occur. We saw in the interior, but not consistently. What I think Bobby understands is the Titans have dudes in Jeffrey Simmons, Key, as he talked about off the edge, Sweat, in the run and pass game, both things that can just derail it. Like, they have the ability to do things that the Jets did. The Jets had 8 sacks in that game. Now they were able to run the football a little bit, but they had 8 sacks in that game and just gave them hell the whole way. I don't necessarily, I don't know that it's going to be 8 sacks, but they do. If they don't do it, they have the ability to kind of wreck the game. And Jeffrey Simmons has the ability to take over the game. And there are some matchups there that can be problematic for the Texans.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Everything you said is true. Here's the thing. It's much more difficult for a defensive lineman, even the great ones, to disrupt the Texans' offensive game right now than it was before the Detroit Lions game. They were very susceptible to, hey, guys, if y'all just penetrate, if y'all collapse the pocket, he'll hold the football. He'll be there. If you'll just collapse the pocket, he'll be there. He's going to hold it. They're going to take all that risk. That put them in a really bad spot and allowed dominant individuals in the pass rush department to get home a lot. And it's going to be significantly more difficult to get home versus what the Texans have done in the last 2 weeks. I hope that holds up. Or the challenge is, does that hold up against this lineup of Landry, Simmons, Sweat, Key, Joseph? Like that's some dudes that can come now. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's a hell of a challenge. And as a Texans fan, if they keep those guys at bay and they're able to move the football, there's going to be drives where those guys get home and they disrupt, and that's football. It happens to all good teams. But if they're able to keep chopping wood and eventually get home, score some first half points, threaten in the second half and put something on the board to kind of extend that lead, then I'm going to feel really good about the offensive line, the steps in the right directions, the adjustments that Bobby and CJ are making to be a better overall offense.
Yeah. This will tell a lot. You have a chance to feel really good about where this offensive line is moving forward. All right, coming up, a lot to get to here as we will do our Mad Dog Monday picks coming up, as well as T-Mill's best bets. And apparently Clint's got a little story in there as well. I can't wait to hear a little bad beat.
Boy, I tell you what.
As we continue right here live here on The Drive on a Football Friday.
All right, Daisy Sour Cream, y'all. They just launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. I mean, I'm telling you, this is
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the new Big City Wings on Kingsland and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Congratulations to Scott, our final winner. Took home a nice cooler courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light. We appreciate everybody who's come out. Congratulations to all our winners. We had several of you tonight. And thanks to everybody here. Thanks to everybody here at Big City Wings who have helped us get this thing going. Shout out to staff who always does such a great job and keeps us going with everything they do here. Shout out to our engineer, Aaron, as well. Osita, shout out to him, our promo staff. Our engineer, Aaron, shout out to him as he has kept us on the air. And for those of you who are watching us on YouTube and Twitch, shout out to Aaron for keeping us there as well. Tyler keeping us going at the station as well. To all the staff here at Big City Wings, fantastic time here. And to you, the listeners, give yourself a damn hand. All right, there you go. Well, hell, clap for yourself. Damn. Come on now. You had a good time, man. It's been a fun Football Friday with the good people here at Big City Wings. All right, Clint, before we get to Mad Dog picks and T Mills' best bets tonight, you think that I can expect and feel good about seeing like the same level of play coming up on Sunday that we saw from Derek Stingley on Monday? Do you think, because that to me is, see, you showed out. You showed out. I mean, he was the dude out there. I mean, Sauce who? Patrick Surtain who? He was the dude out there against another quality receiver in CeeDee Lamb, who I understand he was on the injured list. I'll put that out there, Cowboys fan. He was on the injured list. But he got his injured list ass locked up. And I want to see every week, because we ain't seen that every week. Right? Let Lessers do it. I honestly, I just saw earlier they kept showing highlights of DJ Moore, and it was just that he didn't have to do him like that. But do you feel that's something we should expect to see this week, week in and week out? He's gonna.
No, I don't. That's not. I don't think that's who Derek Stingley is. Now we'll see. We'll see, and maybe one day he gets there week in, week out. But right now, I think he's a guy that needs to be challenged. I think he's a guy that we've seen it happen multiple times now in his career here with the Texans. DeMeco Ryans comes to him and says, "Hey, man, I need you to take this guy right here out of the game. I need you to eliminate this guy from the box score." And he, at that point, flips a switch and goes out there and plays lockdown football. He has that ability. I just don't think he's a guy right now in his career that goes out there with that mentality week in, week out. And I think that's the next step that he takes is to one day become more of a fixer, if you will, instead of just doing what is called and executing what is called and what he's asked to do. I hope there's a fixer role to him at some point in time. He
feels like a player that has to be motivated.
Yeah, I think he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's not going to do any more than his job. And one week when that job is to eliminate somebody from the box score, he's going to do it. When that is to be right side field, and if the coverage, dictates that you are 8 yards off the ball and pedaling, and he's going to be that no matter what the situation is. And at some point, I hope that he, from a situational standpoint, turns that corner and kind of just says, I'm going to take this into my own hands. But I just don't think he's a guy that is going to go out there and be asked to play man consistent enough to have that chip on his shoulder. Nor do I think he really cares to be at this point in time.
That's tough, man.
We've seen him turn it on and turn it off. And look, the turn it off Derek Stingley's pretty damn good. It's where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. It puts him in a position where in those moments where they ask him to do more, if he plays well, then he's going to be a Pro Bowler. I don't know that he is. I don't know that schematically D'Amico asked him to do it, and I don't know that he's wired in a way for 17 weeks to go out there and be the
great every time out
in your face. Well, I don't know that he's. I don't look at it that way. I just don't. I don't think D'Amico Ryans plays enough man defense for him to go out there and go. I'm going to lock down guys and press guys and just get super physical with them and be the guy that ultimately typically gets a lot of attention in the league. He has the ability to do it if D'Amico asks him to mirror guys. I just don't think I don't think the schemes, like I said, I don't think the scheme asked him to do it enough, and I really don't think he's wired in a way to do it.
All right. Someone texted in, but even Belichick says, just do your job.
That's the way of doing things. And here in Houston, be where you're supposed to be, do your job, and everything will work out.
Yeah, but there's been, but he's had, like, even in the moments when he has been locked up, he's had disappointing moments. I don't know. Maybe D'Amico was saying, "Hey, play off against the Packers at the end of the game," where there were just throws that were just thrown right to his side that allowed them to get into field goal range. Maybe that's the case. Maybe the times he was getting beat by Boutte was more about the coverage. I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. I think there's just been more moments of than just, hey, man, he's just playing his spot and playing his role. To me, there's been moments of like, no, dude's this disappointed. Like, dude's getting beat. There's not the expectation that he's going to get beat like this.
Oh, I don't disagree that he's left a lot to be desired at times. Yeah. I don't disagree. I've said it multiple times. He appears disinterested at times. It's almost just float through the regular season, except in the big moments or against with the big matchups when I'm asked to do more, and then and get to the playoffs and hopefully he's locked down there. I don't disagree with that. I don't know that in the best case scenario that Derek Stingley Jr. is a guy that's going to mirror and play man enough throughout a season for us to go, man, this dude right here is showing enough lockdown. I think there's going to be a lot of soft corner coverage. I think there's going to be a lot of zone. I think it's emphasized when you're supposed to be there a lot more than it is get up in their face and disrupt what they're doing. I think it's scheme, and I think his mentality is a good fit for that.
Text line. So bring him on your show and ask what he is. Most definitely, I would. Please. Come on.
Any connections? Stingley, come on.
Come on. Love it if he's the guy next Thursday. I would flat ask him, hey, can we expect to see the guy that played in Dallas every week, that dominant play? I would most certainly ask Derek Stingley that.
Yeah.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't think I don't know him personally, but I don't think, given what he's asked to do on a week-to-week basis, I don't think he would be defensive in that situation. Yeah. I think it's very clear. If he were asked to do it or in a scheme where it is a ton of man coverage, I think you'd see a different Derek Stingley.
Yeah. All right, let's do our Mad Dog player picks before we get to T-Mill's best bets. All right, I lost, so I get to come in. I picked C.J. Stroud, and I'm buying Mad Dogs last week.
It's a tough week to use him.
It's a damn shame. I've been holding.
And lose with him, by the way.
Yeah, I've been holding this guy. I've been holding Will Anderson, but I'm not going to go there coming fresh off the injury. He's on a pitch count. I'm not sure if I want to go there.
You might want to quit holding. That didn't work out too well with C.J.
That's all right.
Or Diggs.
I still got a CJ saved up. All right. I'm gonna go with Danielle Hunter. I'm gonna use him for the second time. I think this is a game that this defensive line is going to dominate, and Will Levis holds the ball, and he's going to do something silly with it. And I think the game is going to dictate that Will Levis has to throw the ball even more. So I'm going to go with Danielle Hunter.
Nice.
Who you got, Clint?
Dalton Schultz.
Ooh. D. Schultz, huh? All right, Clint's going Dalton Schultz. Who you got, Tyler?
Well, I'm going to hope that what happened to you last week don't happen to me.
I'm looking at your list.
I'm going with the quarterback. I'm going with Siege. I'm going with CJ Stroud.
Are you out of CJ Stroud now?
This is his final one.
Yep.
Yep, he's out. He's out of there. All right. So Tyler's going with C.J. Stroud. Clint with Dalton Schultz. I've got Danielle Hunter in this game. Those are our Mad Dog picks. If you're new to it, Mad Dog picks, whoever's player does worse that one in a Texans win. Obviously, we ain't drinking Mad Dog if they lose. In a Texans win, the person whose player who had the worst game has to go buy the Mad Dog for us to drink. Coming up on Monday if they get this dub, which I believe they will. All right, before we roll out of here, Tyler, what's your best bets? Because you're on a roll now. You go 5 of 6, and the only reason that you didn't go 6 for 6 was because Russell Wilson was a yard short.
A yard and a half, damn it.
Real quick, Clint, what's your story? What the hell happened?
I'm new to underdog, picking high and low, and I had me a little 3-teamer going. I had TJ Watt, 3.5 or more tackles. Got it on the last drive.
There it is.
I think it was Chubb over rushing 50-some-odd yards. Got it on that last drive. I had Russell Wilson over 10.5 yards rushing. And he ended the game with 10 yards rushing.
You did one on me. That's a bad beat, man.
And by the way, that was a bet that Underdog's thing on Underdog's really cool. They're it's about multipliers, like so that three bet higher lower would have paid